Actually, the map, the emergency back map. Good morning. We are live from Council Chambers. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response and evacuation plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate, and Council takes direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or myself during an evacuation. And finally, please speak with security or myself if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, and Korasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Here we are. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Everyone is here. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
I will move adoption of the agenda for the October 21 public hearing.
Second.
Yep. This is a replacement page 3.3.
Okay, sorry, I didn't get that one.
Here you go. Here
Okay,
it is.
with the replacement attachment on item 3.3, bylaw 20961 to close a portion of Heritage Valley Trail Southwest Chappelle.
Okay. Thank you so much. Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is yes. Councillor Wright is
Thank
yes.
you. Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, councillors. Yes from me. Yes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? See none. Okay, explanation of the public hearing. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us for today's statutory public hearing on bylaws. And I would like to provide some opening remarks. Before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure We hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. If I could request folks at the top in the foyer, are they registering in the foyer? Because I'm hearing the noise. Yeah, if you don't mind, please either register them when they come in or ask them to be very quiet because all the noise is coming from there and I can clearly hear people having conversation. Yeah, please. Okay. And I'm going to carry on. Okay. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting include making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted back to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. Now on to the explanation of the public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will call out the names of people registered to speak. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide a presentation. Members of the public who register to speak will then be invited to make their presentations in panel. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those opposed, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in the council chamber. The timer lights on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, then yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, there is a virtual timer on the Google Meet, or you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has made a presentation, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration, and after all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in the response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, City staff will guide you to your seat when it's time for you to hear from your panel. With that, please I'll go to clerk. Please call the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.1, bylaw 20965, to allow for medium-scale housing Inglewood?
We have in favor Sandeep Khanna to answer questions only, and Salom Asia, Africa Center, joining remotely, both of them. So Sandeep, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
And Salom? Okay, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, bylaw 20960, to allow for medium-scale housing Queen Alexandra?
We have in favor William Ian to answer questions only in person. William, are you here? There you are. Thank you so much for joining us, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We actually have a late registrant.
In opposition?
In opposition,
Okay.
in person, Anna Arhanik. Arhanik.
Anna Hernandez here. There you are. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.3, bylaw 20961, to close a portion of Heritage Valley Trail Southwest, Chappelle?
In favor, we have Peter Sukalis to answer questions only Brookfield Properties, joining remotely. Peter, are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
And Holly Mickelson to answer questions only Stantec, joining remotely.
Good morning.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.4, bylaw 20963, to close a portion of road right-of-way, Laurel?
In favor, we have Marcelo Ferguera to answer questions only Green Space Alliance in person. Thank you so much for joining us, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you. Items 3.5, 3.6, and 3.7 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to bylaw 20902 to amend the Palisades Area Structure Plan, or bylaw 20903 to amend the Hudson Neighborhood Structure Plan, or bylaw 20904 to allow for smaller scale parks and amenities and medium scale housing, Hudson?
In favor, we have Sarah Serman, B&A Studios in person. Thank you for joining us. And Darian Sheffard, Gateway Alliance Church in person. Thank you so much for joining us. No one is in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.8, Summerlee Municipal Reserve removal?
We have in favor Janice Lee to answer questions only City of Edmonton in person. Here you are, Janice. Neil Osariuk to answer questions only City of Edmonton in person. Thank you. Stuart Gehring to answer questions only City of Edmonton in person. Thank you. And Crystal Kajaner to answer questions only City of Edmonton in person. Laura Cunningham Shipley from EFCL in person. There you are, Laura. Okay. Jacqueline Elderton, Alberta Seniors and Community Housing Association in person. Thank you. Nathan Benanama, Strong Towns YEG, remotely. Nathan, are you there? No. Nicole Wilkie, Savita, joining remotely.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. And Jacob DeWong, Grow Together Edmonton remotely.
I am here.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. My apologies. Item 3.8 and item 3.9 will be dealt with together. So 3.9, bylaw 20957 to allow for medium-scale housing and smaller-scale parks and amenities Summerlee is part of the call for speakers that you
Got
just
it.
did. Thank
Got
you.
it. Okay, good.
So item 3.10, is there anyone here to speak to Belmont Municipal Reserve removal, or item 3.11, bylaw 20951, to allow for medium-scale housing and larger parks and amenities, Belmont?
All right, Janice Lee is here, Neil Osadiak is here, Stuart Gehring is here, Crystal Kajan is here, Nathan Binma, Nathan Binma. Nope. And we have one person in opposition, Jose Alfredo in person. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Items 3.12 and 3.13 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to La Pearl Municipal Reserve removal, or bylaw 20954 to allow for medium-scale housing, La Pearl?
Okay, while Janice, Neil, Stuart, and Crystal are here, I'll check Nadine Shalifu from Edmonton Coalition for Housing and Houselessness in person. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Nice to see you. And Nathan Minma, not here. Okay. We have one person in opposition. Oops, sorry. Oh, Nathan is on. Okay, joining us. Good. All right. Nathan, can you please? Are you there? Okay. In opposition, Marsha Littlefair, joining remotely.
Thank you.
You're there. Thank you. Yeah. Acknowledge. Oh. No. Is Marsha Littlefair here?
I am.
Oh, thank you so much for joining us. Okay, we'll carry on to the next item.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Item 3.14, bylaw 20952 to allow for medium-scale housing, Blue Quill. Is there anyone here to speak to this item?
Well, all the city folks are here, and Abdul Abbasi, UFA Student Associate Union, sorry. Are you here? Are you joining us remotely? No. And how about Nathan Binama? There you are. Was Nathan? Okay, got
Yeah.
it. Thank
Yes,
you.
I'm here.
And no one is in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.15, bylaw 20953, to allow for medium-scale housing, Dunluce?
Well, all the city folks are here. Nathan is here as well in favor. And in opposition, we have Brad Day, Stop the Destruction of Dunluce in person. Brad? Or joining remotely? No. Justin Thomas, Dunluce Supportive Housing in person or remotely? No. Rick Cloney in person. There you are, Rick. Thank you for joining us. And Janina Cernick. Janina Cernick. In person or remotely? No. Okay. We will carry on.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.16, bylaw 20955, to allow for larger scale parks and amenities and medium scale housing, Lymburn?
Well, city folks are here, so is Nathan, and I'll go ask folks in opposition. Barry Fraser, Limburn Community Group in person? Okay. Arlise Olchowski in person?
I'm here.
Remote, okay. All right. Robert Modninsky, Robert in person or remote? No. Barry Fraser is signed up twice, so we'll. No, hold on. Is it a different Barry Fraser from Lynburn Concerned Citizen Group? The same person. Or remote? Are you joining remotely, Barry? No, it's the same person, right? Barry Fraser is signed up twice, so we'll. Yeah, got it. We cross it off. Is it different Barry Fraser from? No, it's just one person. It's signed up twice. No worries. Just one person. Or remote? Are you joining remotely, Barry?
My apologies, Mayor Sohi. We had a caller with their microphone on.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Okay, that's what is happening. All right. All right. We'll carry on. Louis Larner, Lynburn Citizen Group in person. Thank you for joining us. Arthur Larner, Lynburn Community Group in person. Thank you. Susan Hudson, Lynburn Citizen Group in person. Thank you. Patrick Cardwell, Lynburn Citizen Group in person. Not joining. Okay. And Virginia Morando, Lynburn Citizen Group, joining remotely. Nope. Or in person? Okay. We'll carry on.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Item 3.17 and 3.18 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Wedgwood Heights Municipal Reserve removal or bylaw 20956 to allow for the continued development of medium-scale housing and open space uses, Wedgwood Heights?
Okay, well, the city folks, Janice, Neil, Stuart, Crystal are here, and Nathan Binia is also here. Now I'll go through the list of folks signed in opposition. Mariah Jo Breckenridge in person or remote?
Hi, yes, I'm here remotely right now, but I will be there in person in the afternoon.
Okay. Iris Kushner in person or remote? No. Anna Luciaja Dajavas in person or remote?
She'll be there this afternoon.
Okay, no
She's a
worries.
student.
Yeah, we will call the names once we get to that item.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Luke Dajavas in person or remote?
Also in person this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Suzanne Liviel in person?
No, I'm remote.
Remote, okay. Jessica Harder in person or remote? No worries.
She'll be
we'll call
in
the names
person
again.
this afternoon.
Okay. Janice Duvel in remote?
Also remote this afternoon.
No worries. Thank you. Marcella Ryan, say Wedgwood Park Task Force in person or remote?
In person this afternoon.
Okay. Kristen Lingstad Stefan?
Hello, I'll
sorry.
be there this. Hello, I'll be there this afternoon. Yeah.
Okay. Peter Liviel, Wedgwood Community Park Task Force remote?
Yes, hi, this is Peter.
Thank you. Jennifer Eisen, Wedgewood Community Park Task Force, in person or remote?
In person this afternoon,
Okay,
Mayor.
no worries. Phil Suchak, Wedgewood Community Park Task Force, in person? Okay,
In person this afternoon.
okay. Kasia Marcin Kowalski, sorry?
Mazinkowski, and yes, she'll be here this afternoon.
Okay. And Robert Worth, in person, probably in the afternoon as well?
Yeah.
Okay, no
The
worries.
remainder of our list will be in person this afternoon, Mayor Sohi.
Definitely, okay. I'll read their names in the record, then we will call the names again once we get to that item in the afternoon. So Eric Eisen, Wedgewood Community Park Task Force, in person. Rebecca Johnson, Wedgewood Community Park Task Force, in person. Lee Widnowski, Wedgewood Community Park Task Force, in person. Eileen Ryan, Wedgewood Community Park Task Force, in person. Bruce Hillier, Wedgewood Community Park Task Force, in person. Marshall Hundred, Wedgewood Community Park Task Force, in person. Gail Hartfield, Wedgewood Community Park Task Force, in person. And Saad Siddiqui, Wedgewood Community Task Force, will be joining in person. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah.
Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.19, bylaw 20942, to allow for a range of small-scale housing, Richford?
Okay, we have from, in favor, Ryan Idick to answer questions only from EINS, in person. There you are. Andrew Olson to answer questions only, EINS, in person. No, Andrew is not here. Okay. And in opposition, Duri Atik,
Yes,
joining
I'm
remotely. There you
Yes, I'm here. Thank
are.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.20, bylaw 20941, to allow for large-scale mixed-use development, Westmount?
Okay, in favor, we have Myron Bors to answer questions only, Cassia Development, in person. There you are. Mark Huberman to answer questions only, Cassia Development, in person.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mayor
Here
Sohi.
remotely?
I'm virtually attending.
No worries.
Thank you.
Renan Sons to answer questions only, Clarity Development, in person. There you are. If selected, okay. Will be selected. There are folks in opposition. Dave Onishenko to answer questions only, Clarity Development, in person. Okay, thank you. Ryan Chalks, remotely.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. And Kimo Mansure to answer questions only from Africa Center, in person.
Your Worship, I would be in person. Myself and Salome, I think it was an error that we'll be presenting on 3.8 and 3.9 respectively, and we'll be in person. 3.8 and 3.9. Myself and Salome from the Africa Center.
Just hold on. 3.8.
And 3.9.
Okay, so we will take note of that. And I also noticed that that Salom Asia is also registered to speak in favor on 3.1 Inglewood.
So that should be changed to 3.8 and 3.9 as well, and she is online as well.
Okay,
virtually.
so Salom Asia is not speaking on 3.1. Okay, we'll take that off, and we'll add that to 3.8, 3.9. So clerk, if you don't mind giving me the new list because of the changes once we are gone through this.
Yes.
Okay, so in opposition on 3.20 Westmount, opposed, Bretta Jensen, remotely.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank
I
you.
might not be in the afternoon, though.
We just stay around for a bit because we're going to be doing some agenda management here, right? So don't go anywhere. Sandy Muldrew in person or remote? No. Alona Faishi in remote?
Hi, I'm here.
Thank you. So that is it for the folks that registered in favor and in opposition. Now we will go to selection. Okay. Who would like to start first? Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I would like to select, they have to be dealt with together, 3.5, 3.6, and 3.7.
Okay. 3.5.
And then I would also like to select 3.15.
3.15.
Yep,
Okay.
thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'd like to select 3.8, 3.9, 3.16, 3.17, and 3.18.
So 16, 17, and 18. Thank you.
You got 3.8 and 3.9?
You got 3.8, 3.9 as well. Yeah, good. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, 3.10, 3.11, please, Mr. Mayor.
3.10, 3.11. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
3.20, please.
3.20. Okay. Okay. Councillor Rice.
3.19.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. 3.12 and 3.13, please.
3.12, 3.13. Okay, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. May I select 3.2, please?
3.2. Okay. Okay, so 3.2 is selected by Councillor Jans. 3.5, 3.6, 3.7 are exempted by Councillor Rutherford. 3.8, 3.9 are selected by Councillor Hamilton. 3.10 and 3.11 are selected by Councillor Paquette. 3.12 and 3.13 are selected by Councillor Knack. 3.15, 3.16 are selected by Councillor Rutherford. Oh,
Just 3.15.
oh, sorry, 3.1. No, yeah, right. 3.15, sir. Sorry. And 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8 are exempted by Councillor Hamilton. 3.19 is Councillor Rice. And 3.20 Councillor Stevenson. Okay, here we go. All right. Anything else? Yeah. Councillor.
No, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Rutherford is not on board on the board. Sorry. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi. I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.1, 3.3, 3.4, and 3.14.
Second.
Okay. Please vote.
Councillor Prince Pay is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Just waiting on one vote. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Councillor Principe is
Second.
yes.
Second by Councillor Rice, so please vote.
Thank you, Councillor
Sorry,
Principe.
that was a little early. Yes, thank you.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move third and final reading of Bylaw 20965, Bylaw 20961, Bylaw 20963, and Bylaw 20952.
Second.
Please vote for the final readings.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
All right, vote is carried. Thank you so much. Okay, so because we had item 3.19 and 3.20 referred to this meeting from the previous public hearing because we were not able to conclude the agenda.
My microphone is on. What does that mean?
I'm sorry, please. Anyone signed up, please mute yourself. Here you go. Thank you. So what I'm going to suggest that we bring forward 3.9 and then 3.20, deal with them, then we get back to the item on the agenda. Any questions on that?
Well, I have
Councilor Rutherford?
I have a point of order. I think if you bring forward those items and we have to do them right away, I have a motion to extend orders.
Oh, yes, yes.
So I think we have to do that one.
Let's do
just procedurally.
let's do the motion to extend the order first.
Yeah, so I'd like to move that we extend orders to 9 p.m. with a dinner break between 5 and 6 p.m.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So what this means that instead of council meeting ending at 5 o'clock, we will take a dinner break from 5 to 6. Then we'll be back and we will carry on the proceedings till 9 p.m. Okay. Now to Councillor Rice. Can you bring forward 3.19, please?
Yes, I would like to bring 3.19 and forward to deal with as a first item for today because it was postponed from October 1st.
Okay. Seconder, please.
Second.
Second, please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Sorry, before I vote, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Would the mover be amendable to just say that item 3.19 be first item and 3.20 be second item, just so that the speakers on 3.2 aren't waiting for us to finish that item?
Can we bring forward both items at the same time?
Yes, and I will do that.
Clerk, we are able to do that, Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we will 3.19 first, then 3.20. Once we have dealt with those, then we'll go back to item 3.2. Okay, please vote.
Councillor
Thank you.
Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
The vote is carried. Okay, all right, 3.19. Okay, the folks in favor are to answer questions only. Then we have Duri Atik signed in opposition. We're going to go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone the subject site from the rural residential RR zone to the small-scale flex residential ROSF zone to allow for a range of small-scale housing. Next slide, please. The subject site is currently developed with single detached housing and is located on the east side of 111th Street Southwest, approximately 400 meters north of Ellisley Road Southwest. To the west of the site is a vacant commercially zoned property, while single detached housing lies to the east. The areas to the north includes a mix of low-rise commercial developments, row housing, and single detached housing. To the south is the Edmonton Rugby Park. A local bus route operates along 111th Street west of the subject site and Blackbone Drive southwest to the north. A shared use path is also located along 111th Street southwest. Next slide, please. The ROSF zone provides opportunities for a range of small-scale residential developments that are compatible with the surrounding low-density developments and the development outcomes of the Richford NASP. Although the ROSF zone allows for a greater range of small-scale residential developments at a higher density compared to the rural residential zone, this site will provide a transition between future commercial development to the west and the existing rural residential developments to the east. Next slide, please. The subject site is within the low-density residential area in the Richford Neighborhood Area Structure Plan. As the proposed zone conforms with the low-density residential designation in the NASP, it is reasonable to expect this site to be redeveloped at a higher density to establish a transition between the commercial property and the other rural residential lots to the east. The subject site is in the Southwest District Plan, where it is designated as urban mix. Urban mix is a land use category that consists primarily of small-scale housing of all types, with opportunities for small-scale commercial and some community services. The proposed rezoning supports the district general policy for urban mix areas by providing opportunities for a mix of housing types close to businesses and services that meets the daily needs of residents. This application also aligns with city plan policies for accommodating growth through the compact development of new and existing neighborhoods, including all future growth for an additional 1 million people within Edmonton's existing boundaries. Next slide, please. As part of public engagement for this application, mailed notices were sent to surrounding residents and the Blackbone Community League, and information was posted on the city's website. One person was heard from who shared comments regarding loss of green space and impacts to wildlife from the redevelopment, increased traffic congestion and noise pollution, and negative impacts to the community's character and property values. Next slide, please. In closing, administration supports this application because it enables small-scale residential housing opportunities compatible with the current and planned land uses, provides the opportunity to increase housing diversity in the Richford neighborhood, and it aligns with the goals and policies of the Richford NASP, the Southwest District Plans, and the City Plan. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. Before we carry on, I want to welcome some students who are joining us from City Hall School, and they are here with the teacher, Ms. T. Ludwig. And thank you so much for bringing your students to City Hall. And they are from school Garth Worthington. Ward is Ipiko Kinipiaste, and your ward counselor is Counselor Rice, right there. Nice to see you all. Are you staying here for the whole day or just for the afternoon? Just for the morning. Oh, I see. Okay. Are you doing any mock council meetings? You are. You know what? Who's the mayor? Oh wow! You want to come down to the podium here, Mayor? You want to tell us what you're going to talk about? So as you walk down, first of all, be careful, right? What is your topic of discussion? What are you going to be discussing? Just come to the mic first, right? And turn it on. We want the whole city to hear your voice.
If the city of Edmonton should or should not build a playground and a soccer field in every school in the city of Edmonton.
Oh, that's pretty good. I think I wouldn't ask what your opinion is because you have to watch the debate. So you're going to discuss that in the morning? Yep. This morning, right? Okay. Well, let us know what you decide, right? Let us know why people think we shouldn't, why people think we should, because that's what we do at City Hall here, and we are actually going through some of the decisions today around school sites, playgrounds, housing, and all that stuff, right? So thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, cool, welcome. Great. All right, now we're going to carry on with our work of okay. Do council members have questions to folks in favor to Ryan Eidick? Councillor Rice has questions to Ryan, so please come down. Okay, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I do have some questions on behalf of the residents live surrounding neighborhoods around this site development who reach out to my office. So I may have a little bit more question on my list, on my notes here. The first question is about the intention of the development, and I understand the rezoning is from the rural residential and to right now to small scale flex development, and so it's up to the 12 meters high. The intention for the development is apartment or is the townhouses?
Yeah, good question. Thank you, Councillor Rice. And before I start, thank you for moving this item to the front. I appreciate that. Secondly, yeah, so all options under the residential category are being explored. So most likely it'll be in the form of duplexes or townhouses, but apartments are being explored as well currently.
So apartment is an option to explore as well?
It's an option in the RSF, yeah, up to a maximum of the 12
So right
meters.
now you have no certainty what type of the housing you are going to build?
That's correct.
Okay, so then do you have the estimated how many unions could be?
We don't have those details yet either, I apologize.
Okay, so this is a little bit concerned because usually with the rezoning come in front of council to approval, we have the unit number, at least the planned unit number. So right now I heard we don't have unit number for that.
Correct, we don't have anything yet.
And so also under this rezoning, and there is allowed the limited commercial development, and do you have the intention to develop the commercial as well?
Yeah, there's no intent for commercial. The intent
No
is
intent.
for purely residential development.
Okay, thank you for that clarification because the commercial, there is lots of commercial right around that area. So I just want to confirm with that. Thank you. That's the first question. For the parking, and so because right now in apartment is become the option to explore, and then do you have plan to build underground parking, or how do you address the parking requirements?
Yeah, so again, those are details that we'll figure out kind of down the line, but right now, yeah, parking is an important consideration, whether or not that's in garages for duplex or townhouse development or underground or surface for apartment buildings, but parking is a consideration.
Is not clear at this moment.
That's right.
Okay. So the next question is about the road. The road, you know this specific site located in the rural residential area, the 5th Avenue, and right now is rural road. Do you have any plan how to maintenance or how to upgrade? And because if we're going to introduce more unions, more density into the area, and then with this specific location and at the entrance of this 5th Avenue will impact many residents in the area. So I would like to know your plan and how to uproad or how to maintain that road.
For sure, yeah, and I'll defer part of that to administration for the details, but one of the conditions of the rezoning was to upgrade 5th Avenue to the eastern boundary of the site. So that would include infrastructure underneath, so pipes and services and utilities, and then widening the road and adding. Actually, I'll let administration talk about the details of that. But
I will follow up with them as well. But specifically, and from because we do have. It's my understanding. I will confirm with state administration. We do have the share cost for the road infrastructure. So I want to know, and from developer perspective, and how many meters and for this road and you are going to do is just only cover the length of the site, or you will extend it to the east end and on the Alistair Road?
Again, I'll let administration talk about the timing of that, but because the site to the west is commercially zoned, if they were to develop first, they would extend everything to the western property boundary of the site that we're talking about.
So I'm not talking about the west boundary, I'm talking about the east boundary.
Sure, regardless of who goes first.
So to me, this is not clear as well. Okay, thank you for that. And also for the traffic. And if right now it's a single house there, if we are increase the density, and the traffic will be improved, will increase lots. So is there any plan on how we manage that traffic flow and from west boundary to east side? And because this needs to be very clear answered, and from residents and who reach out to me.
Yeah, I think how traffic is going to be managed is a better question for administration to answer.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Rice.
Oh, that's my time out. Sorry for that.
No
okay.
worries.
Okay, I will follow up with administration. Thank you for answering my questions.
No worries. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. So you don't know what you're going to build at this time, but if this is approved, what is allowed under small scale residential?
Mayor Sohi, I think anything that falls within the residential land use category would count. So a dwelling is a dwelling, so in any kind of configuration is allowed, is my understanding.
But there'll be a maximum, there's a maximum of units, right, under
RSF, I don't believe there's a maximum density, just you're limited by setbacks and height and that type of thing.
Okay, so this maximum height will be 12 meter, as it could be under the existing zoning, and then minimum lot width is not applicable, but the minimum lot width is going to be 7.5 meters, right?
That's if the property was subdivided further,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, and I see, okay, but how many units can be built, you don't know at this time? Any no anticipation, what expectation, like what, no idea whatsoever, at what stage would the neighbors know what your plans would be?
Yeah, sorry, through the development permit staging, those details would be clarified for sure.
Okay. Thanks. Appreciate that. Okay. I'll move the second round, sorry. Oh, no second round, right? Sorry. Yeah, I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Just waiting on one vote. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and I'll return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
One more question regarding utility upgrade. And because right now this is a rural area and then rural residential, so the sewer system, and also the drainage system is different and than the urban residential. So do you have any plan on how you could update the sewer system, and also how the sewer system is related to the lake stores and for about like 10 laborers on 5th Avenue? And then that is big question I received from residents in that area. If you only update this site, and how that integrate to the existing one or impact the existing one?
Okay, I think I understand your question, but yeah, services will be urbanized and upgraded all the way from Ellerslie, or all the way from 111th Street, all the way to the eastern boundary of our property. So there's currently a water line on 5th Avenue that will kind of remain untouched, but the sanitary and storm services will be extended to the eastern boundary of our property line.
But only on this site?
Yes.
So then, is there any plan and to work with the remaining other rural residential properties and to expanding that system together? Because my question is how this just only look at this site only to impact the remaining rural residential properties, and that is a big concern I heard.
That's a really difficult question to answer. We don't have any plans to extend the services beyond the eastern property line. My understanding is as those properties would come to redevelop, then services would continue to extend further east.
Okay, so I will follow up with administration for that piece. And in terms of water supplies and for the fire services, so water supplies right now, and from your assessment, do you feel that is enough, or you have to upgrade and for the water supply? And
through the process, the rezoning process, we had answers to that, and the water system is deemed suitable for the proposed development.
So even right now, and from that water supply, and then only right now, and is suitable and for the rural residential for that property, and then what I heard is suitable for the unions and even like more unions, apartment development.
Correct, and I assume it'll be looked at further through development permitting, but yes, that's the response we got.
But this is my big concern, and it's everything I heard is unknown and is a rezoning application, but this is really different from other rezoning application because we have very clear information and how the utility and capacity to support this rezoning, but I heard no answer for that. And then everything is a development permit stage. So to me, and then if you do not have a plan and at rezoning application stage, if later on, if something come up, cannot be development, and how do you address that?
I think that's another good question for administration on how that gets addressed through development permitting stages, but it'll continue to be reviewed and looked at through those next processes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. That concludes the questions to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Now I will go to Duri Atik. Duri, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor, and all the councillors, and thank you, Jennifer, Councillor Jennifer Rice, for taking up this issue for our neighborhood. I'm going to be, Jennifer has gone over all our objections very well, and I'm glad that she pointed out those points. I'm a long-standing resident, who's deeply invested in the well-being and future of this community and of our community. And I wanted to voice the concerns of this neighborhood, which I have been following up with Jennifer Rice and all the city personnel. Basically, the prospect of high-density development allowing for residential structures of up to 3 stories in height, it poses a significant threat to our standard of living. And with the adjacent area already succumbing to a high-density rezoning, which is across the street from my home where I live, which is the rugby park, further development to our immediate vicinity, which is just one house down, where this development is supposed to take place, is going to further diminish the appeal and the livability of this neighborhood. For example, the utilities in the area, like the sewage, it's because it's classified as a rural area where all the neighborhoods in this area are responsible for their own sewage disposal. And then the power is impacted. I already see the dimming of current power coming to our homes. It is like we've got lights and that we had no problem. We built our home 20 years ago and absolutely no problem. But in the last little while, the power is dimmed. There's fiber internet, and street lights simply cannot support a development like this. They keep the light is so dim on the street already. So we are seeing a dimming of the current power due to this construction that's happening around this neighborhood. Additionally, the desirability of the neighborhood and general safety will be greatly impacted. And we have seen no plans from the developer as to how they will lay out the site to ensure people aren't parking on the road in front of our homes. And as the developer said, and Jennifer Rice noted, that there is absolutely nothing that the developer has shown about their plans that they have to address these concerns. And so the impact of this rezoning on property values and the overall desirability of our neighborhood is going to be deeply impacted. The proposed changes may deter prospective buyers and undermine the investments that current residents have made in their homes and properties by significantly diminishing property values. And so now if the city wants this plan to go through, they should, at minimum, increase utilities to the area, provide homeowners the ability to have gated access to the community beyond this slow encroachment of commercial and multi-unit development. So in light of these grave concerns, I implore you to reconsider the proposed rezoning and to prioritize the presentation of the distinctive character, tranquility, and biodiversity of the Richford neighborhood. Thank you for considering my objections.
Thank you so much for joining us, Councillor. Now we'll go to questions. Are there questions to the speaker? Okay. Thank you so much for joining us.
Dore.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now we will go to questions to administration. Questions to administration. Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and also thank you for all the reports provided. And then also, I want to take this opportunity to thank administration actually to meet me before public hearing and to answer some questions. I know some questions from today's public hearing, I know we may not have information, but I still want to get some confirmation on behalf, not only one constituent, because we only have one speakers, but I do get the opportunity to speak to HOA and also get opportunity to speak to other constituents around this site. So the first one, and my question is, it's my understanding for the type of housing is going to development will be no at the rezoning application stage, and why right now we do not know the intention is apartments or townhouses? Why is this delayed to the development stage?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Rice. The RSF zone allows residential development in the form of single detached housing, semi-detached housing, duplexes, and multi-unit housing up to 3 stories. So the developer could come in and do any of those residential categories in that range.
Okay, so we're not specify at this moment.
That is correct.
Okay. For the road infrastructure, what I heard from applicant at this moment, the only upgrade or maintenance will be done and through developer side, only on this side, the east side, east boundary of the site is not about entire Fifth Avenue. So then my question to administration, do we have the long-term plan to upgrade the Fifth Avenue? And since those rural residential properties, and they always say they paid taxes, but they didn't receive the services for the roads infrastructure maintenance.
Councillor, yes, you are right. The upgrades will be from 111th Street to the eastern boundary of this subject site. As far as the long-term plans for Fifth Avenue are concerned, as redevelopment occurs further east, that will be the opportunity to look into further upgrades. At the moment, we don't have any funding allocated or anything in place to do anything over and above east of this site.
For this subject site, and then the upgrade for the roads and is under the cost of the developer?
That's correct.
Only for this short period?
Yeah, it's about, give or take, 80 to 100 meter stretch between 111 to the eastern boundary.
So with this, thank you for that. And with this density increase, and do our city has any plan to manage the traffic flow? Because these nodes, I know, and the end on the Alice Road, other end, east end on the Alice Road is blocked. And so that means they only have in-out on 111th Street. Do we have very traffic flow to manage that traffic?
Yes, as part of the review, we did look at the volumes along Fifth Avenue, and then we also looked at the potential for development under RSF. So although we don't know exactly what the intent is, but we do have ability to look into a sensitivity of, okay, if we maximize the built out, then what impacts may or may not be there for Fifth Avenue. We looked at that. Just to give you a sense of the order of magnitude, if we are looking at, say, 20 to 30 units, the overall increase in traffic is in the range of, say, 20 vehicles per hour. Currently, given the rural residential nature, there's not a lot of traffic using this road. We also looked at the intersection of 111, and no changes are needed at that intersection at the moment.
So also there is no traffic assessment is done?
We have done our internal review, not a TIA that was provided by the consultant. We didn't ask for it.
Okay, and because the traffic in and out is only one entrance on Fifth Avenue, and then at the first property is commercial development. And so that's actually really concerning, and for the residents, for the traffic flow in that, because 111th Street right now is very, very busy. My time is out. I will come for the remaining questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dak.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thanks for the report. So is this similar to the other rural residential areas sort of citywide that were annexed in the 80s, give or take?
Correct.
No? Oh, I'm hearing no, but yeah, I'm hearing yes. I know the West End ones that were annexed in the 80s. I'm not sure sort of timeline as to when it was this always in our inventory compared to some of the other spaces, or?
Yes, it would have been in our inventory under previous annexations.
Previous before, okay. Similar expectations, though, I guess, compared to all of our rural residential areas, which is that the city, just make it clear, like we don't bring in a full urbanized road, we don't bring in water services. The residents have always had the options to do that, but what we find, and I'm guessing, and I'm looking for clarification, is that typically residents don't do that because honestly, the cost to bring that in themselves is pretty hard for individual homeowners to do. Is that right?
You're absolutely correct.
Okay, and that's why we've sort of required when new development comes in to an area, they are required to do that upgrade. So in this case, because Fifth Avenue is a dead-end road, right? So it doesn't connect all the way up, meaning if somebody at the other end, because I think there was a commercial rezoning in the 3 years ago, was that part of the NSP adjustment?
Yes, there was along Ellerslie Road.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that one's immediately attached. So if anything else was coming in that was further to the east on Fifth Avenue, say went up to the bend, they would be required to upgrade the entire road to get to their development. In this case, it's just because it's the next lot over that they're only required to go to the next space.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, just for clarification, that means that if the plan is ultimately for residents, because I'm running into the same situation in some of the rural residential areas I represent, if they're looking to tap into services or having the upgrades, that unless they're going to pay for it themselves up front, which is generally not the case, one of the best ways to be able to start tapping in is to allow some of that development to come in, because if you're closer to that site, it might make it a little more cost effective to get services to a rural residential lot than it would be right now.
That is correct. And I would point out here, Councillor Knack, that these residents have always made it very clear that they really didn't want to interface with the lands to the south. And
Correct.
that's part of the reason why these services have to be done on a piecemeal basis.
Yeah, and the NSP amendment in 2021, that didn't change the notion. So this NSP has always identified these parcels of land as low-density residential. Is that correct?
That is correct from the outset, yes.
Which is the 1999 NSP approval originally?
From the original Richford, yes.
Yeah, so that the expectation was that over the course of a long period of time, you would potentially start to see either, development in an orderly fashion, or if somebody wanted to buy a lot further in, they could. It's just likely that's cost prohibitive to try to go all the way. You're unlikely to see development, I would guess, in a piecemeal in this area, because the cost of trying to bring services to a development further to the east would be significantly more than just working at a staged approach.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to get a sense of where we're at. All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just there was concerns noted in the report as far as wildlife impacts to wildlife. This isn't an official or specified wildlife corridor, is it?
No, it is not.
No? Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. And then it also talks about there's a hydrant deficiency, and EFRS may perform an assessment. Is there no requirement for them to, at the permitting stage?
Councillor, that depends on the scale of the development that's going to occur.
Oh.
So if you were to get 12 units, then obviously a fire hydrant would be more of a necessity.
Okay, that's
So
the
that would be
determinant
reviewed.
as to when that's required. Okay,
Right.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Just wanted to follow up on the question of the power, the dimming of the lights. That's not one I've heard of before. Just wondering what the process is around ensuring adequate. I'm assuming that's an EPCOR responsibility, and how they get involved in these types of applications.
Yeah, so that would, you're correct, that would be assessed at the development permit stage when they know the units and the demand that would be required.
Okay, and it's possible that right now, some of the challenges that folks are seeing, it could be that the electrical infrastructure in the area is older, maybe isn't accustomed to some of the higher demands happening now. But the developer would have to be reviewed. Any upgrades would have to be done as part of this?
Yes, again, that would be determined on the scale at time of development permit. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Can you move the second round, please?
I'll move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Okay, it is carried. Thank you. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And so, Thank you. Councillor Nak asked that question for the annexation. Actually, this area and it is probably 10 years ago, and it is not current and then beyond 41 Avenue annexation newer area. So that is old area. But so this area specifically is very interesting. Is rural residential, and then in the
Councillor Rice, this is time for questions to administration.
And then, because my question related to that, because this is urban mixed, like urban mixed areas are residential, rural residential, and urban residential as well. And then I'm really curious about this, what is city's plan to really make sure, and when we have the redevelopment and in the urban mixed area, and to make sure the adjacent rural residential properties, and it can have the services for the road, for the utility. So because I did not heard and from this development, I want to make sure that is in place.
Thank you, Councillor Rice, for that question. As mentioned earlier, as development occurs, there would be an incremental approach to developing the infrastructure, the road networks, the drainage infrastructure. There would be that incremental approach as development occurs in the rural residential area of Richford.
But what I heard is the cost share program, and then between developers and the cities. Right now, if you look at this side, the south side of this subject side, and is it rugby park development, sorry. And then that development would be the high density, and then as right now I heard. And then if that is the case, Fifth Avenue will face the lots of traffic and face the road infrastructure improvement. If our city does not have plan, and then without plan to approve this, so I just want to get clear sense to make sure our residents and will be comfortable to support this type of development.
Councillor, just to clarify, the development proposal for rugby grounds that's under review at the moment, it does not propose to take any access to Fifth Avenue. So its primary access is to 111 Street.
That is only one access, yes. In terms of engagement and community engagement, and what I heard and from residents is HOA is not received any notice for this development. So my question to you is, why is the reason HOA surrounding this neighborhood did not receive any notice and for this development?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. As part of public engagements, we adopted the basic approach, and the basic approach included notifications to surrounding landowners and the community league.
I understand that the basic approach used 6 meters distance, and however, and this development will impact Richford neighborhoods, will impact Blackbird neighborhood, and both neighborhoods, they do not have community leagues. They only have HOAs. So the HOAs is not aware of this at all. And so how we can improve that engagement and to make sure, because many newer development areas, they do not have community leagues, they only have HOAs. And however, residents come back to me to say that they even did not know this. HOA is not aware of, did not receive the notice as well.
Yes, Councillor, that's a good point. And we do try to reach out, and if we do hear a lot of feedback, then we do go further. With something like this, it's really just one lot. We didn't get a lot of feedback, so we stuck to our basic approach.
Okay. So definitely there is a gap there, and for the awareness and for the public to know this development. And in terms of the residents willing to interact and with developers or involved the utility system improvement, and what I heard is different from the comments I heard from administration. They are actually willing to work with developers and the city and to upgrade their utility system. So I'm going to confirm this information to the speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So if this zoning is approved today, what would be required of the applicant at the development permit stage? Depending on the density of the development, right? What would be required? Say they go 20 to 30 units. What would be required at that time?
Yeah, one thing that is very obvious is upgrades to Fifth Avenue,
Yep.
to a rural urban cross-section, including some accommodation for active modes, so that these residents.
Like sidewalks?
Does have, exactly.
Okay.
In addition to that, then there are other aspects of development, which includes utility upgrades.
So if at that time fire service determines that upgrades are required to fire hydrants or water pressure, that will be the condition of the development permit.
Correct.
Okay. How about,
Sorry, Mr.
utility?
Mayor, just to clarify,
Yeah.
based on the site conditions and the lot size, we anticipate a maximum of about 12 units on the site. Just, that was a question that we.
So 12 units can be built based on what is the utilities available now, right? Or,
Based on the zoning, the proposed zoning, the RSF.
but that would still require upgrades to
Yes.
the road system, sidewalk, utility upgrades, water pressure on fire hydrants, all those things will be required.
Correct. Yeah.
Right? And if the applicant wants to go more than 12 units, what would be required then?
Based on the proposed zoning, the RSF, we anticipate about 12 units based on the site size.
Oh,
and-
site size, okay, oh, I see,
Yeah,
okay, sorry.
this application.
So is it safe to say they cannot go more than 12 units?
That's that's roughly what we anticipate based on the information that we have for the RSF zone,
Yeah,
is 12 units.
and constrained by the site?
Correct.
Okay, got it, okay, thank you so much for that. Okay, I will take the chair back.
Chair returned.
And before we proceed with the discussion, I want to welcome some additional students from the same school. No, this is a different school, sorry. My mistake. Steinhauer School, right? And they are here with the teacher, M. Rogers. There you are. And they are from Ward EP Kokene-Piaste, and your ward councillor is Councillor Rice. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you also having mock council as well? You did it for Friday. You did it on Friday. Well, okay, wow. Well, who was the mayor? How many mayors you had? 2 mayors? Oh my. Okay, so you had two groups. Okay, so does any one of those mayors want to come down? You choose which mayor wants to come down. Your worship, tell us your name.
Hi, my name is Hamam from Steinhauer School.
Thank you so much for joining us. What was your topic of discussion? What did you discuss?
We were discussing if seniors should ride the bus for free.
If seniors could ride the bus for free?
Yeah.
It is almost free for seniors now.
Low income.
For low income. No, the other seniors that get discount as well. Yeah, all seniors do get a discount, right? And but low income seniors get a very deep discount. So what decision you make?
The case was defeated in our group.
Oh, so decided not to provide.
Discount was enough.
Okay, you decided the current discount was enough. Okay, all right. That. Good. Okay, good. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. We love to see kids here. We love to see all of you. join us. Okay, with that, Councillor Rice, questions to, this concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I'll ask if council members have any questions to administration, to the proponent, or a member of public signed in opposition on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I would like to question to administration follow on that 12 units. So this 12 units maximum and is for the multi-unit houses or for the apartment?
For the multi-unit housing, Councillor.
But this 12 for the apartment, because its height is 12 meters, and could be 3 stories, and could be more than 12 units, right?
So 12 unit is an estimate based on our calculations using the area of the site and what is allowed under the low-density residential designation in the NASP.
I'm talking about apartment. Apartment, how many units could be?
Councillor, multi-unit housing is equivalent to apartment. Multi-unit housing is the language that we use in the zoning bylaw.
So even for apartment for 3 stores, still will be 12 units?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. So then one more question to speaker. We only have one speaker, and Miss Attico, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here, Jennifer Rice, yeah.
So my question to you, and then if the utility system, including drainage system, sewer system upgrades, and then are you willing to work with developers for any updates and you think is needed and for your property? I know you property just one more next to the subject site.
That is correct, yes.
So are you willing to work with the developers and work with cities and for the long-term improvements for the utility system and also for the road maintenance and then upgrade?
I'm willing to work as much as one should be working as a citizen of the city and as a community member. I would definitely want to I pay my taxes, everything is there, but we're not provided the utilities that one should be getting as a member of this city. We're still regarded as a rural area, whereas development is happening crazy all around us. So we should be, I'm willing to help as much as possible to upgrade it.
With this maximum 12 units confirmation, are you comfortable and for this development going forward?
I'm really not comfortable with all this development happening across the street and on my right, on my just one house down, and to have 12 units, that means there'll be probably 2 cars per unit. That's about 24 cars coming in and out. And that just destroys this entire neighborhood. So I'm not comfortable with this rezoning, to be very honest, and neither are any of my other neighbors here. And so I can only speak for myself, but I do know that I do represent all of my neighbors here because nobody wants to have to downgrade this beautiful neighborhood that we have invested our money and our resources. And so, yes, I'm not very happy with this rezoning proposal.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have one more question back to the administration.
Okay. You have 1 minute remaining.
So, is that possible for our city to consider the plan and to open the other end of 5th Avenue at Alice Road to really make sure the traffic flow and for the increase the cars for the traffic flow and it will be not impacted for the remaining properties? Is that possible? And with this development and also with the upcoming development for that rugby park?
So the short answer is no, because there is no need to do that.
But I heard the needs and then from the residents here.
Councillor, we have, it is a low-volume road. It is serving a rural residential, and as we said earlier, that if redevelopment occurs, then there will be improvements occurring along this stretch incrementally. The other aspect that I would like to offer is Ellerslie Road itself is slated to be a major arterial roadway. And in order to get any access, the entire corridor needs to be reviewed. We cannot punch in and access along a major arterial. It has to meet certain spacing requirements. It has to be more holistic corridor review rather than one access.
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, so that concludes the questions on the new information. We are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
Close. Yeah, I can close the bylaw.
Councillor Rice, second by
Second?
Councillor Stevenson. So please vote for closing the public hearing.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. First reading.
So I can move first reading of item 3.19.
Okay, second.
Second?
Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Okay, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you everyone and for answering questions, and also thank you for the residents come to speak. I do want to speak about these pieces, and because these pieces I received emails, phone calls, and then from like HOAs and from residents around this area. And they concern and brought to me and through my questions today, and then it's very clear the answer is not provided to address those concerns. So I'm not going to repeat the concerns, and because the concerns I provided and on behalf of my constituents already reflected in my questions. And because the concerns are not addressed, and in terms of like uncertainty, and then for the road upgrades and for the road infrastructure improvements and address traffic flows and also utility upgrades. And another thing is engagement. And the public feel like the engagement is not sufficient for them even to be aware of this development. I think besides those concerns, the most important thing I would like to point out here is what I heard over and over is about the city's development in some areas, lack of the long-term planning. And because lack of long-term planning after the development, as a result, the impact and for the road infrastructure and for the utility system, for the traffic, and accumulated for the lots of issue. So even like recently and in the area related to this site and on Alice Road, the traffic is a big concern, and people live in those new neighborhood area, and due to the roads infrastructure is not match the capacity of the traffic needs, and then it's ended as a traffic delayed, and many people take their 30 minutes or 20 minutes to get out or in the neighborhoods. I strongly believe the long-term plan, how we make sure our road infrastructure, our utility upgrade, and to match the density needs and also including some parking requirements to match the density needs as well. So with that said, I will not support this development.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack to close.
Sure, just a few thoughts. I know these, the rural residential areas within the city are a bit tricky because, I guess if we're being honest, actually, we do have a long-term plan for them, which is that over the next number of decades, they won't exist in our city. And that is actually sort of how the plan is over time. This area has a neighborhood structure plan, which was approved 25 years ago, which set out this area would, over time, develop into low-density residential. And I think it's important to note, sort of the pace of that conversation, because, the plan was approved 25 years ago, and this is now the second lot that's, the first lot that's residential. We had one other that's commercial, and so this is going to take, it probably won't even be done in any of our lifetimes here for most of these rural residential areas. But there's that tension for the residents that are there, because like if you're there and you're not really planning on moving anytime soon, this change is hard, and and there is some tension on that piece. But I would just note that I do think there's a pretty thoughtful plan. It was developed many years ago, and there have been some minor adjustments since then. But I think the most important thing I would flag, and this is something I've flagged for the rural residential areas that I represent, is that the only way to start to get roadway upgrades or to start to get utility upgrades is actually to approve things as per the approved plan that's before us. If we don't, then that will never occur unless the residents come together and choose to pay for all of those upgrades. But we've seen it in almost every area that the cost of trying to do that with a bunch of individual homeowners is just, it is impossible to ever do. And so the only way to begin to start to move in a different direction is to start approving the zoning as per the approved plan that's before us. So this is the lowest density zone that could be approved in this area. And so I think that's and it aligns with the plan. So I think it is reasonable to advance this. So I'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 3.19.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the second reading.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Here you go, carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.19.
Need a second? Please vote for consideration.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll move third reading of bylaw 20942.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, so that concludes item 3.19. And before we go in on to our next item, which is item 3.20, I want to welcome some students who are joining us from school Garth Worthington, grade 6 class. And they are here with their teacher, Ann Severson. Thank you so much for joining us. And they are from Ward Epiko-Kinipiaoste, which is Councillor Rice is your ward councillor. Nice to see you all. Wouldn't be fair to you if I don't ask you who's the mayor. Are you doing a mock council? You haven't decided yet?
She's raising her hand.
Hi, come on down. Your worship. This is part of the ritual. Anyone watching this has become a ritual now, right? That whenever kids come, we give them a chance to say a few words on the stuff they talk about. So just come to the podium here. Okay, tell us your name and tell us the topic of discussion.
My name is Ashal.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the second question?
Who are you're going to do a mock console, so what topic are you going to discuss?
It was the city of Edmonton should build one park and one soccer field at every school.
You already discussed that? Or are you going to discuss? Did you had a discussion on that, or are you going to?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, you did? Okay, what was the decision?
It was no.
No. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Nice to see you all. Welcome to City Hall. Cool. Okay. Okay, we are going to carry on into our next item, which is item 3.20. And I understand Maren Bors is only to answer questions only, Mark Huber to answer questions only, Renan Swan to consider questions, Dave Onsinko to questions, and Ryan Yuck is to make a presentation. We have members of the public signed in opposition, so we're going to go to administration for a presentation.
Good morning. Through the mixed-use zone, this application proposes large-scale mixed-use development with heights up to 25 stories and commercial uses located at ground level. Next slide, please. The site is 150 meters walking distance to the future 124th Street Valley Line LRT stop, and there are also many bus and bike mobility options nearby. Next slide, please. Through engagement, we heard some concerns that were raised mainly related to the increase in the scale of development compared to what is currently on this part of 124th Street, and that this could contribute to traffic and congestion. Recently, we also received a statement of support that cited the proximity to the future LRT stop makes this exactly the right kind of location the city should be encouraging high-density development at. Next slide, please. By increasing mixed-use density close to a future LRT stop, this application contributes to the Big City Move, a community of communities, by helping us meet the target of having 50% of trips made by transit and active transportation. In the Central District Plan, this site is identified as part of the 124th Street primary corridor. Within primary corridors, tall high-rises are supportable along arterial roadways, and where the site size and context allow for the appropriate transition to surrounding development. Also, the site is within 200 meters of a mass transit station. All of these criteria are met to support the proposed scale. Next slide, please. This application employs a new land use tool introduced by Zoning Bylaw 2001, where the core designation remains the same and only the modifiers are changed. In this case, the height modifier would increase from 16 meters to 85 meters, with a corresponding increase in the floor area ratio modifier from 3.5 to 11. There are no changes to any other built form regulations, such as setbacks or design regulations, including how the building is required to interface with the public realm at ground level. With the taller height, regulations in the MU zone applicable to taller buildings do come into play, including the required tower separation and maximum floor plates. Next slide, please. The regulations of the MU zone promote development that enhances the public realm and publicly accessible amenities. This helps to create vibrant, walkable destinations at a scale inviting to pedestrians. The images prepared by the applicant on this slide show one potential design configuration of this zone, with the detailed designs only finalized at the development permit stage. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that City Council approve this application. It aligns with the district policy direction for high-rises and primary corridors. It facilitates a high-intensity development at an ideal location next to a future LRT stop, and it continues the application of the mixed-use zone, which prioritizes a human-scale interface and public realm to support the 124th Street commercial shopping area. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm going to call if Ryan Jacques joining us. Oh, you have a oh yeah, because you want to make a presentation. Got it. Okay. All right. Who's going to make the presentation? Please come down. So, Renan Soens, say thank you so much. Please go ahead. Here we go.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi and members of City Council. On behalf of Cassia Developments, I'm pleased to present this rezoning application for 5 properties located at 124th Street Northwest and 105th Avenue Northwest within the Westmount neighborhood. Next slide, please. For anyone unfamiliar, Cassia Developments has developed a number of well-designed infill projects in Edmonton that have enhanced their surrounding communities with thoughtful and well-integrated urban design. On the right of the screen, you'll see the George and the Willow in Queen Mary Park, and on the top left is the Edward, which is a high-rise located just 1 block east of the site in question, which was completed earlier this year. Next slide, please. The site is located at the northeast corner of the intersection of 124th Street and 105th Avenue in the heart of the Westmount neighborhood. We are proposing to rezone these parcels to the MUH85 F11 CF zone. Next slide, please. This is a large site that encompasses nearly 4,000 square meters. It covers over half the block between 105th and 106th Avenues, and it is just 1 block north of Stony Plain Road, which is the location of the 124th Street Valley Line West LRT stop. Next slide. The site currently features low-rise commercial and residential structures. The existing built form is not contiguous nor conducive to an active and vibrant Main Street, particularly compared with the stronger pedestrian and commercial presence north of 106th Avenue or south of Stony Plain Road. Next slide, please. The proposed zone allows for a building height of 85 meters, which is approximately 25 stories, in a podium tower configuration with a range of residential and commercial uses. This reflects a similar intensity to recent developments in the area, such as the McLaren and Clifton Place, both of which have also got an approved maximum height of 85 meters. The commercial frontage modifier that will be applied to the zone will support a vibrant, walkable commercial environment on 124th Street. Next slide. This development directly supports the city plan's focus on intensifying primary corridors like 124th Street. The site is positioned just 1 block from the future Valley Line West stop, making it an ideal location for higher density, transit-oriented development. By concentrating densities along key corridors, this project contributes to creating vibrant, walkable urban areas in line with the city's vision for growth around major transit routes. Next slide. This context map shows the site's strategic location for redevelopment. It's less than a 2.5-minute walk to the LRT stop, is adjacent to 2 primary corridors in Stony Plain Road and 124th Street, and it is also situated within a priority growth area identified in the new district plan. Essentially, our planning policy framework strongly supports significant commercial and residential intensification at this location. Next slide. This image provides a sense of the maximum scale and configuration permitted under the proposed zoning. The site could support up to 2 towers atop a podium under this zoning. This allows for flexibility in height and configuration as market conditions may dictate, while ensuring the density that city plan directs here is supported. Next slide. And this image shows a preliminary site plan of how the MU zone applies to the site, with minimal setbacks at the street level on 105th Ave and 124th Street to support an active commercial streetscape, with buildings stepping back above 16 meters and 23 meters, and limitation on tower floor plate to reduce the impacts of height and ensure a comfortable pedestrian experience. Next slide. In addition to meeting the city's rezoning engagement requirements, we took extra steps to connect with the community. Notably, the 124th Street and area BIA encouraged us to ensure that street vibrancy remains central to the project, and in response, Cassia collaborated with them and Edmonton Mural Fest this summer to bring some life to a derelict building on site, which you can see on the right. We also created an engagement webpage and feedback forum, which we advertised through the Community League, BIA, and with on-site signage. Next slide. And our engagement webpage received over 1,000 views. We received a range of feedback from enthusiasm for the area's revitalization to concerns about the intensity of development. Many were excited about the project's alignment with city's LRT investments. Next slide. To conclude, this rezoning reflects the city's vision for a higher density transit-oriented development city along key corridors, and we believe this project will significantly contribute to the revitalization of 124th Street. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to ask if Ryan Jacques is
Yes,
joining
I'm
us.
here.
Go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the proposed development at 124th Street and 105th Avenue. My name is Ryan Jakes, and I'm a 24-year-old born and raised Edmontonian. I currently live about 15 minutes south of the 124th Street area, but I do frequent the area because of the vibrancy and the great local businesses. So as we all know, Edmonton has a rapidly growing population, and this particular dilapidated lot with its underutilized land use is a prime spot for the kind of high-density development that is not appropriate for most neighborhoods in Edmonton. People are moving here, and we have to choose how to manage this growth and provide Edmontonians, old and young, current and new, with access to amenities. So as a primary corridor, according to the city plan, 124th Street is both a significant route for vehicles and transit, as well as a significant destination as a commercial and entertainment district. This makes it an obvious candidate for medium and higher density development. Not only that, but as mentioned earlier, there is an LRT stop for the Valley Line West LRT planned at 124th Street and Stony Plain Road, just 1 block south of this proposed development. And such a massive investment in transit infrastructure should go hand in hand with higher density living. Admittedly, this proposed rezoning would allow for a much higher tower than currently exists in the immediate vicinity, though there is the McLaren about 3 blocks south. However, I don't think this will materially damage the character of 124th Street, nor be a detriment to this thriving and vibrant business area. Not only will it create more foot traffic, making 124th Street an even more happening and attractive place, it will also positively impact the bottom line of the local businesses and give potentially hundreds of Edmontonians the opportunity to live right in the action. This is particularly true from a youth standpoint, which is very much underrepresented in local governance and a big part of why I'm speaking here today. Young people are increasingly wanting to live closer to school, work, and just more interesting urban areas in general. And while I imagine a high-density development in this location would probably be on the higher end for rents, it is still very much a positive in my mind. It would make space for hundreds of Edmontonians, young and old, to live in a vibrant and desirable area, which would in turn open up supply where they move from, keeping rents across the city in check. Housing affordability is fundamentally a supply and demand issue. If we build more housing, the cost of ownership and renting goes down, making the city more accessible for youth and a life they can grow into and thrive in. and this rezoning application is a significant step in this direction. I do empathize with the 124th Street business owners who are hesitant towards this rezoning and prefer the status quo. They truly want the best for their neighborhoods and their businesses and are very important voices for any local developments, including this one, as well as, of course, great builders of what 124th Street is today. But I also implore business owners to consider that change is the only constant and how that factors into this possible development. Edmonton is changing, Edmontonians are changing, and 124th Street is constantly changing, even if the buildings remain the same, in terms of how accessible neighborhood housing is and the composition of 124th Street residents and visitors. So I'm not saying that opposition to different aspects, such as height and parking, is invalid. I'm just trying to bring a different perspective to this conversation. My family has lived in Edmonton for over a century and watched the city grow into what it is today, including two family members, Harold Deaton and Catherine McCauley, who have Westmount heritage plaques on their historical homes just blocks west of the proposed site. I think they would be proud to see what the Westmount area is becoming and how Edmonton can continue to evolve through carefully targeted growth, which the 124th Street primary corridor can, and I think should, play a significant role in. I am proud to call Edmonton home and very optimistic here about my future and the potential for me to have an affordable and fulfilling life. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Any questions, colleagues? Okay, great. Thank you. Now we're going to go to folks in opposition. I'll call the names, please. Britta Jensen, joining remotely.
I'm here.
Thank you. And Sandy Muldrew, in person or remote? No. And Alona Faiche?
Hi, I'm here.
Thank you. So please go ahead, Britta Jensen. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Can I speak now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm not nearly as prepared as I would want to be. It's been pretty crazy at work. And I just want to point out that I don't think anyone who opposes this development, including the business leaders, are looking at this as a status quo issue. I'm a YIMBY. I love development in my backyard. I've lived in this neighborhood off and on for 20 years. I currently live on 106 and 125th, so I'm about a block away from the current development proposal. I've seen Clarity put up the Edward block. I think it's a beautiful development. They did a really good job. I love the brick front. I am a development junkie. I follow a lot of what's going on in the city, the changes that have been going on, and I'm excited. I want to live in a vibrant place in a downtown area with lots of foot traffic. My opposition to this is maybe a little bit different than some other people, and a different perspective is, I guess the scale does come into it. But one of the first things I want to raise is the dismal failure of similar scale developments in the region, in the area. We have the Jameson block on 121st Street and 102nd, right by Oliver Exchange, a gigantic pit in the hole, or pit, which is again for sale. We have the Axios development north of the old Molson building, which is an empty lot and has been for at least 10 years now. There is, the one that kills me the most is on 123rd Street and Jasper Ave, the Novesta block, which is where Consign Design used to be, and Kind, wonderful local businesses, building torn down, empty lot. Now there's a permanent fence up. And that's not even to add to some of the mid-rise developments that have completely failed in the area, off of 123rd Street and 103rd Avenue. There used to be an absolutely stunning pristine heritage building that was torn down. A whole nother block's been torn down. They're just sitting there fenced off. This is supposed to be a neighborhood that the city is focusing on, getting development in, and more often than not, especially developments of this scale, don't happen, and they leave behind a mess. And I think that there's just a fundamentally wrong approach that the city's been taking with some approvals of development permits, especially these one-offs where they're so wildly different than what's currently allowed on the street. So for example, this tower is 5 orders of magnitude or 5 times larger than any development that's allowed technically north of Stony Plain. I want to see that lot. I walk by that lot literally every day. I walk from my house. I go to City Market to do my groceries. I love the painting of the building. I think it's amazing. My neighbors worked at Merle's Flowers. But I won't be sad to see that area redeveloped. But this is so fundamentally different from what is currently approved by the vastly out-of-date community plan for 124th. And 124th isn't Jasper. It isn't. It's a very unique corridor. It is a unique corridor of mostly low-rise businesses, and that does create a very open streetscape. It's sunny, it's warm, it's approachable. Does that need to change? Yes, totally. It's going to be close to an LRT station. But does it need to change in this one-off zoning approval of such a massive change to something that I can just imagine is not going to happen in how many more years going by similar developments, and will just fundamentally change what that street is and what it represents. And I guess what I'm asking from council is there's many ways to redevelop and create density, and I'm not against it. I'm just against a big change in the backdrop of historic inability to get development done. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Alona Faishi. Did I say your name, last name right?
Fish.
Fish.
The last name is easier than it looks.
Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Hello to Britta, who's my neighbor down the street. So lovely to see you here, completely unplanned, but here we both are. I wanted to say that I'm a resident near this site also. There's been multiple businesses that have closed recently. I think we're all very sad to see some of them go. I believe densification in the area is positive, and I'm also in support of it. I think it's the thing we need to improve the vitality of the businesses and also support the current businesses. I also deeply appreciate the transportation that's available in this area, including our wonderful bike lane, goes straight downtown, and of course the Valley Line West, which will service the area. I look forward to sharing the road with my new neighbors who will come into these developments that are planned. However, I want to point out that there are multiple vacant lots in the vicinity likely to be redeveloped in the near future. For example, there's an entire city block at 124 and Stony Plain Road owned by a single development company, also with very little movement in the way of actual construction at this point, as Britta pointed out. There are, in addition, multiple other vacant lots, including one of almost the same size directly across from the proposed plan on 124th Street. Thus, the densification of this area is a long-term project, and there are several nearby opportunities to support densification. We don't have to rush into a huge 26-story plan in order to achieve densification. There is an opportunity to increase density in this area in a measured way that is in keeping with the historical nature of the area. The scale of development does not support vibrancy and is in direct opposition to the historical nature of this area, which contains some of our oldest and most historic homes. Instead, I suggest that council consider a reduced height change in order to keep the nature of the district and balance the history of the area with the future of the area. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. There are questions to both of you from my colleagues. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks to all of our speakers coming out today and to the two of you as well, and for joining us for 2 public hearings. Yeah, I really appreciate the commentary on this application. I maybe just want to dig into the question, certainly understand the frustration and the concern with some of the developments that haven't been happening in the area. Maybe to Speaker Jensen, are you aware of some of the work the city is doing with the priority growth area along 124th Street?
Yeah, I'm very aware, and I'm also on the, oh gosh, what's it called? The surveys, the input.
Insight, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm actually, and this is one of the reasons why I brought up my concern where I think 124th Street, because of its uniqueness in the city, like there's literally no other neighborhood that even comes close to us due to this, Waha, just everything that we need a community plan. And I'm supportive of the corridor, but I wasn't very supportive of just essentially the blanket idea of blanket rezoning, how some of that blanket rezoning went into historic homes that we seriously have maybe 4 intact blocks in the entire city. I mean, Edmonton is the least.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just mindful of my time. I'm so sorry, but
sorry.
Okay, so I was just trying, because I think I heard your theme just in terms of the concern around sort of this one-off rezoning. And my understanding, and I'll ask city staff as well, that priority growth area is also kind of looking at all the opportunities in the area, how that can be more comprehensive. So I'll get a bit more clarity about that, about if that can respond to sort of this as a one-off application. Just wanted to also speak to some of the successes I think we've seen in the area recently. So the McLaren. Further south on 124th Street, which is, a very similar scale at 85 meters. Edward Block, I think you mentioned, sort of that, I think it's called District 121 Street, so just sort of in that area where there is zoning that allows 40 meters in height. So what has been 124th Street's experience with those developments? So maybe just to choose the McLaren as an example that's at a similar scale. Like, have you seen that what kind of impact has the McLaren had, do you think, on 124th Street?
It's funny because I think about that a lot, and there's definitely been density in that area. There's a lot of low rises that have been going up, and there's actually some that are being built right now that I really like. I'm quite enjoying the development of those. But it does make that corner, there's one building there, but that corner isn't as, I guess, warm and open necessarily. And I question the development right on 124th of those height buildings because they take away from that open streetscape. And, the area behind there is relatively industrial. As Ilona pointed out, there's space where that type of height would be more conducive. But I guess one of my biggest issues is that that's right on 124th.
Okay, so just to clarify, your expectation would be that some of the higher heights would be off the main corridor? Some of the taller buildings would be located off the main corridor?
That is a consideration, but my major concern is that, I guess is maybe I just don't feel like there's a plan in place about how we want 124th Street to develop.
Okay.
What is it we want to see here? There's a very old community plan, like I mentioned, for north of Stony Plain. Rather than making exceptions to that plan that maybe open the door for a radical change on the street that no one's quite ready with, why can't we be a little bit more thoughtful about moving forward on our development, figuring out ways that the city can get these empty lots filled, not necessarily adding a building that's 5 times the height, and we're not opposing necessarily, like there's no opposition to densification here. It's just the approach that we're taking, the approach that we've historically taken, and actually the failure.
I'm out of time, but really appreciate those
Thank you, Councillor
clarifications.
Stevenson. We have one more speaker signed up in opposition on this item. Janina Cernik, are you there?
Hello?
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
We're going to add you to the speakers list, so you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. And Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please? Because I got to step out. I'll be back at 1:30. Go ahead, please.
Hi. I was listening in great awe. I'm not here signed up to speak to this, but I used to live in that neighborhood around the corner. And I am in opposition with this. And why? Because the city does not have the supportive roadways to deal with that many people. You've just narrowed down 124th Street to 2 lanes. And I know for a fact, because there was 3 businesses I used to support there who have all closed because of the infrastructure that's been put in. There's no parking. The roadways are narrowed. And I know for a fact, one lady who actually, the 4th person that owns a business there, says it takes her now 15 minutes longer to get home because the roadways are narrow and the traffic's back. So I'm not against putting density in, but if you're going to put density in, you're doing it backwards because you're narrowing roads and you're expecting everybody to take transit, and that's never going to happen. And also just one more thing to Ryan, this is not going to be affordable housing like you made it sound. The Clifton, which I would have loved to move to, I was the first one to jump on that. The lowest cost is 1.3 million to move there. So this is not affordable housing we're talking about. So that's all I wanted to add.
All right, thank you very much for sharing your concerns with us. Councillor Knack, did you have a question?
Yes, I'm going to go back to Ms. Jensen to start. Thanks for being here, and wanted to just ask a little bit. Appreciate the questions you were discussing with Councillor Stevenson there. For you, I guess, I'm thinking about when the Valley Line West LRT plan was being developed in 2007, 8, 9, and I think when it was sort of finalized in 2010 or 2012. Along the entirety of the route, there were sort of different designs for what type of development would happen around different stations. And I'll double check with administration. My understanding is that sort of at the time, 124th, similar to sort of 142nd and 149th, were designed to recognize sort of that larger scale development within that radius. And so it goes a little bit to your question about planning, and so I think back to those plans, and it felt like there had been a bit of a vision as to how the area within a sort of 400 and 800 meter radius around some of those major intersections would develop. Was that your? So I guess what I'm hearing though is you're feeling that necessarily either wasn't as clear, or maybe that plan that was originally done is not what you're hoping to see now. Is that correct? And to you, Ms. Jensen.
No,
sorry,
I
yes.
mean, yeah, thank you. No, I mean, I own a house that backs on to 124th. I'm very realistic about the idea that development is going to happen around me. And I'm not fundamentally opposed to that at all. And yes, with the LRT coming in and the stop, I'm actually crazy excited. I'm a block and a half away
Same
from
here.
it.
Yes.
I cannot wait. But I know that that's going to increase densification. I know it's probably going to increase height in the area. And I am not opposed to that. What I'm opposed to is this tendency. I love this city, and I love the fact that we're trying to do things right and build up. But I also feel like we've got a bit of an inferiority complex sometimes, that we have this tendency to say yes to development because we think that it's not going to happen. Like, oh my gosh, we need to grab at this and take this opportunity and get this height and get this density because it's never going to happen again. But what I see in the city around is a failure of thinking about the community that's going in that's led to some pretty, I mean, crap, ugly development. I'm sorry, eyesores. And also things like the Emerald on 114th and Jasper that city admin actually said shouldn't happen. That still hasn't been built. Brad Lamb's ideas for the big towers by the Boston Pizza downtown. Like just these things that were just approved because we wanted density. And I think all I'm saying, and that hasn't worked well in our neighborhood either. There's like the Jameson Hole on the, as we call it, the Jameson Hole. I don't even know how that's legal. Honestly, what happened at the Vesta, the loss of consigned design and kind, you know, 124, I mean, I think we all think our neighborhoods are unique. I'm not going to lie. I'm sure everyone, but there's literally no other place like 124th, and the history of that and the, I guess, the intactness of the heritage. Yeah. And I just want a neighborhood plan. I want a plan. I want a discussion where it's like, okay, maybe close to the LRT, we do allow a certain size or anything, and then as we move away, that's it.
So maybe that's the question, because I think, and maybe where there's this sort of somewhat different perspectives is that, I wasn't on council in 2012, but I was in the Metal Art Community League during that time, and I thought, and again, maybe that's part of the challenge here, is that there sort of was an identified plan along that route within the radiuses of each of those major stations. Some would be more neighborhood-style stations. Some would be meant to target larger development. And I do recall 124th, 142nd, 149th, Metal Arc Mall by where I live. Those were the sites where they did sort of plan for a larger scale tower and then close to the development and then starting to sort of fan down. So I guess what I'm hearing is maybe that plan isn't the same expectation you have. Like that's the part I guess I'm just trying to, I guess I'm going to be able to scale, okay.
I mean, it is literally 5 times the size of what's currently allowed. And I'm not like even saying I'm 100% opposed to that, but it's right on 124th. How is that going to change the streetscape? It is in an area that is a little bit more industrial on that side of the street, but
they might yell at me because I'm out of time, Ms. Jensen. Sorry, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. All right. Any other questions for our speakers in opposition? No. We'll now move to questions for administration then. All right, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciated a lot of the questions that were coming forward from our public speakers, and I think this question of sort of the vision for the area is a really important one. Just wondering if you could speak to, what plans are in effect in the area, and just that greater vision of how we're developing this area.
Right. Councillor Stevenson starts with the city plan, right? That's our municipal development plan and our transportation management plan combined into one. And then our next step down is the district plans. This is located within the Central District Plan and is along a primary corridor. So primary corridors are envisioned as destinations in and of themselves. They make critical connections to nodes within the city and beyond the city. They are expected to be some of our busiest places. They have mixed use. They are supported by mass transit, and the built form there is expected to be really large scale and dense.
Okay, and so so to that question in terms of what is informing this, do we have a clear vision? I hear you pointing, broadly to city plan, also to the district plan. And so just in terms of where tall high-rises are supported, so this would be considered tall high-rise, I believe that this proposal does align with those criteria?
Yeah, there are 3 criteria when we start jumping up in height to a tall high-rise. So that's along an arterial roadway and proximity to within 200 meters of the mass transit And it has to be on a site that's large enough to allow it to transition properly to the surrounding development.
Okay. So then, I think the other question that came up, which is an important one, is just, the realization of the rezoning. So, certainly there are examples in the area where rezoning has been provided and we haven't seen the end product. My understanding is that idea of spurring development, of removing barriers to those projects from actually happening is part of the priority growth area work. Is that true?
It is, that's correct. So priority growth areas do focus on parts of the city where we anticipate the most near-term growth, right? And that means like market response to be there. So the intent is to focus on rezoning those areas that have the biggest redevelopment potential. I'll also just add, in terms of like units added, like on balance, for every example of a development that has paused or hasn't started yet, we can see examples in and around the area that have, and we are adding density all the time in this area.
Yeah, no, I think that's an important point, and so what I'm hearing is that we do sort of have some clarity through our city plan and district plan in terms of the vision for the scale and the massing of development. And then I'm also hearing that we have this work that's happening to help ensure that it does happen, that vacant sites become developed. Okay, that's helpful. Maybe just to legal, how much weight are we able to put on, whether a project is going to happen or not? Are we looking sort of solely at land use, or are we able to weigh in the viability of it?
Yeah, viability of development is a relevant consideration,
Okay.
Councillor. Yeah, so it's relevant to your determination today.
Okay, and so maybe that's a question I can put to our applicants when we're in new information.
I'd just be careful not to get too much into the details of pro forma and those sorts of things, but
Sure.
generally speaking, I would say, the likelihood of something happening is a relevant consideration for you.
Okay, that's really helpful advice, thank you. And just in terms of the design quality in the public realm, so, I think a challenge with 124th Street is just generally the public, I'll just come around. Thank you.
Thank you very much for managing your time, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Yeah, I guess and I appreciate, and so I'm going to also look to Ms. Inkman. We haven't had the priority growth area conversation yet, but the conversations have begun in the communities. Can we ask some basic questions on that, recognizing we probably wouldn't put a ton of weight on that yet, as we haven't had that conversation? Is that fair?
Councillor, I think you're answering your own question here.
Okay,
So
good.
that one's not set down for a public hearing date, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm not necessarily overly concerned about that aspect of it, but I would just say questions can come out with respect to it. I would keep it fairly general and just watch the weight you put on something that hasn't come to pass yet.
Great, I appreciate that. And yeah, I think the reason I wanted to ask is the way I've been reading through the priority growth areas is it's sort of an extension of the now approved district plans, and yet it's designed to just provide, if I would compare it, a little more certainty about the scale and the development that we've sort of identified. Is that fair?
That's fair, that's accurate.
So with that in mind, as I look at this particular corridor, the idea is, and it's on the interactive map, but I don't know if it's sort of outlines, it outlines a lot within that corridor, I think going all the way as far as 111th. Do we know the intention was the plan to sort of treat all of 124th on both sides the same all the way to 111th, or is there thinking that as you're closer to the LRT, that's where you might see this larger scale building, but as you get closer to 111th, you might still see larger scale, but not to that same scale? Is that?
That's correct. The PGAs are going to respond and take their cues from the policy, right? The statutory plan is the district policy. So as you get closer to the LRT, that policy is within 200 meters.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to see much larger scale development.
And so I'm, and I appreciate the comments that we're hearing. I think the fear is that, okay, well, if you do that here, would you do that at 108th Avenue? And what I'm at a high-level hearing is that probably not, you would certainly look at it much differently at, say, 108th Avenue than you would within 200 meters of the LRT, that you would certainly want to see more development on 124th Street down that far, but not to the same scale.
Right. You can't forget you're in a primary corridor.
Correct, yeah.
But we will take cues from the policy where we expect more density closer to LRT.
Because I think about some of the West End corridors that are being discussed, and they are, in some cases, some of them are more 6 to 8 stories, where some of them right by the LRT are shown to be and projected to be a much higher. So you're sort of applying a similar principle even there on primary corridor.
Okay. It would be relative, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So my question is regarding the height. What I heard from speakers concerned about the height from 16 meters to 85 meters. So that is a significant increase. My question is, if I notice is under district policy and for the planning, and then this one and this height is allowed under the plan and based on 200 meters, and for that large scale development. But I'm still confused for two things. The first is that if we did not have district plan or policy in place or approved right now, so this 85 meters will not be allowed or still allowed with this new policy in place?
Under the city plan,
yes,
this is still considered a primary corridor.
So still allowed for that 85?
It would be, yeah.
85 meters height.
Yes, because the idea is that we put more people in closer proximity to transit. So one of the big city moves, right, directly from the city plan, is a community of communities. The target there is to increase active travel, right, and trips by transit to 50%. So when you're in closer proximity, it makes it easier and more convenient to travel.
So why am I asking that question? And because in the report, it said the criteria, because this site is with 200 meters of the intersection of two arterial roadways. So that is why I'm asking that question. And then because this significant increase from like design perspective, I'm asking technical question here right now. What do you think the significant impact to the surrounding property owners or the neighborhoods?
Could you be more specific, Councillor Rice?
And for the height, yes, 15 or 60 meters to 85 meters. What's the significant impact?
We've heard from community members that they're concerned about impacts like shadows. So that could be an example.
But the shadow study is done or not done yet?
A shadow study would be completed at the development permit stage when detailed construction drawings are ready.
So this is something that's really confusing. And because this is the second example, I heard this shadow study will be done at the permit issue stage. But before, if my understanding is correct, my memory is correct, we always have this type of information at the rezoning application stage. And then right now it seems more uncertainty and come to the rezoning application.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Rice, if you just give me a minute. Could I ask clerks to bring up slide 8, please? So we do have a shadow study as part of this application.
Okay.
The clarity here is that at the development permit stage, that we'll have an actual building design. So right now, this one is one scenario in terms of design.
Okay.
So, but we do understand fully the impacts that something at this scale to the maximum build out of the zone would have on the area.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rice. Just wondering if we could have someone move maybe to perhaps stay for an extra 10 minutes?
Yes, just move to extend orders until 12:15.
Thank you.
Second.
Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And can someone move the second round?
So moved.
Second?
Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. And Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just a few last questions. Also heard about the importance of the public realm on 124th Street. It does struggle with quite a narrow sidewalk already. Just wondering how this building might help to contribute to improvements in the public realm in terms of the setbacks, design requirements, and then any reconstruction of the sidewalk they may have to do.
Faisal, yeah.
Yes, Councillor, as part of this development, there will be a requirement to improve the pedestrian realm in front of this site with a wider sidewalk and the setback about as per the bylaw. Generally speaking, I think it will be in the realm of about 5 meters from curb to the edge of the building.
Oh, that's great. And then maybe just in terms of the zones and design requirements for the articulation of the facade and the interface with the street?
Yeah, so what's required there is 2 or more design techniques or features. So that's to minimize the perception of massing and to break up any types of walls, add architectural interest, right? And there's a requirement to use different types of materials.
Okay, great. And also just want to ensure that at the development permit stage, a microclimate study or like a wind impact study would be done to ensure that the sidewalk remains a lovely and walkable place and sittable place as well?
Yes, that's a requirement when they know the building design details.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll have some questions under other information, but no further to administration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. No other questions to administration? So then for new information, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Just want to speak to the applicant if Speaker Sones could come down. Thanks. I just want to follow up on a few of the points. So maybe just building on that, the report does speak to administration encouraging the applicant to break up the facade with some further design articulation. Is that something that you're aware of and committed to doing as this development goes forward?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, it's a large property, and it will, for good design purposes, you will need various articulations to make a vibrant streetscape.
Great. And then just in terms of your understanding, heard questions about concerns with the viability of development proceeding. Is there any context you can provide around that?
Yeah, for sure. So a few things came to mind. First off, our new zoning bylaw allows zoning like the MU zone to accommodate high-rise buildings. This is not an avenue that we had previously. So many of the developments that you would see that are holes today were designed under DC2 developments, meaning when a new owner comes online because the project didn't work for someone else, you have to rezone it again to be able to design something that will work for another potential developer. So that comes to mind. MU is flexible as well in terms of height and configuration, meaning that they don't have to build to 85 meters in height. They can use their market analysis, which is ongoing, to be able to decide how much intensity makes sense for the site at this time or into the future. So I think that those are 2 points that I think are important to note. And then lastly, that Cassia Developments has recently built in this area as well and has experience and understanding of the market here and should be able to do an apt analysis.
Okay, thank you for those insights. I actually think that is an important point with the direct control zones. So maybe just for further clarification, so a project like the Jameson, just to pick on it further, It was a direct control zone. When the market changed, the building designs weren't able to adapt. They couldn't do a different building envelope or a different configuration as a result of the direct control zone. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's correct. And they have been back a few times for amendments to that direct control again, which is a full rezoning process,
Right.
costing time and money to the developer and uncertainty for the community.
Right. Whereas this zone that's before us has built-in flexibility, so there is sort of this maximum. But again, this provides the owner with the ability to adapt to current circumstances as it proceeds.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. That was very helpful. I don't have any further questions at this point, and I'm happy to move closure of the public hearing.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping within your 5 minutes, I think. Okay. So we have closure, second. Councillor Tang. Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you. I'll move first reading of bylaw 20941.
Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Tang, thank you. Please vote. Oh.
Yes, thank you. I'll just speak very briefly to this item. I'm really grateful for all of the speakers for coming out today and for the responses that we heard from administration. There were really important themes that were raised. It's always heartening to hear a community that is embracing change, welcoming more people to their neighborhood, and also hearing directly from the people who want to move to the neighborhood as well, in terms of why these types of developments are so important. I think through conversation with administration, I received some clarity in terms of the vision and policy that's helping to inform change in this area. And I hope that that's something that we can continue to strengthen as we roll out district plans, that we can share that vision more clearly with community. I think it's also a really great point in terms of, how I share the frustration and disappointment of community members when we see land sitting at best idle or in a state of mismanagement, when we see those sites that aren't being developed. That is really hard for our community. Those are gaps and holes that exist. I think the comments that were made in terms of the importance of having flexible zoning that can adapt to changing circumstances is a great one. And I'm also really excited by some of the work that will come forward through priority growth areas, which to my knowledge is not just about zoning, but also around some of the infrastructure investments that may be needed, and other ways that development can be supported in these areas, so that we do see that investment, that we do see that vibrancy and the development happening in our communities to make better use of those sites. I'm looking forward to some of the improvements that will come to the street as part of any development on this site. Unfortunately, 124th Street as a whole is not going to be renewed for quite some time, just given our pressures in infrastructure management. But projects like this can help to improve the street as they go along. I think in terms of the scale is always an important consideration, and I think not only to examples like the McLaren, but also 104th Street downtown that has similar approach of a podium with a higher height above, and that does contribute to a very active and pedestrian-focused area. So I hope that we'll continue to see this along 124th Street, which is a huge asset for our community, and look forward to more people being able to enjoy the space. So happy to support and encourage my colleagues to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of item 320.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried.
Move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Paquette? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20941.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried. Whoops. And at this time, we will recess for lunch, coming back at 1:30 and pick up on item 3.1, 2. Perfect.
Roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright. Okay. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Wright is here now. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans. Okay. Well, we have a few more speakers that we need to add. I will read into the record that we will have Jose Alfredo. Sorry, Jose is already signed up. This is on item 310 and 311. We have additional speaker Jackie Lane. And on item
Mayor, it's for item 3.17 and 3.18.
yeah, 317 and 318, which we have additional speakers. Luke James, Wedgwood Community Park Task Force, Deacon James, and Quinn James. Okay. With that, we are going to go into our next item on the agenda, which is 3.2 Bylaw 20960 to allow for medium-scale housing development. We have a couple of speakers, one in favor, William Ian to answer questions only, and Anne Arhenik in person. In opposition, we'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good afternoon. Through the medium-scale residential zone, or RMH16 zone, this application proposes a low-rise residential building with a maximum height of 4 stories and limited commercial opportunities at ground level. Next slide, please. The site is located just east of 109th Street in the Queen Alexandra neighborhood. It is near transit along 109th Street and 72nd Avenue. Next slide, please. No feedback was received during the engagement period. However, since the report and bylaw were published, 2 people have contacted us. Both raised concerns about traffic and parking congestion and other concerns like shadow impacts and the appropriateness of the scale of this development at this location. Next slide, please. In the Scona District Plan, the site is located in the urban mix, just outside of the 109th Street secondary corridor. Normally, only small-scale development would be supportable at this kind of location. However, the district policy allows additional scale to be considered when 2 of the listed criteria are met. The site is within 100 meters of the 109th Street secondary corridor, both to the south and the west. The site is also adjacent to a site zoned for greater than small-scale development, with the zoning the site directly to the south across 72nd Avenue, allowing for low-rise residential development, which has been built. With the site meeting 2 of the criteria, indicated by bold text on the slide, consideration can be given to low-rise development at this location. Next slide, please. The RMH16 zone is considered compatible with the mostly small-scale residential development in the immediate area. This area also has several small-scale multi-unit housing buildings, including an existing 4-dwelling multi-unit house built directly abutting the site to the east. Impacts to the surrounding properties are mitigated by side setbacks of 3 meters. Alternatively, if the height of the proposed development is 12 meters or less, side setback requirements would be 1.5 meters each. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It increases residential density in a redeveloping area of the city near transit. It proposes a scale that is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, and it aligns with the direction in the Scona District Plan and District Policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So William Ian is to answer questions only, and I'm going to go to, any questions from council colleagues to William Ian? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go to member of the public signed in opposition, Anna Arhenik. joining in person or virtual?
Hi.
Please.
I was there personally, but then I had to go, so
No worries. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Okay, I'm just gonna read my speech. This is like basically first time I'm doing this, so good afternoon.
Make yourself comfortable. Don't worry about it. You know, just relax, and we are here to listen to you.
Okay, thank you a lot for allowing me to speak. My name is Ana Arhanic, and as Vice President of the Board of Brownstone 1, which is a residential building that has 73 units and is located directly across the street of this proposed development. And as a co-owner, alongside with my husband, we own 5 units in this building. We oppose to this development, and this is the list of the reasons. Overcrowding. The surrounding area primarily consists of single or double units, such as duplexes. Across the street, we have our Brownstone 1 building, and introducing a 4-story building will significantly alter the character of the neighborhood, creating an overcrowded environment that is not in line with existing infrastructure. Second issue is the parking issue. The current parking situation is already strained, and adding development of this size will worsen the problem, creating further challenges for residents and visitors alike. Under 3, we have security concerns. An increase in residential density will likely lead to additional security risks on top of the ones that we are already dealing with on the daily basis. Then fourth one, it will be a view obstruction. So 4-story will obstruct views for many residents, particularly in the nearby units, diminishing the overall quality of life and will negatively affect property values. And as a fifth one, so it has come to my attention just yesterday that many of the owners in the building have not received the notice, and they were not aware that this was going to happen. So how can they fully participate if they were not informed? We simply need more time to have everyone affected to voice their opinions. And for these reasons, I strongly urge the council to reconsider this development, as it is not suitable for our community. Sorry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'll see if council colleagues have any questions to you. Okay, Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Thank you about that. Clerk, is my audio working now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you too.
Oh, perfect. My apologies. I had an issue earlier. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to confirm. So what is your, you said you're across the street, is that correct, in the Brownstone?
Yes, this is the building right across, and we own several units there.
What do you mean several units?
Like,
do you live there or?
Well, we have tenants in there at the moment that are also looking at the front of this, like the street. And we also plan to downsize one like very soon to one of the streets. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you don't live there now, but you want to.
Well,
yeah. So
this is the plan. This is the plan, and it's also like it's not just it's like I think this will also diminish the property value, like So.
Yeah, I can ask about that. In some investigation, we've seen that the property value doesn't go down, but I'm happy to ask about that. I was wondering, so you mentioned not getting a notice about it though. Could you just clarify that point? Was it you or other property owners who didn't get the notice?
Yeah, I have received it, and but yesterday when I contacted, because we haven't had a board meeting some time. So I didn't know. Yesterday I asked one of the board meetings, and she went and knocked on a couple of owners' doors, and they have not received notice. They didn't know that this was like happening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I
can ask administration.
Because it was just like the one that I received was just a piece of paper that could have also been mistaken for something you know, how people receive mail and
Yeah, and
think it's,
yeah, and they didn't.
it's
Yeah.
not, if we should have received an email or somebody called, or I don't know, like, I don't think that it was a proper notice for, because they told them that they didn't know about this at all.
Okay. All right. I can ask administration about that. Thank you for sharing your feedback today.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. I see no more questions. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we will go to administration for questions. Councillor Jens, you want to start?
I sure do. Thank you. Just getting my name on the board there. Could administration confirm what would be the notice period, or not the notice period, but the notice radius required for this proposal? And can they confirm whether or not that was executed?
Councillor Jans, Claire here. It is 60 meters radius from the site. Property owners and tenants are notified. So this building was definitely on our list, and to our records, all have received both notices. So that would be a notice at pre-application when the application first came in, and also the public hearing notice. We haven't received any notice that mail wasn't delivered.
So effectively, what's being asked here by the applicant is, instead of going to a 12, basically a three-story, they would like to go to a 4-story. Is that correct?
That's the maximum that could be built under what they're asking for. Yes.
The maximum. Yeah. And is there a unit change? Like they could go from 12 units to 14 or 16 units?
Yes. Yeah. There's no limitation on their units there. It would just be depending on site size and their design of their building.
Yeah. And what about transportation concerns? I mean, I know there's a lot of students in the area who depend on public transit. Is this, was that factored into the consideration at all about transportation management? Or parking
yes.
or traffic?
Sorry, Faisal here, Councillor. Yes, that was definitely part of the review. As you said, 109 Street does have convenient transit, which further will be enhanced through the mass transit implementation. Location-wise, this site makes sense. Overall, the scale of the site itself is not huge. Very rough calculations on potential built out shows that this will be adding in additional trips of 5 to 10 during the peak hours.
Right, because we're not looking at that many additional units there. Okay. So we can confirm the notice period was given. There's public transit considerations, and if parking issues do persist along 72nd there, what remedies are there from the city in terms of the safe mobility strategy, and how can we work with the neighbors on that?
Councillor, currently there is parking available only on the, I believe, north side of 72 Avenue. And as far as the longer term strategy, there is already a body of work underway that is looking into the curbside parking management. So any neighborhoods, including this one, would be looked at through that body of work.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, if this were to pass today, I can definitely commit to keeping on conversation going with the residents of the area for sure, because I could see this is a very desirable area that I think we're going to see a lot more interest in development in future. So thank you. And Mr. Chair, just confirming, there was no second speaker registered today, was there? I might have had it for the wrong item. I thought potentially a second speaker signed up.
No, according to what I have, it's only one speaker.
Okay, my apologies. All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you so much. Just a very small technical question. When I was reading the policy around adjacent, we don't have any sort of strict definition about what we mean. It's not abutting, it's not, and so we're interpreting adjacent as meaning across the street, across an alley. Yeah.
That's correct. So adjacent, the only time, like in practice or like functionally, if there's not a parcel in between the site and another site. So if it is across the road or across an alley, because if there was a parcel right beside it, would be abutting.
It would be
right?
abutting.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, no, that's very helpful. No further questions, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So at this time, I'll ask if council members have any questions to administration, to the proponent, or member of the public signed in opposition on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Okay, I see none. We are ready to close the public hearing on this.
So moved.
Thank you. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Wright, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
I'll move first reading.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'll come to you in second. Okay, no one else to speak. Councillor Jans to close.
Thank you. Very quickly, certainly we're in the midst of a massive housing crisis, not just across Canada, but in Edmonton and this area near the university. A short walk to campus is certainly a very desirable area for students, staff, and families around the University of Alberta. And I know that this is an area we've talked about recently with the Old Strathcona Public Realm strategy, where we expect the population in this region to triple over the next 50 years. And part of this is because this is one of the most desirable places to live in the city. And with that sometimes comes challenges, comes parking, comes construction, comes headaches. And it's something we have to certainly work to mitigate and address. But some of these are the challenges of living in a growing city. So I commit to the residents that I'll continue to work with them on any issues related to crime, social disorder, traffic, parking, etc. But many of those are not necessarily directly related to this particular home that we have here today. That we know that more housing is desperately needed, and other challenges in the community we need to certainly face head on. But limiting housing here at this location, this close to 109th Street, and the number 9, one of our most highest performing bus routes in the city that I think comes every 5 or 10 minutes, is very, very fast and reliable, close to Southgate Mall, close to groceries, close to campus and major employment centers. I mean, this is an area where I think an exemption like this should be considered, because it is already it's already close to an apartment building. It's already close to a major transit corridor, and I think there's this is the test I always like to say is, like, would I live here? And I think back 20 years ago when I was an undergraduate student, or when I was a graduate student, and the answer is yes, I would. It's a gorgeous area, and a great spray park just northeast at the Queen Alex Park there. So I would encourage my colleagues to support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, I'll move second reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Oh, here you go. You got it. Okay, got it. Okay, it's carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third reading.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, we're going to carry on. Next items are 3.5, 3.6, and 3.7. Councilor Rutherford exempted these items, and we have a couple of people signed in favor and no one in opposition. Councilor Rutherford, you need a presentation? Okay, go to administration for a presentation.
Let's try that again. Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone an approximately 0.6 hectare site from urban facilities, or UF zone, to medium-scale residential, or RMH16, and neighborhood parks and services, or PSN zone. This application has two additional components to amend the Palisades Area Structure Plan and the Hudson Neighborhood Structure Plan, or NSP, to facilitate the proposed rezoning. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northwest of the city, east of 140th Street and north of 137th Avenue. There is undeveloped land north of the zone for medium-scale residential uses. To the northeast is a stormwater management facility with a multi-use trail, and to the east there is single detached housing across 140th Street. Single detached housing. Across 140th Street is a business industrial area with operating business industrial uses, including vehicle support services. Transit service is available from the northeast on Hudson's Road. Next slide, please. The application aligns with the city plan by accommodating future population growth within Edmonton's existing boundaries and is supported by policies to allow Edmontonians to live locally and support growth within existing neighborhoods. The proposed rezoning is in general conformance with the Northwest Edmonton District Plan and aligns with the district policy, which supports low-rise development outside of nodes and corridors when the site is on or adjacent sites zoned for greater than small-scale development and along a collector roadway. The associated amendments to the Hudson's NSP and the Palisades ASP would reconfigure land uses and change the location of the berm and screen fencing buffer. The proposal adds 17 units and 53 people, as well as 0.25 hectares of official park space. Next slide, please. The proposal would see the addition of a berm and screen fencing on the eastern edge of the proposed residential site. This would be limited to the north of a potential vehicle access to the site near the 14th Street and 141st Avenue intersection. This is intended to provide a buffer between the residential area and the business industrial uses across 140th Street to the west. Next slide, please. The proposed zones would allow for medium-scale housing up to 16 meters in height, as well as a pocket park. There is a community garden operated by the Cumberland Oxford Community League on site, and it will be able to continue to operate in the pocket park if the rezoning is approved. Next slide, please. Administration reached out with mailed notices, site signage, and journal ads, and we received 3 comments with questions about construction timelines, traffic safety, and the continued operation of the community garden in the proposed pocket park site. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application because it is compatible with surrounding land uses, provides the opportunity for people to access, enjoy, and connect with open space, and aligns with the city plan's big city move, a rebuildable city, to have 50% of new units added through infill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. I will check if Sarah Sherman and Darian Chaffard, are you making presentation or answer questions only? Answer questions only? Okay. Are there questions for Sarah Sherman and Darian Chaffard? Okay. There is no one in opposition. At this time, we will go to questions to administration. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a few questions on this item, more so in relation to under policy 2.5.2.5. It talks about item B being the one that adjacent to site zoned for greater density, which I agree, it's zoned next to it, but there's no foreseeable, like those lands have been vacant for years, and we actually haven't, in this Hudson neighborhood, there's, a lot of times that I've recently had to email planning and development services because those roads are not functioning the way they are because they're being held up by subdivision applications that haven't completed their road right of way in that area. So I guess, how does policy B play when, yes, it's rezoned, but there's no foreseeable because I feel like it's a very isolating parcel. If this unit is built with 53 people that are next to industrial, next to a church, and nothing else, it's a very hostile environment, it seems, for residential with nothing else there.
Thank you for the question. I think I understand it in general, what you're getting at, but the policy really is speaking to the zoning and what's possible on those sites. And we
Yeah.
have to remember that, if this site's the first one to go, or if the other one's the first one to go, one is going to be the next one, and it will be existing within that same basic environment. And so I don't see a significant difference in terms of which one goes first. In terms of the subdivision or any of the timing of the infrastructure, I could leave that for Faisal.
Like, for
if there's
example,
anything
like I'll
to
give an
add.
example before we go to Faisal. So for example, on Hudson Road, when it goes up, it's, right now there's a traffic, like it kind of goes into a turnaround for the bus. But eventually that was supposed to be envisioned in that plan to go around and eventually go to the school. So right now there's no real way to connect to the school. So again, if there's children that are living in this new building that we're gonna build, or that we're gonna potentially approve today, how those kids are gonna have a much more hostile environment to get to school. So how are we getting those other things built, I guess, is my moral of my question. Because this is not functioning the way it should, as was envisioned by this neighborhood. I actually take issue with it being called infill when it's not even fully developed yet.
Okay, maybe I'll start with the subject site first. So primary access to this site will be from 140 Street.
Which I think is very hostile for residential.
And the applicant will be required to upgrade 140 Street from its current terminus, where it is urbanized, all the way to their northern property line with pedestrian accommodation.
To their northern property line.
Yes.
So, but in that visual, that was one of my other questions. It says that you're going to build a fence and a berm, but that's on the other site that's zoned, not this property owner's site.
So the parcel, the parent parcel is larger than what's being zoned. So that's where the subdivision.
So is it the same owner?
It is.
Okay.
So with subdivision of that larger parcel, there's already a condition in place to upgrade 140 Street. In addition to that, as you brought up a good point in terms of residents living here, how they can access amenities into the neighborhood with challenges and gaps in the collector network. With this development, with this application, what is being contemplated is also a couple of active modes connections that are going to be built that were not there in the original NSP. So where you have the stormwater pond, there is a dead-end pathway. That pathway will connect all the way into this site and all the way to 140 Street to provide that permeability from this site into the neighborhood.
Okay, because that was one of my questions, because I was like, are we just amending the NSP to add those active connectors, or are we actually building something new? So thank you for that clarity. Yep. Perfect. So the park space that will be becoming, I guess, still used in the same way by the Cumberland-Oxford Community League, but when we do that, when we take on park space, how does that work in terms of the intersection with our city operations, our parks, in terms of maintaining those sites? Or do we have use agreements we're working out with the league?
I'm not sure of the specifics on this one. I know we're still working out how the access will be ultimately designed, but in terms of the maintenance, I'm sorry, I don't have the answer to that right now.
That's okay. I'll probably come back for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question about the anticipated density. Is the lot or the land to the north, is zoned RMH16. So I suspect that we're anticipating many more residents living in the area. Are we sure that there will be enough green space if what's in front of us today is also rezoned? If this is rezoned, will there be adequate green space?
Yes, Councillor, it will still be above the requirements of the UPMP.
Sorry, for how I'm trying to get this right. When the lot to the north of it is built out, just to clarify, it will still be anticipated that there will be enough green space
That's correct.
when it's built out? Okay,
Yes,
good.
yes. When the neighborhood was planned, we take our allotment of municipal reserve, and there will be adequate green space provided.
Councillor Principe? Councillor
Dave's
Principe?
not here, man.
Councillor Principe? Okay, we'll come back to Councillor Principe. Can someone move
I'll
the
move
second?
another round.
Need a second? Second. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. It's okay. I just want to get 100% confirmation based on the answers in the last one. So that berm and path sidewalk will go from 142nd Avenue on 140th Street to where? And the berm and the fence.
Yeah, we do have a slide that
Yeah,
shows
can
that
you-
very clearly. Clerks, if you can please, slide 8.
And it'll be a standard sidewalk while we're waiting for that? Is it, or is that the details to be worked out at the development permit stage?
Yeah, the cross-section will be worked out because this is a rural cross-section, so it could be a hybrid, urbanized on one side and still rural on the
Okay,
other.
because that was going to be my next line of questioning in this.
So it will go just north of 141 Avenue.
So how would those residents, because we're talking about building 15-minute cities and having access, there's a lot of really great commercial and restaurants on 137th Avenue and that they would access, but I'm not reading this that there's any, is that thin red line a sidewalk that would run all the way to 137th?
Yeah, so 137 is further down. So 137 already has pedestrian accommodation. Part of 140 Street also have.
Okay.
This portion that you are seeing is the rural cross-section only,
Okay.
which will also have. And
Okay.
then the cyan, or rather the purple lines, those are the active modes connections.
And that's where you're adding the build, 'cause instead of that hard stop on the stormwater.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. That's all my questions. And then one of the questions I do, I've been door knocking. I actually door knocked around this area recently, and a lot of people were asking about why there's sort of industrial that's functioning, but it's still zoned agriculture. So I don't know, because again, and this plays into this one, because if we're saying that there's a rural cross-section, we're saying that there's agriculture, it might be a hybrid road. This is why this comes, so historically, why is that area still agriculture but functioning, like with a bottle depot and other things on it? That would be businesses.
Yeah, Council, it's probably just a factor of history. Those zones have never been changed. We probably brought them in at some time.
And we don't require businesses to rezone when they're coming for a business license? That would be non-agriculture in purpose?
Correct. There's probably legal non-conforming uses. If they came in and wanted a change of use, they would have to change the zone at that time.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, that's all my questions for admin. I do have one question back to the applicant in favor.
We'll come back to that. Sorry, Councillor Principe, go ahead, you're back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm back. And I just, I believe I did get the answer, just that the density expected once it's fully built out, that there will be adequate green space, correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So that concludes questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if there are any questions from council members on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Questions to the proponent, right? So please come down. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so thank you. I think out of the new information from administration, it came to light that the already rezoned medium density is the same owner as this parcel. And one of my apprehensions is how isolated this parcel will be built out. What has prevented the build out of that other zone and the ultimate subdivision and full build out of the community with the other parcel? And when is that anticipated to be done?
Is this on? Okay. Sorry, if you could jump back to that slide number 8, that really illustrates very well. So in terms of this landowner's ownership, they do just own that kind of sliver to the north there. They don't own the medium density area further north. That is under a separate landowner. So so the intention of this rezoning application was really just to consolidate and make the zones the same on this kind of top square there to allow for a larger multifamily site that would allow for just a better use of the land.
Yeah, and then is there any, so with the one that's going to become municipal reserve, is that being gifted by the church to the city, or like how does that work in terms of do you maintain ownership but it's just zoned municipal reserve? Do you know?
No, so it's dedicated as part of the subdivision process as municipal reserve dedication. So it's given kind of like as it's just given to the city to assume under their ownership, maintenance and operation as a way of kind of meeting their municipal reserve requirement.
Okay. And right now, do you have agreements with the Cumberland Oxford Community League for a community garden there?
Yeah, we have a free lease with them. Like we've been
Okay.
extending that permanently. They've been on our property for, I believe, 7 years now.
Okay. Well, thank you for being so community focused. Appreciate it. Those are all my questions. I did want to go back to admin. So I think, and I apologize. So the one thing I'm really apprehensive about is 140th Street to me is very hostile for pedestrians, in my opinion. And it's great that we're adding the berm, but that berm is only now going, as I found out, to the end of their property line. It's not, my original question is it going to go to 142nd Street? And the answer now is no. So when do we anticipate actually getting, because that, building that sidewalk to nowhere and putting people there, people are not going to use that sidewalk.
So, Councillor, that's nothing different than how incremental infrastructure occurs in developing areas as well, that we continue to build whatever comes in front of us and make sure that, we are ready to then connect the infrastructure further as the development occurs.
So does this rezoning change any conditions that would be put on the subdivision or development application for that parcel farther north?
So similar to how the precedence was set further south, just north of 137, that there was pedestrian accommodation, the same kind of precedence will be set for anyone coming north.
Okay. Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that concludes the questions on new information. We are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
I'm happy to move closure of the public hearing on items 3.5, 3.6, and 3.7.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
My apologies, we're waiting on one vote.
Oh,
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
display the votes, please, now. Here we go. It's carried. Okay. First reading.
I'll move first reading of items 3.5, 3.6, and 3.7.
Second.
Okay. We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Okay. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, I'll just be really quick. I don't love this application overall. I love that the church is subdividing and adding more housing to our city when we're in a housing and houselessness emergency. I think that's a very important thing. I just, as I think this is a good example for past conversations and future conversations that we have at public hearing. I really think it's a very isolating area where we're building residential, and I can see that once the entirety of the neighborhood of Hudson is built out, that this would fit in great. And so I can't say no to this rezoning today on that basis, but I do think right now we're at a point where there's a lot of property ownership in this specific quadrant of Hudson that is privately owned and is not being developed. And so it's stalling out major problems in this neighborhood for actually having their full conceptual build out of their neighborhood. Because until if somebody owns a private parcel and they're not building, they're not required to fully finish the road or do any of those things. And we're starting to see some major issues in this area. So I think it's also, to me, illustrating how concept and reality play out a little bit differently in real world city planning and the way it plays out. So my hope is that this actually spurs other development in some of those private properties around. If not, I think there is going to have to be a bigger conversation. And it goes back to the conversation that we actually had on substantial completion, because I think this is a great example of where a developing neighborhood is not fully built out, and yet we're starting Goodridge Corners and we're starting all of these other areas, and there's no incentive to finish this neighborhood as it currently stands. And it's not what we want those neighborhoods to look like for any Edmontonian. So we'll be supporting it today, but I think it highlights a few bigger issues that I think we need to grapple with related to the developing neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of items 3.5, 3.6, and 3.7.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading on items 3.5, 3.6, and 3.7.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20902 to amend the Palisades Area Structure Plan, bylaw 20903 to amend the Hudson Neighborhood Structure Plan, and bylaw 20904 to allow for smaller scale parks and amenities in Hudson.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, we are moving along to next item, item 3.8 and 3.9. Similarly, MRR and similarly, so, okay, this was exempted by Councillor Hamilton. I'm going to check with speakers. Well, We'll go to administration first, get a presentation, then we'll call on the speakers who are registered in favor, and no one is in opposition on this. Go ahead, please.
This application proposes to rezone a site from the Future Urban Development, FD, zone to the Medium Scale Residential, or RMH23 zone, and the Neighborhood Parks and Services, or PSN zone, to allow for medium-scale housing and continue to use the smaller-scale parks and amenities. An additional council report entitled Summerlee Municipal Reserve Removal is being advanced concurrently and would allow for the multi-unit housing. Next slide, please. The proposed housing site is north of West Edmonton Mall on the southeast corner of Summerlee Park, adjacent to a hotel and West Edmonton Mall's overflow parking lot. There is also a temporary transit center on 90th Avenue, while the Valley Line West LRT is under construction. Next slide, please. The undeveloped surplus school sites are located throughout the city and have been directed through council in a variety of touchpoints from 2009 to 2023. Development of these sites is guided by City Policy C583A, which prioritizes access to affordable housing, increased housing choice, and the integration of housing, services, and amenities. Next slide, please. In addition to the community outreach that the Housing Action Team did prior to and during the application process, administration reached out using a mailed notice, site signage, information on the city's webpage, and an engaged Edmonton webpage, which reached over 170 people. Administration heard from 17 people, all of whom were in opposition. Most concerns were related to loss of green space, traffic congestion, and increases in crime. Next slide, please. The city plan identifies this site as within the residential infill area, where infill is expected to accommodate 50% of new homes, allow Edmontonians to live locally, and support growth within neighborhoods. This application is in alignment with two big city moves, both to be a rebuildable city with a repurposing of a planned school building envelope for affordable multi-unit housing, and to be an inclusive and compassionate city which aims to ensure nobody is in core housing need. This work also helps to enable more income-diverse neighborhoods across the city in alignment with the district general policy to support access to affordable housing in all districts with a target affordable housing rate of 16% in all neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that this application be approved as it creates a diversity of housing options, is compatible with surrounding land uses, contributes to the city plan's big city moves, and is in alignment with City Policy C583A. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm going to call up on the folks in favor to come down, and I'll call your name, so please start on this side. I know some of you are only to answer questions only, but I ask that you come down just in case if there are questions to you, then you don't have to disrupt the rest of the folks who are there. So Janice Lee, speaker number 1 from City of Edmonton, Neil Sadiq to answer question, City of Edmonton presenter number 2, or to answer questions only, sorry. Number 3, Stuart Gehrig to answer questions only. Number 4, Crystal Kijaner to answer questions only from City of Edmonton as well. And number 5 will be Laura Cunningham Shipley. Where's Laura? Oh, there. Okay. Jacqueline Alderton, Alberta Seniors and Community Housing Association, will be speaker number 6. Speaker number 7, Nathan Binnama. Nathan, are you there? You are joining us remotely?
Yeah, yes, I'm here.
Okay, you'll be speaker number 7. Speaker number 8, Nicole Wilkie Savita, joining remotely.
Online, thank you.
Thank you. And Jacob DeWong, Grow Together Edmonton, remotely.
I am here.
Thank you. And Salom Asia, Africa Center, joining remotely.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And Kimo Monserrat to answer questions only, Africa Center, joining remotely as well.
I'm here.
Thank you. Okay, we will start with Laura Cunningham Shipley.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Cunningham-Chapley. I'm the Executive Director for the EFCL, the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. The EFCL represents 163 community leagues across the city, and it champions community leagues to build healthy, vibrant neighborhoods that provide incredible opportunities for and welcome all residents. It is in this vein we would like to offer our unqualified support for the plans that are being considered today. We know that one of the most urgent issues in Edmonton is a lack of adequate, affordable housing across the city. It is in light of that fact, as well as in recognition of both the affordable housing strategy endorsed by this council and the declaration of a housing and homelessness emergency by this council, that we have formulated our own policy with regards to affordable housing in Edmonton. It reads in part that the EFCL supports more housing, including supportive housing and particularly more affordable housing, being built throughout Edmonton's existing neighborhoods. We are committed to bringing people together to discuss how, rather than if, we help create this housing. We support this because the EFCL recognizes the urgent need to address the housing crisis and our collective responsibility to ensure safe, adequate, and affordable homes for all Edmontonians. We are committed to doing our part to support this kind of housing, not only in word, but by working with our members and their communities to ensure that they have the necessary information, resources, support, ideas, and partnerships to build welcoming communities for all. That work begins, however, by ensuring that our communities have the space to welcome people. And though we know that even projects of this scale and scope will not address the totality of the city's housing needs, we also know that the status quo does not serve anyone. Not the people in urgent need of housing, not the communities dealing with the downstream effects of inadequate housing supply, and not the thousands upon thousands of new Edmontonians who are arriving in our city every year, driven in part by the promise of a thriving, affordable city to call home. For this reason, we urge Council to move forward with these projects without delay, and to rest assured that we will be here as partners and neighbours to do everything we can to help build a city that never again needs to declare a housing emergency. We know our members, Edmontonians across the city, are willing and able to help, and we also know that they require your leadership to turn that will into houses and help across the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Laura. Next, we'll go to Jacqueline Elderton. No, this should be a button. No?
I have it? Yes.
Hey, got it. Thank you.
So I'm Jacqueline Alderton. Sorry, my name is harder to pronounce. So I'm from Alberta Seniors and Community Housing Association, otherwise known as ASHA. We represent over 110 housing providers who serve over 100,000 residents and tenants in communities across the province. So we know affordable housing is not only necessary, it's the future. It's how we're going to have a thriving province and country. However, we must confront the reality that building affordable housing faces significant barriers. Affordable community, social, and non-market housing are often used interchangeably, but they refer to housing where rents aren't set by the market and are designed to remain affordable. And we know that our country is deeply entrenched in a housing crisis. According to CMHC, we need 130,000 units by 2030 to reach 2004 affordability levels. And the area of greatest need is actually in community housing. Last year, with other partners across the country, we had Deloitte do an analysis on what it would look like if we, as a country, reached 7% of all housing being community housing. And we found, through this Deloitte analysis, that Alberta would need 43,800 additional units by 2030. And if we did that, the benefits would be obviously those additional units, but also an economic benefit of between $16.5 and $30.5 billion to our economy by 2030. We know we'd fill these, so it was nice to see the economic piece there. So we know that if we don't have, if we're having pressure in one area of the market, we're going to see even more on the affordable housing space. And we're seeing the devastating consequences now. As I was preparing for this, I was thinking about core housing need and talking about that, but we don't actually need those numbers because the evidence speaks for itself. People are living in encampments, in their cars, and most of us, we probably know somebody who is impacted by it, but you might not hear about it because, quite frankly, there's a deep stigma with needing help, and that's unfair. And we need to get to a place where people are comfortable and able to get the support they need. So to address this crisis effectively, we need to expand affordable housing. And we also need to, this is the other key piece, is expand the supports for those living in community housing so that they can stay on the housing spectrum. So land availability and cost is one of the pieces that you've identified as something within your purview that you can actually make an impact on. And we support this because it is one of the biggest barriers to building affordable housing for providers. And in cities like Edmonton, land is expensive and scarce. So anything you can do to make it easier for housing providers, affordable housing providers, to be able to buy this land and build this critical housing is going to be super helpful. So this is just one piece of what we're looking at doing, what we're advocating as a sector to do. The other piece is around acquisition of existing rental units to get more homes online faster because we can't build fast enough to cover the need. And then also increasing RAB, rental assistance benefits, to help more people immediately. And the other piece is obviously those supports that will keep people housed and help them build lifelong success so that eventually many of them will move out of community or social housing. And the other piece is that we as a province lag the national average in the number of community housing units. We have 20 for every 1,000 Albertans. That's simply not enough. And it's only going to increase. The demand on our sector is only going to increase as more Albertans, like more people come to Alberta because it's a great place. And we know that housing is the largest monthly expense for every single household. And when you're worried about that and your rent or mortgage payments are increasing, you have less for essentials. And most Albertans are actually very close to one unexpected expense away from losing it all. And mostly, one of the things we really want to highlight, that affordable housing isn't just about the buildings. We talk about the buildings, but it isn't just that. It represents our collective effort to provide stability and opportunity to those in need. When Albertans have stable, affordable housing, they can focus on other pressing challenges, improving their well-being and their financial stability. Many living in community housing are among Alberta's most vulnerable, including children, and we should take pride in our efforts to support them. Too often, we overlook the success stories, families who moved out of poverty through affordable housing. The children who once lived in constant uncertainty can now focus on school, build friendships, thrive in a stable home and community. These stories must be celebrated and not hidden because of the stigma of needing help. Investing in housing, affordable housing, strengthens individuals, families, and boosts our economic productivity and community vibrancy. Yet we still lack sufficient community housing. Anyway, we are in support of this, and we're very happy to support the city and our members in this.
Thank you so much for joining us. I am going to actually go back to Neil Osariak to make a presentation on behalf of the applicant, which is the City of Edmonton. Please go ahead.
There should be some slides. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Sohi and members of council, or good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and members of council. My name is Neil Osariak. I'm the Director of Land Development for the City of Edmonton.
Can you speak a little close to the mic, if you don't mind?
Yep.
Hey, thank you.
With me is Janice Lee from my team and Crystal Jenner and Stuart Carrig from the Housing Action Team. Today we're here as the applicant in support of the Summerlee Surplus School Site rezoning from FD to RMH 23, as well as the municipal reserve removal required to develop the site for affordable housing. This application also supports the preservation of the remaining park site as open space through the proposed rezoning of those lands from FD to PSN. Next slide, please. In 2009, 20 surplus school sites were returned to the city. Since then, 14 of those sites were approved by council for the development of affordable housing through the approval of policy C583 in 2015. Between 2015 and 2023, there were challenges in developing these sites, namely securing the funding and the policy being overly prescriptive, which made development extremely difficult. As a result, in the last 10 years, only 2 of those 14 sites have advanced to development approvals. In November 2023, CMHC approved the city's Housing Accelerator Fund application, which included funds for the development of these surplus school sites. In December of that same year, Policy C583A was approved as an update to the 2015 policy to provide more flexibility to address housing provider feedback on the policy restrictions. The policy changes and the funding made available by the Government of Canada now allows the remaining sites to move forward in a timely way. This is important as currently over 46,000 Edmonton households, including 1 in 4 renter households, are living in housing they cannot afford. 1/3 of these households include children. In January of this year, the combined impact of these pressures and others resulted in City Council declaring a housing emergency. Prior to submitting these rezoning applications for these sites, we reviewed the site configurations and locations within the park site to ensure the original surplus school site location struck the best balance between development and impact to existing uses. Next slide, please. In the case of Summerlee, we actually found that the proposed alternate location, seen in blue, would be better suited than the original approved location. We determined it would be more suitable for higher density than the original site due to the proximity to LRT and being located in a major node. It's also more cost efficient to develop than the original location and leaves a more cohesive park in the north. Next slide, please. While we're proposing to move the site within the larger park, there was always intended to be a 1 hectare development here at some point. The site is city-owned, appropriately sized for housing, and has suitable site conditions for development, which means things like services are available and the site services are available to the site and the soil conditions are generally favorable. The neighborhood currently has a 3% non-market housing ratio, which is well below the 16% target identified in Policy C601. Excluding the surplus school site, the neighborhood has municipal parks provision above the UPMP minimum of 2 hectares per 1,000 residents. Next slide, please. Information sharing in these communities first started in 2011. A website was created in 2013 and updated in 2015, and site signage was placed that same year. In addition to planning coordination's broadened approach, we, as the applicant, had an additional 7 community touchpoints over the last year. In November 2023, we emailed the Summerlee Community League to inform them of the Policy C583A update prior to it being discussed at Executive Committee. In May, on the Community League's invitation, we attended the Community League AGM to provide information and answer questions about the development site and process. From June to October, we've continued keeping the Community League and nearby residents informed of our intentions and milestones. We've also maintained and frequently updated the webpage and mailing list for people interested in receiving project updates. Next slide, please. The proposal aligns with the City Plan and Council approved policies in a variety of ways. It adds diversity of built form and housing choice in Summerlee. It increases the supply of safe, accessible, and adequate affordable housing in the neighborhood and brings it closer to reaching the 16% target. In a fiscally constrained environment, the usage of city land to stimulate affordable housing leverages existing city assets to meet strategic goals. The development of the site will also increase pedestrian connections through the park, and the FD to PSN rezoning will preserve the remaining park space uses. Next slide, please. For next steps, if Council approves this rezoning and MR removal, we will publicly list the site for sale before the end of the year. By Q1 of 2025, we'll seek Executive Committee approval to sell the sites below market value. By March 2025, buyers will be selected for the sites to develop affordable housing through a competitive listing process. All permits are anticipated to be approved by the Housing Accelerator Fund deadline of November 2026, and construction and occupancy are anticipated in 2027 and 2028, respectively. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation, and next we will go to Nathan Benenema. Go ahead, please, Nathan, joining virtually.
Okay, thank you. I also had a slide presentation. Oh yeah, okay, it's up. Wow. I only submitted it this morning, so that was quick. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Nathan Benema, and I am a founding member of Strongtown's YEG, a group of people who seek to apply Strongtown's principles to make Edmonton a more prosperous place. Well, we are registered today to speak to several rezoning bylaws. Our comments will address all of them together. So Just to be clear, we are speaking in support of the rezonings of the school surplus sites. My co-founding member, Drina Schneider, submitted a written letter in support of the rezonings for your consideration as well, which complements this presentation and provides more detail to support our position. Next slide. These zoning changes touch on two core ideas from Strong Towns. One, that land is the base resource from which local prosperity is built and sustained and cannot be wasted. And two, that restrictive housing policies prevent people from building prospering cities. We support these rezonings because they plan to make Edmonton's existing land use more productive long-term. Next slide. The rezoning bylaws reflect these two core Strong Towns ideas in two ways. First, they remove obstacles preventing neighborhoods from meeting housing demand. And second, the land parcels in question are primed to make excellent use of public infrastructure. Next slide. So to elaborate on the second point, these are all surplus school sites, which means that they're necessarily going to be walking distance to schools. And as most schools are serviced by public transit and located by public parks, then obviously these sites will also be walking distance from those amenities as well. So for example, in this development shown on the slide, marked in red is housing built that has already been built on a surplus school site. It's just south of Beaulieu Road and east of Terwilliger Drive. And there's also two bus stops that are marked in blue. And the school itself is right next door in pink. And then, of course, their backyard is the entire school park. And the quality of this housing is very high, and it's reflected in their property values. High property values, of course, means high property taxes. And so this is an example of this type of development that we think has already been successful in Edmonton. Next slide. So thank you for your time, and I hope we were able to persuade you to go forward with rezoning these parcels.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Nicole Wilkie.
Hello, thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Nicole Wilkie, and I'm here speaking today on behalf of Savita. Savita is the largest provider of community and affordable housing in Edmonton, overseeing more than 5,300 homes that serve over 15,000 residents. Thank you for the opportunity to present our support for the development of the surplus school sites. While Savita chose to sign up for this item today, we are very much in support of the development of all surplus school sites across the city as an incredibly important investment in the creation of over 1,800 affordable housing units. These units, alongside other construction in our city, will go a long way towards addressing affordable housing challenges today and into the future. Savita takes pride in the progress we have made in collaboration with our partners at all levels of government to address community and affordable housing supply. However, affordable housing needs across the city remain significant and will continue to grow, necessitating continued investments in new developments, redevelopments, and infrastructure renewal to meet the demand. Currently, Savita's priority list has more than 8,700 households who are eligible and seeking affordable housing. That equates to roughly 26,000 people, including adults and children, waiting for affordable housing. Savita's priority list grows by roughly 700 households per month. Furthermore, Savita currently has a less than 1% vacancy throughout our entire portfolio. We know that there is strong evidence that affordable housing has a positive impact on families and communities. Social and affordable housing is key to inclusive and diverse communities and supporting the health and well-being of individuals and families. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide our support for the development of the surplus school sites. Savita looks forward to continuing to work with all levels of government to address the affordable housing challenges in our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Jacob DeWong.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jacob DeWong. I'm a volunteer with Grow Together Edmonton. We are a group of pro-housing voices that supports ending the housing crisis in Edmonton and Canada by building all types of housing across the housing spectrum, from shelters to non-market housing to market housing. You might have seen me at past meetings across from the zoning bylaw renewal to district planning. And I think something that had in common between the people supporting those items and the people opposing those items, that we all agreed that affordability had to be at the center of the decisions that we make for Edmonton's future. And so I think that this proposal to rezone all the school sites is rezone these surplus school sites is a unique opportunity to really get the highest chance of building the badly needed affordable homes. I'll try to be brief for the rest of my deputation, as I think many good points were already made by previous speakers. I won't have too much to add besides repeating their points. But I strongly urge you to move forward with the rezoning of all of the surplus school sites. I signed up for this first item, but I think it's important to move forward on all of them. When it comes to affordable housing, making this decision to rezone these sites and convey the land it breaks down two of the biggest barriers when it comes to affordable housing development, and that is land and zoning. The other one being another one being funds. And so this will be the first step in getting these sites built. I hope that throughout the process, you continue to support these sites with grants and other financial funds to actually see these sites realized. The last point I'll make is on the Housing Accelerator Fund, that these surplus school sites form part of the deal that the City of Edmonton made with the federal government to receive $175 million from the Housing Accelerator Fund. When we think about the financial situation that Edmonton is in, and that I see all too often, that we're asking for more money from higher levels of government as for various reasons, but partly because responsibilities have been downloaded. I think that it's important to live up to our part of the deal. Let's move forward on these surplus school sites. Let's get that $175 million. Let's provide affordable housing that is so badly needed, and let's do it as fast as we can. I know I'm clearing my throat a lot. I'm just coming off a little bit of a cold. So yeah, thanks so much for having me, and please vote in favor of these rezonings today. Thanks.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, next we will go to Salom Asia.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Amrit Sohi, City of Edmonton City Councillors, and residents who are participating in this important discussion today. My name is Salome Asea. I am the Director of Programs and Accountability for the Africa Center, and I'm delivering this speech on behalf of our Executive Director, Sam Drew, who had to travel to Ottawa on short notice. The Africa Center is the biggest Black non-for-profit organization in Alberta and in Western Canada, and we work very closely with the African descent and Black communities in Edmonton, which is where our headquarters are located. From October 2023 through to March 2024, as part of our capital project, the Africa Center conducted a deep dive research within Edmonton's Black communities to find out what some of the important infrastructure needs for the Edmonton Black communities are. One of the needs that came up high on that list is affordable housing. Our community like most migrant communities, requires affordable housing to help them settle in those first few years of moving to Canada as they navigate their way up the socioeconomic ladder. The research also revealed that affordable housing for seniors is a great need in our city. As such, we are in support of the 11 surplus school site locations that will go a long way in meeting the affordable housing needs of all Edmontonians. Most of us are aware that the federal government's rapid immigration policy is working, and Edmonton has become one of Canada's preferred cities of landing. This is a good news story. However, the hypocrisy of immigration is a situation wherein we bring migrants to help shore up our economy and labor gaps without investing in the support systems to help these migrants to thrive. I believe that for local communities and migrants to thrive and live cohesively as neighbors, 3 sets of support systems need to be put in place. And I commend the Edmonton City Council for the hard work these past few years, working on setting up these support systems. This includes social systems, such as the city's anti-racism action plan and the community safety and well-being strategy. Secondly, policy regime, such as the review and update of the City of Edmonton's immigration and settlement policy, as well as the rezoning bylaws. And finally, the actual physical infrastructure, which is what we are talking about today. Migrants, vulnerable and low-income Edmontonians need housing and places to live and thrive. I thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we will go to Kimo Mansare. Kimo, are you to make a presentation or to answer questions only?
Yeah, I'll make a short presentation.
Go ahead, please.
Mostly, Salom has already spoken some of those. On behalf of the Africa Center, I'm here. Thanks, Mayor and Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak today on this topic. I'm here to express our strong support for the city's plan to transform surplus school sites into affordable housing. Edmonton faces an urgent growing housing crisis, and the lack of affordable housing is one of the most pressing issues affecting our city today. This shortage not only impacts those in immediate need of housing, but also the broader community, creating ripple effects throughout our neighborhoods, schools, and local communities. Salome has already talked about the recent research that we did, as well as our community engagement, which some of those highlights that came up is about affordable housing and housing for seniors. Additionally, those highlighted that affordable housing for seniors is a pressing concern in Edmonton, as many are in need of stable, accessible housing options that can accommodate their unique circumstances. But I want to talk a little bit about economic disparities. Income disparities, while is one of the key factors here. While the median income for families in Edmonton was $108,390 in 2021, Black households and other marginalized groups often earn significantly less due to systemic barriers like employment discrimination and limited access to higher paying jobs. This income disparity makes securing stable housing even more difficult, further exacerbating the challenges many families are facing. Poor housing needs as well. Marginalized communities, including Black households, are disproportionately represented in Edmonton's core housing needs. These households are 2 to 3 times more likely to spend over 30% of their income on housing, living in inadequate conditions, or both. Addressing this need requires immediate attention to affordable housing solutions, which can alleviate housing insecurity and stabilize these communities. The urgency of affordable housing on surplus school sites can't be underestimated. Economic stability for marginalized communities by converting surplus school sites into affordable housing we can provide economic stability for low-income families and seniors, particularly within the marginalized communities. Affordable housing reduces the financial burden on families, allowing them to allocate resources to essential needs like food, healthcare, and education. This promotes long-term stability and improves the quality of life for those who are most vulnerable. Employment and economic empowerment. The development of affordable housing will also bring opportunity for economic empowerment for many in the marginalized community. By focusing on local hiring and supporting trades such as carpentry, plumbing, and electrical work, these projects can create employment for marginalized groups. This not only provides immediate job opportunities, but also help build skills that lead to long-term financial independence and economic mobility. So affordable housing development should not just address economic needs, but also foster a sense of community. These sites can become cultural hubs where families and individuals feel a sense of belonging, building stronger neighborhoods. By situating affordable housing within accessible communities, we can create environments where residents are supported by local services, educational programs, and community activities that promote inclusion and cohesion. The health benefit and social benefit. Housing is closely tied to social determinants of health. Providing stable, affordable housing on surplus school sites can significantly improve physical and mental well-being for Edmonton's marginalized communities. Safe and secure housing reduces stress, promotes mental health, and gives family the stability they need to thrive. When combined with proximity to local resources and services, this development can further enhance overall health and social outcomes. We strongly believe that repurposing surplus school sites into affordable housing is not only a practical solution.
I'm sorry, came out 5 minutes go by very quickly. Thank you so much for joining us. Now I'm going to open for council members for questions for folks in favor of this application. Councillor, let's see. Hey, Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who came up to present today. Specific to this application, first of all, to the proponent of this, and I understand this is exclusive, we're talking exclusively about a Summerlee site, but it differs from, I think, some of the applications we're about to hear later in the public hearing. You chose to zone to an RM23 versus an RM16. And I'm wondering if you could elaborate on why you chose that zoning, especially considering that the original parcel was to the north of the site, and you are in this application applying for that the RM23 zoning to be moved to the south of the site.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. We decided to upzone this one to an RMH23 instead of the 16, just because it's located within a major node, the West Edmonton Misericordia node, as well as its proximity to transit. We know that the station will eventually be moved back to 87th Avenue, but it is still closer than the originally approved site. Additionally, it's adjacent to a DC2 zoning that's site-specific for West Edmonton Mall Inn, and beside that overflow parking lot, so we're no longer directly across from or adjacent to any single-family residential.
Thank you for that. One of the concerns, we have no one in opposition, but we did receive some concerns via email about the connectivity to 90th Avenue and potential ingress into the neighborhood. And I'm wondering if you intend to connect the access to this parcel to the existing roadway and the interior of the neighborhood.
We have no intention to connect 175th Street to the other end of 175th Street. We will be constructing a pedestrian connection between the two, but no vehicular access.
Okay, that's helpful, and that would be expected to have that pedestrian connection. I'm going to shift now to the speaker from Savita. Are you still with us?
I am.
Hi, thank you,
Hi.
Nicole.
No problem.
You mentioned that over 7,000 people are on the wait list for housing, and I'm wondering if you could elaborate on the different types of demand, for instance, of housing makeup. For instance, are you I imagine it's everything everywhere all at once, so to speak, but is there a specific type of housing makeup that's particularly hard to achieve?
Is you mean like household composition? Is that kind of what you're? Yeah. So primarily, we do see bigger households on our priority list. Of course, the priority list is dictated by legislation, and so as are the point scores. So families who have more dependents, so more children, are higher on the wait list, just because that increases their need for housing, and so they have higher point scores. So that's primarily who we see and who gets housed because of their higher point scores.
And I would imagine you're talking about 3 bedrooms or more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the turnover for access to that type of housing?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question and something I don't know off the top of my head, but of course, we have less of those units in our portfolio in general. So it's, I think, inherently a lower turnover rate.
Okay, thank you. And I think that completes my questions for all the folks in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody who's come out in support of I guess all of these items that are coming forward today. I just have a question for, is it Jacqueline? So you've talked about advocacy and we need expanded supportive services and RAB benefits in that. Is that so what advocacy, I think those are provincial responsibilities, right? So what advocacy have you been doing on that front?
So it's a part of all of our advocacy, but right now we are actually working on a project around enhanced tenant supports and sort of getting a landscape to understand where the gaps are and how it could potentially be funded in the future, because that is a piece of stronger foundations. And although there was a budget increase last year for the Alberta Social Housing Corporation units, it wasn't enough to cover the additional tenant supports.
Okay, and I'm sorry, so I'm thinking supportive housing versus tenant supports. What do you mean by that?
So one of our key advocacy points is that we should have tenant supports, and whether that be somebody like Savita who has their own tenant support roles within housing, but everybody should have access to that to help their tenants navigate sort of the life challenges that they have. And it wouldn't be, there's a question of how you fund it and how it would look for different types of housing, but overall the idea is that if you provide the supports, it'll help them stay on the spectrum, the housing spectrum. And
okay, so something beyond like a landlord-tenant
Yes.
advisory board? Okay,
Yes.
okay, and more targeted for those that...
More like almost what you'd expect for like a social worker role, but not necessarily, because obviously these are often not the highest paying roles because there just isn't enough money for it.
Okay, but you would be looking at funding from the province for that, is that right? Okay, okay. Okay, I just wanted some clarity on that, I guess. That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just a few quick questions to EFCL, if that's okay, to Laura. You mentioned in your presentation that the EFCL formulated their own policy. Can you tell me more about that process, and was that formulated with the members, like Community League members? Can you just tell me about how you came to that policy statement?
You bet. I mean, this is in line with our positions that we took with zoning bylaw renewal and district plan policy. The process that the EFCL uses is we have a community planning and sustainability working group that is made up of people from across the city that have expertise and knowledge not only in community leagues but also in their own backgrounds. So whether that be from planning to sustainability work, and they together came up with the housing policy position that was presented to the EFCL board. That was then discussed and voted on, and that board is a representative board of members from each of the districts across the city. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's very helpful context for sure. And you said something I thought was really poignant, and it was the how rather than if we build housing. Can you elaborate on what you mean by that? What would the FCL like to see? So like, let's say these rezonings do go ahead today, right? Because that's sort of more the if piece that we're deciding on today. What would you like to see? What is EFCL's position on the how piece?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we would like to see is one, support to leagues around how to engage their community in these conversations. I think we've heard that quite a bit, is that the league feels stuck sometimes. They have a strong belief in more housing, but sometimes they have neighbors that are opposed to the position. And so they're trying to find a way to be a welcoming organization for their neighborhood. So our role could be around how to have those conversations. We would hope to have a relationship with the developers once they're chosen, and to really have some discussions early on with them around what are the needs of that community, what are they looking for, and what are some of the concerns that were brought forward that you'll hear from today, so that we can hopefully find a way to have some wins for the community as well as wins for the people that are be moving in eventually.
And one of the biggest things I hear about, and it is attention, in full confession, in previous public hearings, I voted no to 2 rezonings that involved loss of park space in Ward and Olnick. A lot of these, the arguments that I think I've seen in my inbox and we'll hear about are around the loss of park space. What are your members saying about that, with specifically regards to the surplus school sites?
Specifically to surplus school sites, because as administration mentioned, or the applicant mentioned, sorry, this is a little confusing, this has been a long conversation, right? This has been on the table since 2011.
Okay.
And so from what we heard of the leagues that these surplus school sites are in specifically, is that they knew this was coming, and so they've kind of been expecting this to happen. So I imagine with the new leagues, as we explore this further, we will have to have more conversations about green space and what is needed in the community.
Okay. And then my last question again to you, sorry, Laura, putting you on the hot seat today. You said something again that was really poignant that I copied down around, communities dealing with the downstream effects of inadequate housing. And I thought that was so poignant. What kind of things are communities dealing with that you think that maybe, you're obviously speaking in favor of this, there's always been a position. What things would help if there was adequate housing in Edmonton?
Well, I think we would see a lot, the challenges with encampments, the challenges with some of the disorder that communities are responding to. I can't even tell you the number of safety conversations that I've seen leagues have in the last 2 weeks alone. So, I just think this is a really hot topic for Edmontonians. They're really concerned, and I think housing is a key piece that we need to address with it. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a few last quick questions. Just to Nicole Wilkie, really appreciate you joining us today, and thank you to all of our speakers for joining us. You mentioned again, I just want to make sure I have these numbers because they are shocking. You mentioned there's 8,700 eligible households on your wait list right now.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Representing about 26,000 people. Do you have a sense of how many of those 8,700 are households with children?
No, I don't know off the top of my head exactly how many, but like I mentioned before, that's usually a large portion of the population that we serve. And then, of course, their point scores are based on their family size. And so those ones are usually at the top of our list. But on average, our households are on average 3 people. So there's usually at least 1 child in per household. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And certainly also a less than 1% vacancy rate is really exceptional, just even managing that from practical, but again, really demonstrative of the very high need that exists there.
Yeah.
Great. Maybe to administration.
Applicant.
Oh, I mean applicant, I apologize. Just wanted to speak a little bit more about the green space provision. So just from your presentation, you spoke about some of the standards that the city has. And this is above the Urban Parks Management Plan minimum, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then do we have a sense of how these open space standards compare to other cities, to other municipalities?
That I don't know.
Okay, maybe I'll follow up with our real administration. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. For today, yes.
For zoning purposes. Right, good. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for everyone who spoke. I guess maybe for Salome, if you're still online.
Yes.
Great. You have mentioned 3 things that your organization feels is really important to ensure success of newcomers to the city. So I just want to make sure I got those right because I didn't see a presentation from you, but you said it's the community safety and well-being, anti-racism work. And,
Correct.
And then what was the second one?
Policy regime. So the review and update of the City of Edmonton's immigration and settlement policy, as well as the rezoning bylaws.
Okay, so sort of collectively all those pieces, and then the third one you said is the physical infrastructure, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and seeing that your process didn't necessarily your engagement process, was it specifically on housing, or was this part of bigger conversations with the community?
I would like to perhaps defer that question to Kimo.
Okay.
Maybe you could answer that on my behalf.
Thanks.
Yeah, and thanks, Salon and Councillor Tang there. The engagement was specifically on our African Center Multicultural Center. And then whilst we were doing that, and then tons of the conversation revolve around affordable housing, which was a bigger issue which surfaced in our aspect of our community engagement and our business case whilst we were doing that.
Okay, I see. But you're not currently doing anything kind of housing specific, and so you're supporting of all these sites.
Yeah, actually, because of that, we are actually working towards affordable housing, and then to actually cater for the demographics that, because that was an issue that was raised, and then we're exploring those opportunities. We've been also in engagement with the federal government about that.
Okay.
So, yes.
So housing is obviously a huge need, and you're starting to kind of work in this area to address some of this need. Great, thank you. And I think, Jacob, I don't necessarily have a question, but I think you mentioned there's 3 things that the city can do, which is, I think, land, funding, and then zoning. And so we've been working a lot around the zoning piece. We've done. There's been, whether it's grant through the city or through the Housing Accelerator Fund. And then on the land piece, maybe to the applicant, I guess surplus school site is one of the many tools we have to unlock land opportunities with the city. It's not the only tool, right?
Councillor, just remind you that we are in a land use public hearing with respect to this particular piece of land. So you're not out of
line or out of order, but I'd just be careful to
Or
sort
just
of
make
make
a-
sure to keep that conversation. I know you're a counselor, you wear many hats, and the law does recognize that, but I just want to make sure we're focusing on the
Right.
application before you.
Right. So we can ask questions about policy.
I think you can ask some general questions, but I want to remind you that what you're being asked today is to make a decision on zoning and in certain circumstances, MR removal, so on and so forth.
Okay.
And so just to try to keep the conversation around that as a topic is the most prudent.
Okay. All right. Sure. Maybe just leave it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, my question goes to EFCL. Sorry, then you are in the position. So for this, our cities deserve line and removal. I know EFCL, and then you are speaking on behalf of EFCL, right?
Correct. I'm the executive director. Yep.
So under EFCL, there are about 136 or 163 or...
You got it. Yeah, 163. Yep.
163 and community leagues. And so often, and when the rezoning come in front of council, we usually heard lots of opposition voice and from community league. And is your position represents those 163 community leagues or only in EFCL?
So we try to get involved when there is zoning or a decision that affects the majority of community leagues, or if we see that something's going to impact more than one community league. So absolutely, you will hear from community leagues about specific issues they are facing in their community, and that is their right. They're independent organizations, and we try to create more of that policy or position statements for things that are happening across the city, if that makes sense.
So then I want to make sure my understanding is correct. Actually, just what we heard today, and is EFCL is not represent the total 163 community leagues.
So our structure is that we do represent 163 community leagues through our 11 different districts. So my board of directors is made up of 11 people that represent all of the area across the city. And so they made a decision to move forward with this policy based on their experience and their understanding of the position that leagues should take for this policy.
So then how we address the difference or the different perspective when we have that, for example, we're talking about across entire city, but in certain community areas, the community leagues that definitely against a certain rezoning application. How we address that difference?
So as I mentioned, they have the right to oppose things that are real in their neighborhood. And so the EFCL represents the whole city and so tries to take positions for the whole city. We are a representative body, just as you are representative of your area and your constituents, and not always will all the leagues agree with our position and our policy. And we do our very best to make sure that people are in alignment and that leagues are in alignment with our positions. And we do have conversations with leagues all the time about these things.
Okay, so, okay, thank you for the answers. I have last question to applicant. And with this municipal reserve, if we remove certain of them, so do we have the like inventory breakdown and how many we still remaining and how many still available? And because for the upcoming like school constructions, and do we have that type of analysis to demonstrate our city? We do have the surplus school sites or the reserve lines, and for us ready to speed construction for the school building.
So I don't have exact numbers on how much municipal reserve or reserve area we have in the city. Perhaps admin does, but I suspect we don't have that on hand. In terms of, I assume you're speaking to the or the School Construction Accelerator Fund. We have had conversations with the school boards in preparation for this. So at the Joint Use Agreement Land Management Committee, which I sit on, we did have conversations around these specific surplus school sites that are under policy C583A, and none of them are required for any of the schools as part of what they would like to advance with the School Construction Accelerator Fund. And generally speaking, these aren't areas where they see any pressures, so they're looking for things more around Anthony Henday on the outside of Henday, where they're really experiencing that big growth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. First of all, everyone, thank you so much for your presentation. And some of you have shared your presentations with council members. Those who haven't, please do share those with us as well, because there's some very good information in there. I want to start with Nicole Wilkie and also with Jacqueline Alderton. Maybe questions to both of you. It is your understanding, and it's my understanding, that if these sites are rezoned, that they must be available for affordable housing, not for market housing, more for affordable housing. Maybe I'll start with Jacqueline. Yes, you might. You can't turn your mic on? Maybe
Many of our members would be very interested in bidding on this land. We saw a similar situation in Calgary where the interest was very big for, because people have lots of they have lots of ideas about how they house their clients. Yeah, because there's many other options in the city for market housing, right? But we need to create more affordable housing within everywhere, but wherever opportunities arise, and utilize the surplus school sites to do so. Is that your understanding as well, Nicole?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. This would be huge in addressing the challenges we're facing right now in affordable housing.
Good. So now to the applicant, is that the intent? The intent is to, if these sites go through, intent is to dedicate these sites for affordable housing.
Yes, and we do expect, though, that they could also be mixed market housing, which would have a component of affordable housing within it. We are seeing that without grants of nearly the full construction cost of the building, that they often will need operational subsidies, and sometimes that operational subsidy is actually from the market units that are integrated into the development.
But the intent would be that market housing will facilitate affordable housing.
That is correct.
It's not that, the intent is not to make these available for market housing. I need that clarity for my decision.
Yes, when we go forward with a listing, there will be minimum thresholds that have to be met on the number of affordable housing and the levels of affordability.
Good. Good. Thank you so much for that clarity. With that, I will take the chair back. So that concludes the questions to the folks in favor. There is no one signed in opposition to this. And now we will go to questions from council members to administration. Councillor Hamilton?
No questions from me. Thank you.
Okay. Any Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. I just actually wanted to follow up on a question Councillor Hamilton asked at the very beginning of our applicants about the roadway connection piece. I wanted to just get a sense when anything would come forward, we wouldn't, from the administration side, seek to do that. I've heard the applicant's desire not to do that, but there's something that would be on our end to not make that connection from a roadway perspective, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, because I'd just be worried that suddenly you'd create a road that would become a major shortcutting. The one thing I couldn't figure out, though, is, so I've heard the desire to sort of connect a pedestrian connection, which makes a ton of sense. would there be any requirement from the administration side to, I guess what I'm wondering about is what's that going to look like? Because I'm thinking about that site. I used to represent that neighborhood until this last term, and so there's, you know, if you look at the Google Maps, there's a strong desire path that exists right now from the sidewalk in the park to the opening in the fence. That's not quite immediately beside this site, but it's close to, like, would that be included and captured in some of what of our expected upgrades?
Yeah, it will connect to the nearest path that exists there today. We do have a slide 8 if clerk can bring that.
Oh, you got slides all the time for active. Okay, that's great. Excellent. I guess because my assumption is that you're going to connect you're going to head north to where the fence opening is, likely require some type of, because right now there's a sidewalk that sort of ends and there's probably a 50-foot connection point from the parking lot to the next sidewalk that exists closer to where the site will begin. So, but we're working on the slide. There it is. There it is. Okay, let's see. Oh, that answers the question. Okay, great. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to follow up on the question of our open space for requirements. Do we have any comparisons to other municipalities in terms of that metric?
I don't have the specific comparisons, but we are amongst the top in the country. So I mean, Edmontonians are quite well off when it comes to access to open space.
Okay, great. So even when we're meeting or just sort of near our minimum standards, it is still like a very healthy standard compared to other communities.
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to ensure that discussions with the schools, that we're ensuring that we'll have enough space to actually build schools once they're needed. If we're anticipating a city of 2 million people, I'm sure we will need more schools. I heard that there's anticipating more growth outside of the Anthony Henday, but what about inside the Anthony Henday? Are those discussions looking forward, looking ahead 50 years from now, making sure we have adequate space for schools?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. It's certainly something that's come up in the discussions with the school boards, but right now those schools have been declared surplus, and anywhere that they're looking at adding any additional spaces, it's usually by adding to the existing schools rather than creating new school sites in entireties. So I think that is what you're getting at. So there would still be enough to accommodate the additional growth that we're anticipating.
Okay, so even with all of these sites, and okay, I'll speak of this site specifically, we are certain that that space will not be needed in the future, 50, 60 years from now, for school.
I think the word certain is a little bit strong, but the planning would suggest that we are in a position where we're well served in terms of the schools, and the way that the school boards would like to move forward and the way that they would address it would be by adding to the existing school sites rather than the more suburban model or greenfield model where you're creating entire new school sites.
Councillor, the school board has not indicated any need for this site or now or in the future. So there are no concerns from the school board about development on this site.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that they're on the same plan that the city is on for anticipating 2 million people.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Jans.
Similar train of thought from Councillor Principe, just confirming it's still the provincial government that chooses where schools are built or announced?
Yes, that's correct.
And so whilst the public or Catholic or Francophone school board may request money for a school, it could be decades until the provincial government provides funding for a school. Is that still correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the school board, there's nothing in our zoning forbidding the school board from doing things like urban school forms, like a second story or a third story or a fourth story on a building in the future, right? Like we don't have zoning that requires like a 3-meter cap on schools or something like that. Is that correct?
We do have maximum heights within our zones, so even within a zone like the PN zone, which is what you would typically see of a school, there are maximum heights that are regulated within that, but they could accommodate significant growth.
So significant growth, excellent. And the school board still publish facilities plan and capital plan requesting new school builds. I believe that's open to the public. They can look at it, and I guess there's my understanding is that the even some of the what I'll call interior to the Henday schools are still being sustained by children that are being bused to them from outside of the Henday. So the local catchment areas, the number of children inside these local catchment areas still, even if they were back up to full growth, would not justify a school because of excess space in other adjacent schools. Is that understanding still correct? Have we looked at it?
I think I understand your question, and there is within the school boards methods by which they maximize what is available to them through busing to the schools that are available and have capacity. And they haven't indicated that these would be required.
And Councillor, administration.
Yeah, the language.
Sorry. Administration.
Please go ahead.
Meets actively with the school boards to plan for the future of schools, and these sites, there are no concerns, and the school board has identified that they are not necessary, in addition to making them surplus, but also for the future.
Yeah, and that the utilization rates of adjacent schools in the area would be sufficient to accommodate, even if we went through a baby boom in these neighborhoods, there would be sufficient space to accommodate growth in the adjacent areas, is my understanding. And I think that it's really important that we just assuage any concern here, because I think some parents hear school space shortage and they look at their own local utilization rate.
Now, Councillor Jans.
No, I'm just making sure. So just making sure we don't have any new information contradicting that.
Based on our discussions with the school boards, there is no intention nor desire nor need for these particular school sites to remain. And they have been surplus since
Excellent.
2009, and that priority has not shifted since then.
Okay, great. Just wanted to be very clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Okay, so that concludes the questions to administration. Now I will ask council members, have any questions to administration or to folks in favor? Any questions on any new information arising out of the previous conversation? Okay, seeing none, can someone move the closing of the public hearing, please?
I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack seconded. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I will move first reading of items 3.8 and 3.9.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak?
Mayor Sohi,
Yeah.
it's just
I'm going to get
3.9.
I'm sorry?
For first reading, there's only one bylaw.
Oh, first readings on 3.9 only? Okay, got it. Okay, we'll make that correction. Okay, now please sign up to speak. Okay, Councillor Knack is to speak and Councillor Hamilton will close. And I don't see anyone else, so what we will do is take a break at this time and we will be back at 3:45. Until then, we are in the recess for 15 minutes. Thank you. Sorry to make you wait. It's been long process today. We had to deal with some of the previous stuff from the previous council, so that's why, council meeting, sorry, that we had to deal with, but here we are. I'll do a roll call. Council Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans. Okay, all right, we are on item 3.8, 3.9, and we are in, we closed the public hearing, we are on first reading of the bylaw, and council members will be speaking to this. I'm going to start with Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and forgive the nostalgia. This is technically today's my 11-year anniversary of being elected. So I'm thinking back to why. No, you don't need to clap about that. No, don't worry. I wasn't looking for free applause. Thank you, though. Why I was bringing that up is I was thinking back to when I got elected, and in this is actually the community, one of the communities I served for my first 8 years. And so in Summerlee, similar to an upcoming site we're going to be discussing, I had some initial questions that came aboard about surplus school sites. And so we went through a lot, and I remember the first time we sort of meaningfully talked about this in Summerlee was at their May 20th, 2014 AGM, where we were at the Carrington Residences little amenities building, and we had their AGM. And the conversation topic there, after getting some information, learning about that, was sort of the desire I heard from the community to look for a different site within the existing green space, because the original site that you would have seen in the applicant's presentation was sort of right at the front corner of their green space. It was sort of the signature of their green space, and it was something that while the community, I think, overall knew that there was going to be developments, as we sort of heard previously, they were really wondering if there was a different way to support that new development, but maybe somewhere else within the site. So it's something I know the Community League and the community members have been talking about for really now over a decade. And then to our applicants' credit, that's something they were exploring in some formal conversations. So for me, I wanted to really thank the community in particular, because I know we're about to go through a lot of tense conversations, as all of these are likely to be. But specifically in the case of Summerlee, I know they went through this, they talked about it actively as a community for over a decade to try to find the right path forward. And I think it's based off the number of speakers, in this case specifically in those in opposition, I think it's a really good indicator that while I know still not every person loves every aspect of losing a portion of what is green space to them today, I think it was a really good way of being creative to actually support a greater need in the community for affordable housing. The fact that this site's actually going to be a larger site than what was originally proposed, again, is another testament to the community for being willing to support that greater scale, which I was really impressed by. So I was really just wanting to take a moment and thank all of the residents of Summerlee, as I'm sure the current ward councillor will offer her own remarks, but people from across all types of backgrounds and lived experiences have been having that conversation in this community for a long time, and I think this is a great example of working together, being genuinely willing to listen, and again, this is to the credit of our city staff, not the administration in this case, although they always do great work, but our applicants who found a way forward to support more affordable housing, retain a better design portion of green space in the community by leaving that where it is, And so I think I'll leave it there to say thank you to everyone involved. And I think this is going to be a great example of affordable housing in a community that right now is only at about 3%, but will benefit from more in an area that is well suited to supporting a greater group of community members with a connection to the mall, connection to transit, and connection to a lot of great amenities. So I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton to close.
Thank you. I don't know that I have a lot more to add. Councillor Knack said it so well. I think it is worth highlighting that this is that it did take the community a really long time to get to this point, and I think it's worth noting that that no one came to speak in opposition today, because I think that all questions were answered and there's no concerns whatsoever. Certainly, both Councillor Knack and I received some emails in that respect, but because I think there was a little bit of I'm going to say negotiation over the last 10 years or so. There was, but I'll say this is founded on the premise, and I think Ms. Cunningham Shepley said it very well, this is a how, not if situation. So I think that the alignment with 90th, closer to 90th Avenue, which creates better transit connectivity and better access, both vehicular and pedestrian access into this parcel, as well as enabling the parcel in the north that would have been developed on to become a community amenity is, I hope, a good news story for the community. And I also just want to thank Councillor Knack for his work on this over the past many, many years. I only sort of inherited this in the boundary change in the last election, but he ably served this community for 2 terms. And I think that that, is that is something that, we could owe some of the success here too. So with that, I will leave it and I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
I'd like to move second reading of bylaw 3.9.
Second.
Please vote.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
I'd like to move consideration of third reading on item 3.9.
Second.
Please vote.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I would like to move third reading of bylaw 20957.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
I would also like to move, there's a motion on item 3.8. I believe that needs to be moved. Correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
Okay, I will move the motion on item 3.8. To summarize, let me just pull up the wording here. This is the recommended removal of the municipal reserve dedication from the portions of land described in this document, and allowing the designated officer within administration to notify the land titles office as such.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Thank you. We are moving along to our next item, item number 3.10, 3.11, Belmont MRR Belmont. And this was exempted by Councillor Paquette. And we will go to administration for a presentation, then we'll go to speakers in favor, and those are opposed. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. This application proposes to rezone a site from the Future Urban Development, or FD zone, to the medium-scale residential, RMH16 zone, and Parks and Services, or PS zone, to allow for medium-scale housing and to continue to allow larger-scale parks and amenities. An additional council report entitled Beaumont Municipal Reserve is, oh, sorry, this is the wrong presentation. I'll give some time just so you can see the context of the map. An additional council report entitled Belmont Municipal Reserve Removal is being advanced concurrently and would allow for multi-unit housing. Next slide, please. The subject site is located north of 132nd A Avenue and east of 32nd Street in the central portion of the Belmont neighborhood. Low-density residential land uses surround the development site. Sports fields, 2 schools, and a community league building are located within the park site. Clairview Town Center and Belmont Town Center are approximately 600 meters from this site. Next slide, please. The undeveloped surplus school sites are located throughout the city and have been directed through council in a variety of touch points from 2009 to 2023. Development of these sites is guided by City Policy C583A, which prioritizes access to affordable housing, increased housing choice, and the integration of housing, services, and amenities. Next slide, please. In addition to the community outreach that the Housing Action Team did prior to and during the application process, administration reached out using a mailed notice, site signage, information on the city's webpage, and the Engaged Edmonton webpage. Administration heard from 10 people, all of whom were in opposition. Most concerns were related to traffic and parking congestion, a loss of green space, increased crime, and a decrease in property values. Next slide, please. The site is within the Northeast District Plan, which designates it as urban service and open space. A policy states that small-scale and low-rise residential development are appropriate for the surplus school site. Therefore, the proposed rezoning aligns with the Northeast District Plan. This work also helps enable more income-diverse neighborhoods across the city in alignment with the district general policy to support access to affordable housing in all districts, with a target affordable housing rate of 16% in all neighborhoods. The city plan identifies the site as within the residential infill area, where infill is expected to accommodate 50% of new homes, allow Edmontonians to live locally, and support growth within neighborhoods. This application is in alignment with the 2 big city moves, both to be a rebuildable city with the repurposing of a planned building envelope for affordable multi-unit housing, and to be an inclusive and compassionate city, which aims to ensure that nobody is in core housing need. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that this application be approved as it creates diversity of housing choices, is compatible with surrounding land uses, contributes to the city plan's big city moves, and is in alignment with City Policy C583A. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Now we'll go to folks in favor and the applicant. Janice Lee is there. Neil Osadiak is there. Stuart Gehrig is there. Crystal Kajaner, and Nathan Benema. Are you still with us remotely? No? Okay, to the applicant, do you have a presentation on this? Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and members of council. My name is Neil Ozaduk, and I'm the Director of Land Development for the City of Edmonton. With me is Janice Lee from my team and Crystal Jenner and Stuart Carrig from the Housing Action Team. Today we're here as the applicant in support of the Belmont Surplus School Site rezoning from FD to RMH 16, as well as a municipal reserve removal required to develop the site for affordable housing. The application also supports the preservation of the remaining site as open space through the proposed rezoning of those lands from FD to PS. Next slide, please. In 2009, 20 surplus school sites were returned to the city. Since then, 14 of those sites were approved by council for the development of affordable housing through the approval of policy C583 in 2015. Between 2015 and to 2023, there were challenges in developing these sites, namely securing funding and the policy being overly prescriptive, which made development extremely difficult. As a result, in the last 10 years, only 2 of those 14 sites have advanced to development approvals. In November 2023, CMHC approved the city's Housing Accelerator Fund application, which included funds for the development of these surplus school sites. In December of that same year, Policy C583A was approved as an update to the 2015 policy to provide more flexibility and address housing provider feedback on the policy restrictions. The policy changes and the funding made available by the Government of Canada now allows the remaining sites to move forward in a timely way. This is important as currently over 46,000 Edmonton households, including 1 in 4 renter households, are living in housing they cannot afford. 1/3 of these households includes children. In January of this year, the combined impact of these pressures and others resulted in City Council declaring a housing emergency. Prior to submitting rezoning applications for these sites, we reviewed different site configurations and locations within the park site to ensure the original surplus school site location struck the best balance between development and impact to existing uses. Next slide, please. This site is suitable for medium density affordable housing for several reasons, including transit being adjacent to the site on 37th Street, access to parks and recreation, proximity to commercial centers like the Clareview and Belmont Town Centers, and it being a corner site. Vehicular access to the new development will be available off 37th Street on the road, and the road south of the site will continue to be accessible only to ETS through a transit trap that will remain. The original school building footprint has a suitable site conditions for development while lessening the impact to existing facilities and park uses. The neighborhood currently has a 6% non-market housing ratio, which is well below the 16% target identified in Policy C601, and excluding the surplus school site, the neighborhood has municipal park provision above the UPMP minimum of 2 hectares per 1,000 residents. Next slide, please. Information sharing on these communities first started in 2011. A website was created in 2013 and updated in 2015, and site signage was placed that same year. In addition to planning coordination's broadened approach, we, as the applicant, had an additional 6 recent community touchpoints over the last year. In November 2023, we emailed the South Clareview Community League to inform them of the Policy C583 update prior to it being discussed at Executive Committee. From April to October, we've continued keeping the Community League informed of our intentions and milestones. And we've also maintained and frequently updated the webpage and mailing list for people interested in receiving project updates. Next slide, please. The proposal aligns with the city plan and council approved policies in a variety of ways. It adds diversity of built forms and housing choices in Belmont. It increases the supply of safe, accessible, and adequate affordable housing in the neighborhood and brings it closer to reaching the 16% target. In a fiscally constrained environment, the usage of city land to stimulate affordable housing leverages existing city assets to meet strategic goals. The development of this site will increase the pedestrian connections in the neighborhood, and the FD to PS zoning will further preserve the remaining park space uses. Next slide, please. For next steps, if council approves this rezoning and MR removal, we will publicly list the sites for sale by the end of the year. By Q1 of 2025, we'll seek executive committee approval to sell the sites below market value. By March 2025, buyers will be selected for the sites to develop affordable housing through a competitive listing process. All permits are anticipated to be approved by the Housing Accelerator Fund deadline of November 2026, and construction and occupancy are anticipated in 2027 and 2028 respectively. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time and consideration, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, colleagues, to the applicant? Councillor Paquette, you selected this?
I did. I thought that was a good presentation.
Okay.
If there's someone opposed, I'd like to hear from them.
Okay. Any questions? No. Thank you so much for the presentation. Now we will go to folks who are in opposition. I will call your name. Jose Alfredo, are you here in person? Please come down. Where would you like to? You want to stand or sit? It's up to you. You can stand if you wish to, or you can grab a seat, and I'll go to seat number 6. And also Jackie Lane. Jackie Lane, are you joining us?
I'm here online.
Thank
Your
you so
worship.
much. You'll be the second speaker, so you'll speak after Jose. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Does this mic work?
Yes, it is working.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi there. My name is Jose. I live across the road from the Belmont rezoning proposal. I have lived there in the neighborhood my entire life, and I do not support the changes to develop the land for the following reasons. The new development would increase the congestion with the school traffic during rush hours of 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. within the school zones. Winter congestion being the worst, and with a 4-lane road turning into a one-way due to cars parked on both sides of the street, the snowpack / wind road taking up at least a lane. I've seen many low-impact collisions and have struggled to park in my own driveway due to these issues. My next issue, which was addressed actually by the applicant about not removing the bus trap. However, I do feel that that would increase the congestion because now there's only the one exit on 37th Street out of the area. And with the additional 45 units, that could probably be an additional 100 people living there, all having to use that one road. There is also a lack of medical support in the area, the nearest hospital being the 50th Street Emergency, which already has to support the growing area around the Manning and Fort Road revitalization. Adding more residents increases the strain on the medical services and the competition between residents to use what's available. As well, there will be an additional strain on the law enforcement with the increase of residents. As a longtime resident, I know the local area already has low-income housing. I have seen and experienced many crimes due to the residents of these areas. According to the Edmonton Community Safety Map, the Clareview area has a higher number of crimes than other areas in the city. Adding more housing to the area that already has issues is just going to make a bad situation worse. The Clareview area already has a poor reputation and would end up costing the city long term when it needs to do another revitalization for Clareview. One of the obvious reasons this proposal is not wanted is due to the construction that no one wants to near their home. This would also be dangerous for the children near the schools, as kids tend to wander after school hours. The proposal is conditioned to allow a 4-story building that would dwarf every other building up till 137th Avenue would stick out like a sore thumb. Also, adding the lower quality housing will reduce the values in the overall area. I'd also like to point out that Edmonton is already considered one of the most affordable in all of Canada. One of the I guess not anymore. It was just a question, but that was already answered. My final note is that people should be able to live in affordable housing, but placing more people in an area that has existing issues is not going to make the area better. I think the services provided by the city need to be improved, as it would make more sense for Edmonton's 15-minute city plan. I also wanted to point out that the turnout has been lacking for change to this proposal, because people will react after the changes affect them. I am here proactively to warn the City Council to avoid this mistake before any more time and money is wasted. I'd also like to mention the city's poor engagement with the community by having this meeting during an average workday, which most people can't take off. The city's website registration for community feedback was also a deterrent when dealing with account management. And that is all. If you have
Thank you so much for joining us. You can sit down, and if there are questions, you can come up and answer them, but we're going to go next to Jackie Lane. Don't go too far, though. Just stay there, because there might be questions to you. Jackie Lane, please go ahead.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to voice my opposition to the proposed development in Belmont. While I appreciate the chance to speak, after watching the proceedings today, I realize my voice doesn't have a lot of weight. But anyway, I will still give my impassioned plea for you to oppose this development in Belmont. Our neighborhood already provides affordable housing with numerous multifamily options, including 2 city-run low-income housing complexes. Currently, this open field is where our community comes together. Any evening, you'll see tired parents
walking their energetic toddlers, trying to wear them out, cricket games, and children honing their soccer skills in the fields. In the summer, families fly kites, have picnics, and teach their children to ride bikes. Recently, hundreds of trees have been planted in this area. I realize that's to offset the building that they propose, but honestly, it's going to mature into something so incredibly beautiful, but not with having a 63-unit apartment building hovering over top of it. It's unclear with all of the things I've read what housing will be built there, but in a few places I've seen transitional housing mentioned. So after reading the news about the challenges that Fulton and Hardisty have with increased crime and disorder, I have deep concerns about transitional housing being built in the same field with 2 elementary schools. I urge you to consider the long-term impact of this decision. Once this field is gone, we cannot get it back. So I'm asking for you to please make the choice to protect what makes Belmont a special and safe place to live and to oppose this development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll see if there are questions from council colleagues. Okay, here we go. Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please. Councillor Paquette, you're on mute.
It's helpful if I turn my mic on. Yeah. So I'm not sure who to address this to. Either or can answer, but the field is pretty big. And if a school were to go in there, I think traffic would probably be far more intense during pickup and drop off than what we're looking at with the current potential proposals. So I'm just wondering if the concern is that you don't know what's going in there, and I guess I would say it could be seniors, it could be young families who will go to the school that exists. It could be people with disabilities. And I'm just wondering if there's thought given to the needs of all of those folks when we are talking about this potential development.
Jose, you want to answer that?
No? Okay.
No, hold on. He's stepping. He's coming down.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Is this
yeah,
working?
it's working. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm of the belief that, like, I understand that you guys are trying to change the proposal, but that information hasn't been given to the community what exactly is going to be built there. So as someone who lives in the community, I'm bracing myself for the worst case scenario because it isn't clear to us what's going to happen. So I know that there might be potential for something good to be placed there, but from my understanding, that information hasn't been presented to me, and considering that the area is what I wouldn't doesn't have a very good reputation, I don't want it to see it getting worse, and at least with the vague information that we were given, it seems like it is going to get worse. So that's why
hold on. Based on the information you were given, it seems like it will get worse. What is that based on?
So that would be off the notices that I've received in the mail and me just looking at the reports that were given. So from my understanding, I was told that it's a minimum of 45 units and 16 meters high, I believe.
Yep.
And from my experience with buildings of similar size near 137th Avenue, though they tend to be problem areas where I understand it's not all people, it's a few, but there are, when you add that many people in, you tend to get a few bad apples.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Now, I will raise this point and see how you feel about it. That land could be developed, once it's rezoned, and it will be rezoned either way, whether it was for affordable housing or just for sale. Anyone could build anything. And the need right now is really, really huge. By the end of next year, we'll have had over 150,000 people move to Edmonton. That is the size of Red Deer and Medicine Hat combined coming to Edmonton. And I'm just wondering, would you prefer to have something like this that is regulated and controlled? Or would you rather have it be sort of a bit of a free-for-all?
I kind of thought, in my opinion, if the number of the units was lower, like if they were requesting like 20 units, it wouldn't have been such a big deal for myself. But from what I've seen, or what I believe, because I'm of the age where I'm trying to look for an affordable house myself, and what I understand about the market is that you have these booming markets like Toronto and Vancouver, and Edmonton being one of the most affordable. So then you have these people all trying to move towards Edmonton where there's affordability. So I'm not sure if it's just a boom that we're experiencing, and that when those other markets potentially crash, that it's just going to vanish, and then these buildings that we built like a ton of housing for just end up vacant.
I don't think that, no, that doesn't really happen. So thank you for that response. And the other, let's see, I think that pretty much addresses your concerns. I'm out of time, so I better just pause on that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate both of you joining the meeting today. So I want to go to Speaker Lane. So I appreciated your comment, or appreciate some of the frustration you might be feeling that your voice doesn't carry a lot of weight, and I'm sorry that you're feeling that way through the public hearing process. I think where I struggle, and I think my colleagues struggle, is that we are also trying to weigh the voices of the 26,000 Edmontonians who are on the wait list for Savita properties right now. So just wanted to get your thoughts on that a bit more in terms of that balance or that weight that you're witnessing.
I can appreciate the plight that those folks are in. I just feel like our neighborhood already has numerous multifamily areas. And so the numbers that Councillor Paquette said are just conjecture. You don't have firm knowledge that we will be having Red Deer move to Edmonton in the next little while. It's best guesses. So I just feel like our area already has enough people in it, and perhaps those buildings could be elsewhere.
Okay, where else do you think they could go?
Yeah, Summerlee was really excited to get theirs built. So maybe in areas where they have a lot of people that are excited about that. I am with Jose. I live right across from where the build will happen. So I'm now going to be in the shadow. And do I have to lock my gate? Who's moving in? We have not had any clear indication of what that is. So I have to agree that the consultation with the community is really lacking.
Yeah, I think that's a good point in terms of some of the information still to come. I think where I struggle is I've lived in a number of different neighborhoods in Edmonton, and I've never asked my neighbors if I can move in next to them. That's never been something that I've done or had to do. I don't think any of us have done that. So I think that's maybe also part of my struggle in terms of how our neighborhoods are structured. Anyway, maybe I'll leave it there though. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I have a couple of questions to Speaker Jackie Lane. Now, I understand some of the concern you're raising around disorder, and you reference the Southeast situation around one particular supportive housing units. We have close to 6 or more supportive housing units, and we rarely hear any concerns about those other than the one you mentioned. And those issues are in the process of being resolved because they were caused by certain particular things that were not properly handled. Now those things are handled and things will improve, right? So have you seen issues around other supportive housing complexes that we have in the city other than the southeast one?
I can only go by what the news reports.
Mm-hmm. And that is in the news, right? I think that's why it's important for us to have context around one news story or a couple of news stories. Is there a trend, or is it just an exception to some of the challenges that that particular site had? So no, I just wanted to clarify that from your perspective. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, just before you move the chair, I just want to remind everyone, just because we're kind of getting into that discussion about affordable housing, and what you're being asked today is for a particular zone and not for affordable housing specifically. And just a reminder to the Assembly, just so I can get it out there and on the record too, is that we zone for uses and not users, right?
Okay,
so we don't zone for the users. So just want to make sure that's very clear and on the record. Okay. Mr. Mayor, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. And I will move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. I'll return the chair.
Okay, I'll take the chair back. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to legal. That's something I was going to raise is that, to our speakers, what's in front of us today is a rezoning of land, and whether that is an appropriate use of the land, that rezoning, we actually don't have a say right now in what goes into that zone. And we don't even know what will be proposed. This happens with every single rezoning we have, every single one. So the only thing that makes this unique is that it is a surplus school site. So I just wanted to put that out there just so you know that that's the process we're following and that we have to decide on whether it's legal or not. So I'm just going to see if that, maybe your response to that to the speakers.
Yeah, thank you. I can appreciate that.
Okay, great. Now, one of the concerns obviously was maybe race was crime, and I'm just wondering if do you think that we should be a little bit careful equating people who need low-income housing with criminals and criminal activity?
I think we need to be realistic.
Okay, realistic. And so if we're being realistic, then what happens in those situations, sadly, is that the majority of incidences that are sort of neighborhood crime don't actually change very much, except for the fact that you've got maybe more people in an area. And so the percentages hold true. But sadly, a lot of it just has to do with calls to people for like safety checks or for domestic sort of incidences. So it's kind of self-contained. Does that sort of put that in context for you?
I'm sorry, Councillor. I know that you all need to do this and that you have to have this approved and that you do need to have more housing so that you do get the funds from the government. But unfortunately, I don't want it in my area.
Yeah.
And so,
may I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I am assuming you're referring to what I said during my speech with low income with criminal activity. And
yeah.
The reason I associated the two is just from personal experience, having lived in the area. I've experienced multiple occurrences, which I'd hate to. It's traumatizing to kind of talk about, but you really wouldn't like it when a police officer says, "Yes, we chased him into an apartment building, but we can't look at or we can't track him down based off of what unit he's gone into," and from my experience, it's always typically been like condos or apartment buildings. And I'm of the belief that the low-income housing is supposed to help people get a stepping and then from there, they would try to go into better housing or something better in their life and not.
Yeah, that's the hope, right? Have you ever been poor?
To where?
Have you ever been poor?
No, no.
Jackie, you've been poor?
Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, I'm going somewhere with this.
Councillor Paquette, I
going
would
somewhere
remain
with this, Mr.
focused
Mayor.
on the land use.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I have two. We all turned out fine. So I'm just going to, the last question I have for you then is, understanding that this is not something you want. And I do want to mention that we actually already did have that population growth I was mentioning. It wasn't conjecture. But with this decision in front of us, and all of the things being equal, if it was in another part of town, would you be approving this? Would you be okay with it?
Depends on the part of town. Considering that the Clairview area, or my area where I live, is sandwiched between Clairview and 118th Ave, which already has existing issues. I feel that it doesn't need it, but if it didn't have the existing issues, I would be totally fine with it. Me personally, being in the area my whole life and seeing what I've seen and just feeling uncomfortable in where I live, I don't want that issue getting worse.
Yeah, I would say that most people, no matter where they are in the city, who would be opposed would say the same thing about any other part of the city. I just want to put that in context. I hear you and I empathize for sure. It's definitely a struggle. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us. That concludes the questions to you. With that, I will ask if, we got to go to administration now. Any questions to administration? Councillor Wright, go ahead, please. Sorry, hold on. Councillor Paquette, you have questions to administration?
I do have a few, yeah.
Oh, you want to start?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, please.
All right, so we've heard about this concern about, that rezoning land can lead to some situations. And I do want to keep this zoning based, but there are obviously concerns in the community about this, which has to inform our deliberations. And that is sort of these, we rezone the land, but do we have the coverage of law enforcement and things like that for folks? We heard about the transit. We heard about shopping. We heard about schools, but we didn't hear about health and safety.
I don't have the specific numbers in terms of policing, but this is located again between the two town centers of Clairview and Belmont. And so in terms of opportunities for those kinds of services to be available, this would be particularly well served.
Okay. All right. And the health center at 50th, that's fairly close. It's how many, it's like 7 streets away, is that right?
Approximately, yeah. Sorry, I don't see the full context. I'm only up to 40th on here. Apologies.
Yeah. Okay. And the police station is there as well. So I'm wondering if there's a way, I'll take that off online. I'll talk to EPS about this. But then the other question was the bus route. There's a car trap there, and presumably that's to stop shortcutting to reduce the amount of traffic in the area. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so there's like if we opened it up, there'd be far more vehicles cutting through the neighborhood. Is that the understanding?
That's my understanding. I can pass it to Faisal if there's something more specific.
Councillor, yes, it has been there for a while. One of the things that is happening in this neighborhood is the rehab. Building Great Neighborhoods is looking into neighborhood renewal in 2027, 2030. So the planning and design of that will be initiated shortly. In terms of any of the major changes to the bus trap, I think it will be looked at more holistically to account for shortcutting and any other challenges.
Okay, and then we heard about number of units and things like that. How are we determining those numbers?
Those are based off the zoning bylaw, minimum densities that would be required for the site.
The minimum densities, okay. And
we do not regulate the maximum.
right, and so looking at the map, you see this big section and it looks like, wow, that's gonna be one big, huge like building, but realistically, there's gonna be a lot of green space in between buildings and pathways, is that correct?
It will depend on the specifics.
How usually like it develops when we rezone?
Yeah, it depends on how the site develops, what products they end up going with, who the end developer ends up being. But at the minimum, there would be site setbacks from the edges and probably requirements between buildings, depending on how they decide to proceed.
Setbacks and separations, things like that. Okay. All right. And just to be clear, we had 10 people not in favor, and you listed their concerns. I'm just wondering if we can get that up on the map.
Correct. That's slide 4 if you want to go to that, Madam Clerk. They're just pulling it up now.
There it is. Okay. So we've heard these before. Now, when we rezoned, we typically see a reduction in property values, or is it pretty much like it's immaterial?
That's not something that we would track based on the rezoning.
Well, I'll answer for you. I asked tax and they said it's immaterial, but that's what they told me. So now you got that in your back pocket. Okay. And then there is still like ample green space in area and then access to Cannondale Ravine that goes to the river valley and things like that. So there will be some reduction in green space. We have to be realistic about that. But the feeling is that there's enough in the area.
Yeah, I empathize with the perceived reduction in green space, but the reality is this particular site was always intended to be a building. And again, about the same height as well. So the school building would have been allowed up to 16 meters, and it would have been contained within that envelope. This site is being contained within that envelope as well as having additional setbacks.
Yeah, and I'm probably out of time. One last question. The question about engagement. We follow the legal requirements from the province and a little bit above and beyond. Is that true?
That is true, and in addition to meeting the MGA requirements, we've done significant engagement from administration, so we've got the web page that's gone up as well as additional notices beyond the requirements, and as well the applicant, who is the housing action team as well as real estate, have done additional engagement or community outreach beyond that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much. You just mentioned about the setbacks. So the setbacks are greater than it would have been for a school, so a school would have taken up more of the land?
This was the building pocket for the school. So the building would have been situated within that exact pocket.
Okay. Okay, and then I'm just wondering, in the report it talks about was it the report or the presentation, the non-market housing ratio at 6%. I think there was concerns from the speakers that they already had some, affordable housing and that in the area. Is this sort of standard 6% for communities, or are there some that are more or less?
This number varies. There are certainly communities that have none in their communities currently, and there are others that are at or near or above the 16%. Belmont currently sits at 5.8%.
Okay. Okay, so they are less than the standard we're looking for. Okay. And I don't know if this really goes to land use, but I think it was Jose was talking about he looking to buy a house of his own and trying to find something affordable. If we increase the supply of housing, does that not then reduce the price overall of the market?
The market is very complex, but it's certainly, supply and demand is certainly one of the factors that's available for it.
Okay.
But again, affordable housing and the mix of housing that's here is a little bit beyond just reducing the overall cost in Edmonton.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think most of my questions have been answered, so I just have two relatively quick ones. So just around the concerns related to changes in property value, I just wanted to get some clarity and confirmation from administration around whether that's valid to consider as part of this conversation.
So as part of the conversation, I would say specific property values shouldn't be given a ton of weight, but generically, if you want to think about the economies of the entire neighborhood, that's a very valid consideration. And the other thing I would say, Councillor, is if you are concerned, or if there is a concern sort of about potential diminishing values, maybe focus more on the factors that would give that perception. So is it massing? Is it shadowing? Is it parking? Is it traffic? Is it those sort of tie them back to those land use considerations, but generally I would say focus on sort of the economics of the neighborhood.
Great.
Thank you for that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to follow up on some of the questions that Councillor Burkett had asked, so I appreciate the clarity on that front. And then, I understand that some anecdotes and assumptions were shared related to just the relationship between adding more housing to a community and crime or disorder. What does the research and the data and the evidence say about safety and well-being as it relates to adding more people and homes to our communities?
I think that's better answered by the applicant, if you would, Councillor.
Is administration able to share generally what that relationship looks like? Because my understanding is having more folks in a community can add, more activity, more folks out in public, in our parks, on our main streets, that can assist in perceptions of safety.
There are significant benefits to having additional units in any neighborhood. Having eyes on the street is a significant benefit in terms of being able to create that space where people are constantly there and seeing what's happening in the neighborhoods. My apologies, I thought you were looking for some specific in terms of specific affordable housing or anything like that, but always we would look to have active spaces in the public realm, and that is definitely a benefit to communities.
Okay, thank you so much for that. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Just one quick question regarding the green spaces. Because this land actually is beside the school, and in that area we have the community league hall there, we have schools there. And with this removal, to change this green spaces and to choose the housing use in mind. So do you have a specific information what is the remaining spaces and it will be to meet the standards criteria, and we're talking about the population versus green spaces?
Just give me 1 second to pull up the specific number. I know it's above the 2 hectare minimum.
Yes, it's, Councillor, it's about 2.57 hectares per 1,000 people, which is above the minimum standard in the UPMP, the urban parks.
For the requirement.
Yeah.
For the requirements,
Yeah,
right?
it's above.
It's above.
Yep.
So that means we have more green spaces there?
Yes, we have adequate and above adequate green spaces in Belmont.
Okay. Okay. So if that is the case, and for the, because right now we're just talking about the land use, we're not talking about the development yet, right?
Yes, you're correct, Councillor. What you're being asked to decide is...
I'm asking, and because this is beside the school, I understand that the safety aspects, and then in terms of parking, in terms of the traffic, is there any information provided regarding this?
Yes, Councillor. As part of this application, a transportation assessment was done to look into any improvements that will be required as part of this development. And as far as traffic related improvements, there is a signage change needed or control type change needed at 132 and 40 Street intersection. Other than that, there is a shared pathway that will be required along 132A Avenue to provide better connectivity to the school site to the east. Other than that, the TIA did not highlight any concerns around traffic congestion, and no mitigation measures are needed from capacity perspective.
So when you say TIE means like the traffic assessment is already done?
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, just one follow-up to Councillor Rice's line of questioning. You said 2.57 hectares. Is that before or after, if this was approved?
That's post-development.
Post-development at the max potential build-out?
That's anticipated, well, because we don't regulate the maximum, it's the anticipated build-out.
Anticipated build-out? Okay. That number isn't equal across the city, is it? Like the hectares, like we have some neighborhoods that are, like even though we have a minimum of 2, we have some neighborhoods that are almost like 6 or higher hectares per 1,000 people, and then we have other neighborhoods where we see more closer to that 2 hectares.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Do we have any understanding of whether that breakdown is, like what parts of the city we see that kind of, I guess, feast or famine in park space?
There is a map in Breathe that shows what the current rate is. I don't have that currently up. I could certainly get that for you in short order if someone's able to.
I think
send
for
me a
me,
clip.
I think for me, it's a factor in the decision of this land use, because I've been pretty adamant on the protection of green spaces and also equity across areas, and I think this one is getting pretty close to that mark.
That is understandable, but again, this was not a site that was to be open space. This was a site that was always intended to have a building on it, and so isn't part of what would be considered in that.
Can you tell me what you classify as open space? Like what?
Municipal parks.
So it's specifically, so if something's an urban facility, you don't count that as that in that hectare ratio?
Not in the open space, no.
Okay. Not in that hectare to 1,000 person.
Sorry, when you say urban facility, are you talking about the building itself? I'm sorry, I may have misunderstood that question.
Okay, so let's talk about, like, I'll just use Castle Downs as an example. Castle Downs, do we consider the whole park space as that hectare place, or there's a skate park, there's now a school, there's a YMCA? Are we counting all of those things that are on that parkland as part of that parkland ratio, or is it like actually where there's trees and grass?
Well, it would include the skate park, but sorry, it's a bit complex because we're also starting to move beyond strictly considering the supply as the number itself, but also the improvements and the types of spaces and variety and quality that are prescribed.
That's with
So
the engagement that's happening with Breathe.
And that's for it, but it's all city-owned land.
Yeah, okay, so, okay, I get that. I think
So the YMCA in that context wouldn't be counted towards that.
Okay, the YMCA wouldn't, but the playground.
The playground would be
The
correct.
skate park.
The skate park, yes.
They're all considered park space.
Correct.
We don't have, do we have any, or are we, and maybe this is to Ms. Petrin, can I ask Ms. Petrin a question? Am I allowed? To Ms. Inkpen, am I allowed to ask about?
Well, this is questions to administration, right? So.
Yeah, we're in questions to
I
administration.
just wouldn't, like, if it's a bit broader.
I understand you're wearing your counselor hat here. I would say, yes, please go ahead, but remember what we're here to have a discussion
No,
about.
I think this is pertinent to specifically this rezoning though, so I guess to Ms. Petrin, what do you anticipate when Breathe kind of is doing a bit of engagement and we're looking at this and we're gonna come back with some ideas on Breathe? How are we assessing quality and quantity? Because I'm hearing this ratio, but I don't think like comparing Castle Downs Park, for example, to the River Valley and access is not the same access to the same kind of green space. So how is that going to be contemplated and how are we accounting for that in this hectare ratio now, or are we not?
Councillor, I'd look to the team to provide more clarity on the details of the ratio for this particular application. I don't have that information in front of me, so I'll look to the team to provide that clarity on how we're calculating the amount of hectares in the neighborhood as it relates to the 2 hectare per 1,000 people. But certainly we can follow up on the Breathe piece, ensuring that there's clarity on that for when that work advances.
Okay.
So for this particular site, the total municipal park plus the surplus school site would have been 15.13 hectares for the Belmont site. The surplus school site size, it's a lot of S's, is 1.41 hectares, apologies. And the municipal park less the surplus school site would be remaining at 13.72.
Okay.
And so that 13.72 hectares is what's used to calculate the 2.57 hectares per 1,000 people.
Okay, thank you.
And land in our, the River Valley is not counted towards the neighborhood level open space, just for clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I'm going to go broader, but I'm going to focus on zoning. Zoning is one tool available to municipalities, how we build our communities. We can use zoning to exclude certain type of housing, or we can use zoning to create a diversity of housing in neighborhoods. Is that a fair question?
I think that's a fair question,
Right.
Your Worship.
So in this particular case, we have a policy that says each neighborhood should have 16 or 17% of affordable housing. And we should be using zoning tools to achieve that policy objective. Should we not?
That is typically one of the levers that you would have to be able to achieve that, correct?
Right. So in this case, this particular case, only 6% of the housing stock is affordable, which is not meeting the aspiration of our policy.
That's correct.
So that should be a consideration in our decision making, right?
It certainly can be. It's one of the city policies that you're attempting to move towards, which is why the surplus school sites are coming forward in a variety of places across the city.
But we also have a community, as a city, as a community, broader community, we also believe in creating opportunities for people of various means to live in the neighborhoods of their choice, which is building an inclusive community. Housing diversity allows inclusive communities to be built.
Correct.
So that's another zoning tool that we can utilize to achieve those objectives.
Yes, I think you're correct, Councilor,
Right.
or Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Okay, so within that context then, right, this application or the other application we will have in front of us, that's what I'm thinking about, like how do we balance all these different policies and how we use the tools available to us to advance those policies.
Yes.
Okay. On a broader, again, maybe this is related to zoning. We are a growing community. We have 100,000 people moved to our city. In order to accommodate that growth, we need to create housing. We create housing through zoning. One tool, right? So this fits into that too, right, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think you're correct. Zoning is a permission, right? So it doesn't actually create the housing, but it creates the atmosphere for that housing to be able to go up, right?
Yeah.
It's a permissions tool. It doesn't direct what happens. It says you can do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, but people moving into our city or people who live in our city now all don't have the equal means to afford a place to live.
Correct.
So how do we create housing for everyone in our city if we don't utilize these tools available to us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and Council has enacted a number of tools, whether that's the city plan, and inclusive and compassionate is one of the big city moves, district plans to allow a range and a variety of housing types from a policy perspective, and then regulatory with the land use bylaw. It was very deliberate on behalf of administration and council to seek equity through land use regulation.
And
That's where I struggle with the legal interpretation that we should not be talking about the user, because, you know, we live in a society where we know some people have very limited means to support themselves compared to others. So we need to create opportunities for them to live in our communities. So it is related to the user as well, to some extent.
It sounds like you're talking about a desire for an evolution of the law, Mr. Mayor. The way the law stands right now in our leading case from the Supreme Court is that we zone for the uses and not specific users. And that's just the way the law is as it stands from the Supreme Court.
I agree with that. I think people should not be judged for who they are, where they live, right, because of their socioeconomic circumstances, right? So I agree with that, but I just trying to clarify, because this is on people's mind, right? And yes, my time is up, I know that. Okay.
Did you want to move a second round?
I will move the second round.
second.
And please vote.
Yes.
Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting for one vote. Mayor Sohi,
Yeah, got it.
we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is carried.
Okay.
Mayor Sohi, go ahead, please.
Thank you. We conclude, I'll take the chair back. We conclude some questions. But before I do that, I just want to read I know some new people have joined us. At the start of this meeting, I shared expectations for the conduct in this meeting. So I'm going to read them again. I want to share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of the council's process to ensure we hear a full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As a part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion responses features in the Google Meet are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. So with that, we concluded the questions to administration. Now at this time, we'll ask if council members have any questions to administration, to members of public signed in opposition or in favor, or to the applicant on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Okay, I see none. We are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, I can close if no one else wants to speak.
No, we will speak later on. We closed the public hearing first.
Yeah, no, I don't have any other questions now.
Second.
Okay, second by Councillor Wright. Okay, so please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Paquette.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can you move the first reading?
What's that?
Can you move the first reading?
Oh, are we still moving first reading? Yeah, okay. I'll move first reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a first reading on the floor. Now to speak.
Yeah.
All
okay,
right, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'll be really brief. I just wanted to speak because I had a lot of line of questioning around the park space, and I will still be supporting this application before us, but I think, as with many things that are frustrating about being in public hearings, is a lot comes up that's not necessarily particularly related to land use, but is the bigger conversation we're having. And I see a disparity and an equity and an inequity in the loss of and the ratio of park space. Even the fact that we heard today from administration that River Valley is not counted in the neighborhood counts means that some neighborhoods have a ratio of 6 hectares per 1,000 people that live next to a river valley that's not included. And then we have neighborhoods like Belmont today that are almost at the minimum amount. And if we add any people to that neighborhood, we are at that ratio. And so I think we really need to look at Breathe and how we're accounting for making sure that one of the things that Edmontonians that I talk to hold most dear is green space, trees, and land are equally distributed and available and accessible to anyone and everyone, no matter what part of the city they live in. So again, I'll be supporting this rezoning, but for me, it has absolutely shored up that bigger conversation, and I look forward to following up with Kim on that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So I'll support this, but I appreciate there's this conversation introduced some of the tension I was talking about a little bit earlier, and as I say my words, I will look carefully at Ms. Inkpin, but I appreciate that. From a land use perspective, I'm very comfortable with this proposal in terms of where it's situated, appreciating the caution we just heard from Councillor Rutherford, which I think is very, very astute and something we need to be aware of and thoughtful of. I'm going to talk because I know also within the rules that when people do bring something up in public hearing, you can address that while following within the rules. And I think the tension that we deal with is that there is some of that uncertainty. I know from one of our two speakers that there was a suggestion that everyone in Summerlee, for example, was okay with that, and I can tell you they weren't. I know that for a fact. I know there are residents who have some of the same fears that were raised by our two speakers, and I don't think we should be naive to that reality. And I'm sure that won't be the only. We'll hear more of that as we go throughout the night. So I do think it's worth addressing a bit of that, recognizing that it's not necessarily a land use piece, but it is something that is raised by residents when we have these conversations. And so I think the first piece to note in just addressing some of that is personal experiences will sometimes, and I appreciate that, one of our speakers had a very traumatic incident and has raised that as a concern. And so there's a natural connection point to that feeling of potentially a building generating that same type of fear. I'm reminded of a few things. I remember, I'm trying to find the most recent ones, but I was reminded of some of the EPS crime stats from about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now, where they actually broke it down by division. And in fact, downtown was our lowest crime severity, which might have felt odd, because you would have naturally assumed, at least I would have, that was not going to be the case, because it's a higher population, maybe more folks who are needing support, but it's typically because of that higher concentration of people that you see more eyes on the street, and that can naturally help. It's also why we've seen a lot of the new neighborhoods, which have substantially higher density than most of the mature neighborhoods. The crime still happens in those areas, but it's often not as much as some of the neighborhoods like where I live. And that's a very real fear, and we don't want to discount it, even though it's not the actual factual data shows that maybe that isn't the same case. You know, I've talked about this in this room, and it's tough because as somebody that lives in a condo building, and as somebody whose parents live in an apartment building, and whose sister lives in an apartment building, and whose uncle lives in an apartment building, and whose mother-in-law lived in an apartment building for most of her life, and for whose grandma lived in an apartment building for about 60 years, it's hard sometimes when you're the person who's lived in those environments to hear people who have that uncertainty and that concern. But again, I don't want to vilify that. I just want to acknowledge that it is both hard from the people who have experienced it and also hard sometimes from the people who live in it and know that I think sometimes those buildings, multifamily buildings, don't create that same type of experience that maybe everyone fears. So I think we need to talk about that. I think this goes a little bit to what we heard from the EFCL earlier about how we do this. How do we engage people that live in multifamily buildings more actively within the community to make sure that everyone is looking out for each other, everyone is connecting with each other? I think there's a lot of great ways to work on that together. I've seen some really great examples in a number of communities, and I'll pick on Councillor Stevenson's ward again. I think about Quentwin and that particular community and how they actually developed block captains in each apartment building to then be direct connections with the broader community, and the beauty that has created over time. So I say this as someone that supports it, but knowing that we had one speaker who feels like we're just sort of going through the paces. We genuinely do hear everyone, but it's a matter of trying to find that balance between creating inclusive communities for everyone, trying to address some of the land use things that we've been discussing today. But I think I see a lot of potential and opportunity, and I think there's a lot of great examples community-wide and city-wide of where buildings like this can actually be a really strong addition to a community. And so I'll support this both because I believe it's a good land use and because I do believe there's a desire for us to try to create more opportunities for a more inclusive set of communities across the city. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, can you extend the order to finish this
Yeah, I'll
item?
move to extend 10 minutes, or to finish this item.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Thank you.
Second?
Okay, please vote. It's unanimously. Here you go. Got it.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Jans?
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Paquette to close.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that this is a difficult decision, and I want to acknowledge the concerns of those who are worried about the changes this development will bring to Belmont. Ideally, change would be gradual, steady, and predictable. That's what we all want, the ability to plan for the future with confidence. The reality, though, is that we're living in a rapidly changing world. Our city is growing fast, and the pressures of population growth, housing demand, and economic shifts aren't something we can afford to ignore. What the city is doing and will continue to do is to manage that change as responsibly as possible within the resources and the rules that we have to abide by. This development in Belmont is part of a much larger strategic plan across the city and indeed across Canada, with significant investments being made. So for the area of the Northeast, there are hundreds of millions of dollars being invested in commercial and in development. So there is confidence from those with money investing in our city that the Northeast is and is going to continue to be and will actually improve as a place for families and for growth. So we need to support the population as we do these things, and part of that will be me talking with EPS talking with the province on health delivery systems and some of those things on a provincial level that are out of our control, but do require advocacy. So growth brings challenges, and public safety is at the forefront of all our planning and all our advocacy. It's something that we repeat ad nauseum over and over and over again to the provincial government, and on the rare occasion, they actually hear us sometimes. So the truth is, growth is inevitable, but how we manage it is a choice. And this development isn't just about adding housing, it's about creating a sustainable, inclusive future for Edmonton. It's about ensuring that our city remains affordable for everyone, or as many people as humanly possible, while planning responsibly for the future. We don't take these decisions lightly, but I'm confident that by managing this process with care, Belmont will continue to thrive as part of a stronger and more resilient Edmonton. And I want to personally thank the speakers who came out to share their stories with us. I understand the trepidation and concern that they're experiencing. And I understand that the unknown is the unknown. It can be very concerning. And I get it. If you have something going in across the street from your house and you don't know exactly what that's going to look like, that is going to bring a little bit of anxiety. Of course it is. And so I'm really sensitive to that. And I agree completely with Councillor Rutherford's assessment on green space. And this is a challenging time for our city. At a time when we are getting support reduced by the provincial government, we're getting cut and slashed everywhere, while at the same time they've invited so many more people into our province and into our cities. It makes absolutely no sense. We used to get over $400 per person for infrastructure. Now we get just over $100. That is an almost $300 million a year impact on our budget and our ability to ensure that every part of our infrastructure needs are met. And so understanding that we are not getting support that we require for this population influx, and these kinds of rezonings are some of the bare minimum we can do as a city in order to try to stopgap where the province has left us holding the bag. And not us, but the residents of our city. And that's frustrating, and it's not fair. So with that in mind, I mean, I am tempted to vote against this just in protest of the fact that we are not getting the support we need from the province. But at the same time, if I do that, then I am voting against taking care of our neighbors. And I can't do that. But one thing I can do is ensure that after this vote, I will be on the horn with every department I can to ensure that this goes smoothly for the residents. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're just having a bit of a technical difficulty, Mayor. We're just going to see what we can do with eScribe.
Here we go.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, I'll move second reading of the item 8.10 and
Yes, so
one.
bylaw is only one bylaw, so okay.
Oh, only one.
Right,
Okay.
okay. Okay. Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, if you can't tell, I've got the flu, but I will move consideration for 3.10.
Okay. Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Final reading?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I will move final reading for bylaw 20951.
Second.
Okay, please vote for the final reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Piketty, you also want to move the recommendation in 310?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We are going to be taking a break here, though. Let's be back here by 6:05. Thank you. Until then, we are on the recess. All right, hello everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good evening.
Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Sorry, just one moment, please. Can I just confirm we have Councillor Paquette or Councillor Principe, are you able to hear us? Just one moment, please. We're just getting the sound sorted. Councillor Paquette, Councillor Jans, Councillor Principe, can anybody hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, Madam Clerk. Can you hear me?
I can now.
Great. Well, let's try. Oh, like you.
I believe they've joined the wrong meeting. I think we want our, they're in the special continuation
Yes.
invite. I will get onto that meeting and tell them.
Go back into the main public meeting from this morning.
Oh, okay.
That's what I just did. There we go. It's like, wait, what?
Just one moment, please. We're just extending the 9:30 Google invite so that we're all in the same invite. So just one moment.
I
Let's try that again. Good afternoon or good evening from council chambers. Councillor Principe, are you able to hear us? Councillor Paquette?
Yes, I can.
Awesome.
I can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Let's start the roll call again. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon or good evening.
Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Tang.
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good evening.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good evening.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good evening.
Councillor Rice.
Good evening.
And Councillor Jans.
Good evening.
Okay, everyone is here. So we dealt with the Belmont bylaw. Now we are on to 3.12 La Pearl Municipal Reserve removal, as well as bylaw 209542 law for medium scale housing La Pearl. This was exempted by Councillor Knack, and we will go to administration for a presentation.
Apologies, was just changing meetings. Good evening. This application proposes to rezone a site from the Parks and Services, or PS zone, to the Medium Scale Residential, or RMH16 zone, to allow for medium scale housing. In an additional council report entitled La Pearl Municipal Reserve Removal is being advanced concurrently and would allow for multi-unit housing. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, I don't see the presentation up. You bet. You're also running into the changing of the meetings problem.
There we go.
Next slide, please. Thank you. The subject site is located north of 95th Avenue and east of 189th Street in the southwestern portion of La Pearl neighborhood and is currently used as open space. Single detached housing surrounds the site on the south and west sides, and La Pearl School is located within the park site. Transit service is available on 189th Street, which connects riders to the West Edmonton Mall and Jasper Place transit centers. Next slide, please. The undeveloped surplus school sites are located throughout the city and have been directed through council in a variety of touchpoints from 2009 until 2023. Development of these sites is guided by City Policy C583A, which prioritizes access to affordable housing, increased housing choice, and the integration of housing, services, and amenities. Next slide, please. In addition to the community outreach that the Housing Action Team did prior to and during the application process, administration reached out using a mailed notice, site signage, information on the city's webpage, and an engaged Edmonton webpage. Administration heard from 81 people, with approximately 5% in support and 94 in opposition, with 1% questions only. Most concerns were related to traffic and parking congestion, a loss of green space, affordable housing, increased crime, and decreases in property values. Some residents also suggested that an alternative location would be more appropriate for this development. Next slide, please. The site is within the West Edmonton District Plan, which designates it as an urban service. A policy states that small-scale and low-rise residential development are appropriate for the surplus school site. Therefore, the proposed rezoning aligns with the policies in the West Edmonton District Plan. This work also helps enable more income-diverse neighborhoods across the city in alignment with the District General Policy to support access to affordable housing in all districts, with a target affordable housing rate of 16% in all neighborhoods. The city plan identifies the site as within residential infill area, where infill is expected to accommodate 50% of new homes, allow Edmontonians to live locally, and support growth within neighborhoods. This application is in alignment with the two big city moves, both to be a rebuildable city, with the repurposing of a planned school building envelope for affordable multi-unit housing, and to be an inclusive and compassionate city, which aims to ensure that nobody is in core housing need. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that this application be approved as it creates diversity of housing choices, is compatible with surrounding land uses, it contributes to the city plan's big city moves, and is in alignment with City Policy C583A. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We will go to folks in favor. Janine Lee, Neil Osariak, and Stuart Carrig, Crystal Jenner, and we are also joined by Nadine Shalifu. Nadine, thank you for, you want to probably move close to the podium, please. And I don't know if Nathan Benema joining us any longer. No, he's not. Okay, so we'll strike him off this list. Okay, to the applicant, do you have a presentation?
I do.
Please go ahead.
Just before we do, could I have some counselors who are virtual turn their cameras on so I can maintain quorum? Thank you.
Here we go. Great. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sohi and members of council. Oh, we're not up yet.
We're just putting up the presentation.
Okay, here we go.
Good evening, Mayor Sohi and members of council. My name is Neil Ozaduk, and I'm the Director of Land Development for the City of Edmonton. With me is Janice Lee from my team, and Crystal Jenner and Stuart Carrig from the Housing Action Team. Today we're here as the applicant in support of the La Pearl Surplus School Site rezoning from PS to RMH 16, as well as the municipal reserve removal required to develop the site for affordable housing. Next slide, please. In 2009, 20 surplus school sites were returned to the city. Since then, 14 of those sites were approved by Council for the development of affordable housing through the approval of Policy C583 in 2015. Between 2015 and 2023, there were challenges to developing these sites, namely securing funding and the policy being overly prescriptive, which made development extremely difficult. As a result, in the last 10 years, only 2 of these 14 sites have advanced to development approvals. In November 2023, CMHC approved the city's Housing Accelerator Fund application, which included funds for the development of these surplus school sites. In December of that same year, Policy C583A was approved as an update to the 2015 policy to provide more flexibility and address housing provider feedback on the policy restrictions. The policy changes and funding made available by the Government of Canada now allows the remaining school sites to move forward in a timely way. This is important as currently over 46,000 Edmonton households, including 1 in 4 renter households, are living in housing they cannot afford. 1/3 of these households include children. In January of this year, the combined impact of these pressures and others resulted in City Council declaring a housing emergency. Prior to submitting rezoning applications for these sites, we reviewed different site configurations and locations within the park site to ensure the original surplus school site location struck the best balance between development and impact to existing uses. Next slide, please. This surplus school site is suitable for medium-density affordable housing development for several reasons, including multiple transit connections, many of which are located on 97A Avenue, access to parks and recreation, and proximity to neighborhood and large-scale commercial. The original school site is a corner site that has suitable site conditions for development, while lessening the impact to existing fields, walkways, and park uses. The neighborhood currently has 11% non-market housing ratio, which is below the 16% target identified in City Policy C601. Excluding the surplus school site, the neighborhood has a municipal parks provision above the UPMP standard, or the UPMP minimum of 2 hectares per 1,000 residents. Next slide, please. Information sharing in these communities first started in 2011. A website was created in 2013 and updated in 2015, and signage placed that same year. In addition to planning coordination's broadened approach, we, as the applicant, had an additional 7 recent community touchpoints over the last year. In November 2023, we emailed the La Pearl Community League to inform them of the Policy C583A update prior to it being discussed at Executive Committee. From April to October, we've continued keeping the Community League informed of our intentions and milestones, including attending a Community League meeting in June to share information about the project. We also maintained and frequently updated the webpage and mailing list for people interested in receiving project updates. Next slide, please. The proposal aligns with city plan in a variety of ways. It adds to diversity of built forms and housing choices in La Pearl. It increases the supply of safe, accessible, and adequate affordable housing in the neighborhood and brings it closer to reaching the 16% target. In a fiscally constrained environment, the usage of city land to stimulate affordable housing leverages existing city assets to meet strategic goals. Next slide, please. For next steps, if Council approves the rezoning and MR removal, we will publicly list the sites for sale before the end of the year. By Q1 of 2025, we'll seek Executive Committee approval to sell the sites below market value. By March 2025, buyers will be selected for sites to develop affordable housing through a competitive listing process. All permits are anticipated to be approved by the Housing Accelerator Fund deadline of November 2026. Construction and occupancy are anticipated in 2027 and 2028, respectively. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Nadine Shalifu. Please go ahead. Can you turn your mic is not on. Just give me one.
Is it good now?
Yes, thank you.
I don't get a button to press. Good evening, Mayor Sohi and council members. My name is Skitakomu Kosu Memakwisa Square, which is Green Butterfly Woman, but you can call me Nadine Shalafu. I'm here on the public hearing for the surplus schools. So this is actually in general of all surplus school sites. I'm just speaking for one, so I take up less time. As the city of Edmonton experiences, oh wait, I need glasses. As the City of Edmonton experiences the many benefits of significant population growth and sees the development of new housing to meet this growth, Edmonton Coalition on Housing and Homelessness wants to emphasize the importance of leadership by City Council to ensure the pressing need for lower income affordable housing that holds a priority position. We are seeing a deeply troubling growth in the number of people who are homeless and terrible human and fiscal costs associated with this. A few months ago, ECHO hosted a memorial service for 421 people who died of homelessness in 2023, up from the 32 deaths that were identified in 2005. Homelessness is not about individuals who are flawed. It is about decades of failure by governments to ensure there is a decent housing for people with limited economic capacity. We know that unaffordable housing is often the beginning of events that can lead to homelessness. And even when people with lower incomes are able to maintain housing, it can be at the cost of many other elements of healthy lives, as the priority of a roof over one's head dominates choices. There is a great opportunity at this time to act in a more substantial way to address the shortfall of tens of thousands of units of affordable housing in Edmonton. Thanks to the availability of these surplus school sites and the federal government's Housing Accelerator Fund. As decisions are made about bylaws regarding development of housing, we urge the city to act to support the development of affordable housing that is fully consistent with the purpose of the HAF, to accelerate the growth of the supply and support the development of complete, low-carbon, climate-resilient communities which are affordable, inclusive, equitable, and diverse. This is an exciting opportunity for Edmonton to have resources to create such communities. It is essential to ensure communities develop that are not only affordable but also inclusive, equitable, and diverse. The city land sales site indicates being open to the proposal where at least 30% of units are affordable. That's a good start. But it is silent about the other characteristics identified by the HAF. ECHO has concern that the need for housing for larger families and other characteristics such as accessibility to ensure communities are equitable and diverse may be lost. We note that the rezoning for RMH 16 and RMH 23 will support development of townhomes, but this also will permit building heights of 16 meters and more, so that apartments more likely to reduce diversity of residents become an attractive direction for development. Given the HAF's clear commitment to affordable, inclusive, equitable, and diverse communities, we encourage putting a priority on the using of the energy and vision of nonprofit housing developers, supporting them to ensure these sites do not end up proving only more housing for those with financial means for market rates. We know from decades of evidence prior to 1990 that such public investment in non-market housing ensures a solid foundation for strong, healthy communities and reduces and prevents homelessness. Even today in our city, it's the housing built in those years that forms the majority of the available affordable housing. This is the time City Council to act to use the valuable land that it has and to move ahead with a commitment to seeing housing developed in a way that ensures affordability and choice for diversity of people who otherwise face grim possibilities for their housing. Not everyone will support this, but the approach to the action with these valuable sites will be long-term affecting. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. We next go to, so that is it on the applicant and folks in favor. So we'll open for questions at this time from Council. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and thanks everyone for the presentations. Just to focus on the applicants a bit on this. I think you touched on it, but there had been some discussion in this community about whether a resetting could occur, similar to some of the other conversations where in Summerley we did and in other communities we didn't. Can you talk a little bit about the other site? There was one being looked at around 182nd Street next to a fully developed surplus school site, actually, that was done a few years before.
Yes, we looked into multiple configurations on that park space. However, the topography is incredibly hilly over there, as well as there's higher quality sports fields there, and there would be a greater loss of trees as compared to the approved surplus school site, simply because there wasn't any space there intended for development in the future once that other surplus school site had already been developed, and there are potentially issues with servicing as well. Another issue are just the time delays associated with having to do the servicing and all the site investigations fully, and then coming back to council when we have that 2026 November deadline for building permits.
So, I appreciate the timing piece that I always just want to make sure we've sort of looked at that in detail. So what I'm hearing is that there's a pretty significant potential cost difference between those two sites. That's one of the biggest reasons you wouldn't want to be recommending. Plus, in terms of even just development ability, to get it to a point where you could potentially develop on, you've got to fill in hills. It's they've got some toboggan hill essentially there. They've got some space. So is that sort of the thinking behind it? Do we have an order of magnitude? I guess I'm wondering.
It is definitely more expensive in terms of an order of magnitude. About 50% more.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, and I know the Miss Inkpen's going to soon enough slap my hand to tell me not to ask any more questions down that path. But I wanted to ask because I know it's a question we're going to get from potentially from one of the speakers, as it's something that's been raised. I think the other questions I'm going to have are for administration. Oh, actually, sorry. Just when it comes to the next steps, if this were to go forward as with any of the sites we've talked about, what is the expectation we're putting on for engagement with the community? We heard from Laura, one of the earliest ones. What happens if something goes forward? Somebody's a successful purchaser of the land. They've got the zoning. What type of expectation, if any, do we have on engagement?
Following, if the rezoning passes, we'll be posting publicly listings online and essentially evaluating proposals submitted by housing providers. Once we enter into a sales agreement, one of the pieces that we'll be looking for is encouragement for each of the providers to reach out to the community and introduce themselves and let them know what the plans are for the development and answer any questions that residents may have. We try not to put an undue pressure on them, anything over and above market housing, but we do strongly encourage them, and most non-market housing providers believe that integration with the community is important and will proactively do that outreach anyway.
Yeah, and I guess that was going to be my follow-up. In terms of ones that have been done, that's generally been the record of most of the affordable housing providers. They've actually, even though it's not necessarily a quote-unquote requirement, they've done that step because they know it's an important piece. Is that fair? Am I correct in the history of those?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. I think those are all my questions for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So the plan for the long market housing ratio is 11%. If it's only 11%, why they're under? It's called below market sale. And so can you explain a little bit more? If it's 11% ratio only for the long market housing, and then for the land itself, why we need to sell entire land under market value?
Councillor Rice, the 11% figure quoted was the existing ratio in the neighborhood currently.
Okay, sure. And then but for this development housing on this site, do you have the ratio and what's the percentage for the non-market?
The expectation is that we'll list the property listings will ask for a minimum of 30% below market affordable housing.
So that means 30% and long market housing, but the entire land will be sold under market value. So to me, this ratio doesn't make sense because if you only have 30%, maybe I missed something. Can you explain a little bit more? If it's 30%?
Councillor, the 30% is the minimum requirement, so it theoretically could be up to 100%.
Okay, theoretically.
The minimum that we're going to allow is a 30% non-market.
That's minimum 30% requirement for the land, for land. Okay, so could be 100%. So is that gives the reason why we sell the land under market on the Q1 2025.
I think we're not talking about land sales at this
Correct.
time.
Thank
We're just
you,
talking
Mr.
about
Chair. Yep.
Yeah, so
land use.
yes, thank you for that reminder. I just want to ask a question regarding the presentation stated very clear and Q1 2025, the below market land sale approval.
Yeah, that's the next, those will be the next steps taken if the zoning is approved.
We will be back in Q1 at Executive Committee to discuss the below market sale, and that would be the appropriate time to be having those conversations. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So, Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
Sure.
Jesse, stop me if I'm going off track, right? But I do want to raise the question that Speaker Shalifu has raised around the affordable housing for large families and other characteristics such as accessibility and to ensure equitable and diverse, that equitable access to housing. Is that appropriate question related to in this context?
Yeah, I think it's fair to talk about the diversity of housing. You want larger units, those sorts of things. I think those are fair questions.
So that's a question to the applicant then. Good to have 30% target of affordable housing, but how would you propose an applicant to meet other accessibility needs or other equity needs of the community? No, it's to the applicant, to the folks behind you. Yeah.
Thanks for the question, Mayor Sohi. So that, as mentioned previously, that's the minimum target that we'd be, and then through the proposal process, we'll be evaluating proposals based on their ability to meet our criteria. Given the nature of the program with the Housing Accelerator Fund, we are prioritizing ability to deliver in terms of actually the units getting built and given the urgency of the need in Edmonton. However, we are also in very active conversations with other orders of government about aligning funding so that we can achieve even further affordability outcomes on those sites, because as you know, the cost of construction and land development is quite expensive, and in order to assure things like larger units or very deep subsidy rents, we need other orders of government to come to the table as well.
But how about accessibility for people with disabilities, and how those features play into the housing units?
We oftentimes will work with our federal provincial counterparts to match or exceed at least what they have as their funding commitments, because they're oftentimes proponents that we are looking to work with will need to match those other levels of government for funding or for grants. And so right now what we have is that additional consideration will be given to proponents that will come forward during that land sale if they can show how they're meeting the needs for accessibility within their proposed products.
Got it. Good. Would there be opportunity? I know Councillor Knack asked about opportunity for community to engage if this goes through. Would there be opportunity for other stakeholders such as, ECO, right, and others to engage in the next stage of this development?
I think yes.
Okay.
I would suggest though that there's limitations on how much in a contract we would say you must engage with all different forms of advocacy groups, but definitely as we would be working with them, we would be suggesting who best to be talking to, and they will be actually required to submit an engagement plan that we will review with them.
Okay. Maybe this might be a question to administration. Maybe I'll pose this to the proponent. City of Edmonton has done the housing needs assessment that has identified that people who live with disabilities, people who are recent immigrants, Indigenous folks who live in Edmonton are more at risk of either falling into houselessness or deal with affordability challenges. So what kind of engagement would take place with those organizations or people, organizations representing those people, groups?
As part of our work to date, and this is still ongoing, but as part of our work to date, we've been meeting with potential proponents or stakeholder groups that are interested in these sites and asking for their input and the best way to structure the proposal for success. We do have a target that we need to hit under the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is the 1,900 units of affordable housing. And so we've been really focused on how do we move forward in a quick way, but also try to engage. So we've reached out to multiple providers that meet the needs of the groups that you've explained, or to the extent that it's possible. We've reached out to, over 25 providers, many of who work with those groups and are focused on meeting those needs to get feedback into how we can make our process as efficient and effective as possible to allow a wide variety of proponents and providers to apply through the proposal process.
Thanks. I'm out of time.
Return the chair.
Okay, I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just came on the board to allow, I think, it seemed like, Ms. Shalafu, you might have had some thoughts too, or that you wanted to elaborate on based on the mayor's questions. No? Okay, that's it. That was all my question.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there's just a quick break. I just want to, as we're going through the what's relevant, what's not relevant conversation, one of the things I wanted to just get clearly on the record is that Housing Accelerator Fund, I know the applicants, they're free to talk about it, but in terms of relevant land use consideration, that funding is not, should be put little weight on in terms of that decision. So I just wanted to be very clear on the record that you are all aware of that. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. That concludes the questions to folks in favor and the applicant. Now we will go to members of the public who have registered to speak in opposition. I'll call your name. Marsha Littlefair, joining remotely. Marsha Littlefair.
I'm here, thank you.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mayor and councillors. I'll just start by...
Can you, we're having a little hard time hearing you. If you don't mind moving a little close to your microphone.
Okay, how is this? I can speak up?
That is better. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yes, I'd like to start by saying, yes, there has been engagement and the city asked for feedback. And certainly there has been a lot of feedback from the community, even in terms of attendance, a response that was collected by the city. The response rate was 5 times greater than the response rate for summer leave. In terms of the proposed or the desired goal of 16%, as you've mentioned, the Pearl is at 11%, whereas Summerlee is only at 3%, and Belmont was only at 5.8%. And so rather than repeat all the concerns that the other people have spoken about throughout the day about loss of green space, increased density, parking concerns, crime, etc., because that's all been recorded, and I see that you have it already listed on the forms that were attached to this agenda. So you have all of that information. But what I think is significant, we're talking about equities and equitable access, but how about equitable distribution of these non-market housing units? And I say this because La Pearl already has a significant number, as indicated by 11%. And this is the second time these type of housing have been introduced to the community. And we've engaged and we've welcomed people to the community. But what about the 3%? What about the other communities that have even fewer than 3%? Why are they not being asked to share the distribution of these people who need homes? And it doesn't seem equitable. Also, you asked for feedback, and based on the information that was attached to this agenda, you did get feedback, and like I said, it was a significantly greater response than other applications. But we clearly said 95%, 94.7, that we were not in favor of it this time. We've already shared, we've already welcomed people into the community. We have almost four times the concentration that Summerlee has, double almost of what Belmont has. And I can't tell you what the other ones are, but it was mentioned throughout the day. Some communities have less. Yes, the average is, or the goal is 16%, but why not go and focus these developments on the areas that are at 2% and 3%? I think it's important to note, as I mentioned, Dan, that because we've already been approached and have been amenable to this as a community, as good neighbors, as welcoming citizens, we are at 11%. Why are we being targeted again for this type? Not just because of the availability of the school lot. There are 13 other sites available in the city, and I'm wondering if due consideration has been given to them. I think it's also important, the engagement. When I think of engagement, I think of a two-way conversation, a sharing of information, and also hearing what the other folks have said. We have said at 95% we don't want more, but there seems to be engagement that is only one way. We're being told what is happening each and every time. It's not open to discussion. Our discussion is, well, we've noted it, but we're not taking that into consideration. I would urge the council and mayor to look at the citizens who have already established the community, who have invested their life savings in the community, to these homes and to the environment here. Let us enjoy what we've created. We've already welcomed others, and it's not just not in my backyard. We already have it. We've already welcomed people. I think it's only fair to look elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. See if there are questions from council colleagues. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thanks for coming today. And so I wanted to ask you a little more about that sort of two-way conversation. Were you involved in any of the conversations sort of back in 2013, 2014?
Yeah, I've been to the meetings. I've been to the community league. I know you're going to say it's been on the community league annual every year. Yes, it's coming for the last 10 years. Yes.
Yeah, and less about that specific part, although I appreciate that point you've raised. More about when there were, sort of in 2013, there had been two sites that had been looked at that had actually both been designated for surplus school sites, and the community at that time had raised the notion with city staff. Actually, it was a little before 2013. I think it was 2012. And their feedback at the time was similar to what you had said. As a community, there was getting to be closer to that mark. So the feedback and the ask of the city at that time was to, instead of developing on both of those surplus school sites, to only develop on one of the two, because originally there had been three in La Pearl. And so the suggestion was, instead of developing on all three, can there be development on just two of the three, and to save one of those to preserve some additional green space. So had you been part of those conversations when that particular discussion was happening?
Yes, I've heard these discussions as well. But that is not the point. I think the bigger point is not where in La Pearl, but why in La Pearl. We've already accommodated, like I said, 4 times more than Summerlee, almost twice as what Belmont accommodated. And I don't know the distribution percentages for the rest of the neighborhoods, but certainly there are other places that could maybe come up to 3%,
for sure,
or to the 6%, or to the 10%, not the ones who have been open and accepting up to this point. And yeah, the neighborhood is a lovely neighborhood, but you also represent not the people who want to come here, you represent the people who have built this neighborhood as well. The people that, quite frankly, have voted for you and whose taxes are paying for these wonderful initiatives. We should have input into how they're being done. And not just to say, oh, we heard and we recorded it, but to actually be considered important input to the decision.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's been very one-way.
Yeah, and you're not going to hear me disagree. I think in our emails, like we absolutely need to be in every community, and that was sort of the challenge we run into. Of course, is there's only certain parcels of city land, and so those are the areas we've been able to have some conversations. Although you know I've talked about this. I've been trying to get people to buy up a couple of the homes right beside where I live, and as it's right adjacent to Meadowlark Mall and great health services and transit and groceries and we have some, but I'd love to see more in my neck of the woods. And I think when we had emailed, we even talked about Meadowlark, which has zero.
And they have that great field right across from Meadowlark School. This is our field. Use that one.
Yeah, no, I
I
appreciate.
know it's a sports field, but ours is a sports field as well.
No, I appreciate you coming today. Thanks very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So that concludes the questions. Thank you so much, Marcia Little, for joining us. Really appreciate that. Now we're going to go questions to administration. Councillor Knack?
Yeah, thank you. So I know we had in the presentation, and I just sort of want to, I guess, ask the same question as Councillor Rutherford's been asking around. What after this, if this were to go through, what would be the total amount of green space for this community? I guess I probably could have asked that of the applicant, but I'm sure you have it as.
Sorry, it's 3.05 per thousand.
3.05, so, okay. And I think there's a few questions that I have specifically about this parcel where we're looking at. So for example, this parcel has right now, multi-use trail running right through it. What is sort of the expectation for that? You know, because if you're removing that, I imagine there'd be an expectation to replace. Mr. Saeed, I'm guessing that's your area?
Yes, you're right, Councillor Knack. That is the expectation, that that shared pathway will be relocated to the north and east of the parcel.
Yeah, and so that wouldn't just be, just to confirm, would it be an expectation or would it be a requirement?
Requirement.
Yeah, you couldn't just take that away. Yep. This community is about to go through neighborhood renewal, so I'm thinking about, I appreciate some of the questions that I got at a town hall I hosted are probably answered through that, but just to confirm, there was questions about, you know, utility infrastructure, you know, safety, roadway design. That road in particular, as it leads up to the school, is a big concern. I expect the idea is that as part of neighborhood renewal, we would be looking to tackle all of those various issues, the traffic safety piece, as we do everywhere. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so this is a independent, well, and frankly, independent of whether this would go through or not, we need to be doing traffic calming measures around that school because there's a lot of safety issues there. When we do the neighborhood renewal, we look at the utility infrastructure regardless of any new development. We work with our utility partners to see if there's upgrades needed. Is that right? I guess I'm looking up there, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Councillor Knack, that's correct. And there's a push towards incorporating LID as well in the infrastructure at that time.
The other question I had, 95th Ave from 163rd to 178th is going to be done next year. Originally it was going to go all the way to 189th, then that work was put aside. Is that work going to be done in conjunction with the neighborhood renewal work, or is it a indefinite holdback, I guess? Do we know?
I don't have that information handy with me as regards utility infrastructure, but I can...
Less worried about the utility on that particular road, more worried about just the roadway work on that road. Mr. Saeed, do you know that off the top of your head?
I would say yes, but I can confirm that for you.
Yeah, my understanding is that the reason they didn't want to do that all in 1 year is tying into some of the LRT work happening on 87th Ave, not that the entire body of work was being pushed off. Does that sound familiar? So the idea was to start it in the years where neighborhood renewal is happening, because then you could potentially use some of the same crews to be doing that roadway reconstruction work as well. Is that...
Timing-wise, that all makes sense, but I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay. Just thinking if I have any more administrative questions on this that I didn't cover. No, I think those are all my questions for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So that concludes the questions to administration. At this time, I will ask if council colleagues have any questions to administration or to the applicant and folks in favor or folks in opposition, or any new information arising out of the previous conversation. Councillor Wright?
Okay, it's not really, I don't know if it's really new information, but it was something that the speaker brought up in regards is why aren't we considering the other 13 sites? But we are, aren't we? That's what this day is about.
That's correct.
Okay, and it's because that those sites are serviced, they're ready to go, is that right? That makes it more ideal than any other land that we might have?
So, I mean, it was referenced earlier. These are city-owned parcels. So one of the best ways we can support affordable housing as a city is by making use of our land assets. So that is one of the reasons why we're doing it. Generally speaking, surplus school sites are serviced, which reduces development costs. And then in addition to that, we are looking to get 16% across the board, across the city. So developing all of these school sites brings them closer to that target. So some are lower, some are higher, but generally speaking, we're trying to get them all towards that 16%, and this helps with that.
And this is the land that we have available to work with, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, we're not picking on one neighborhood over another. It's what's been declared a surplus.
Yeah, if we had more neighborhoods, it would be even better, but this is what we have.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I'm going to see if I can ask this as I look at Ms. Inkpen, but so I appreciate the point that was raised by our speaker in opposition about there are some communities that don't have a surplus school site that are at zero, that are at 1 or 2%. Do we have any tools to, I guess because there is that question if you're only ever looking at the spot, how do we begin to tackle that, to provide that recognition that the goal is in order to achieve the targets and to serve everyone needed, you need to be 16% in every community. Have we looked at, is there ways for us to even tackle that in other neighborhoods where we don't have surplus land?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councilor Knack. There's a couple other tools that are available at administration's disposal. So one is through the Affordable Housing Investment Program. We assess the neighborhood ratio of the proposals that come forward and put higher priority on those proposals that are in neighborhoods where there isn't existing affordable housing options. Mm-hmm. We also have some financial ability through our capital profile to acquire land, particularly for supportive housing, is one of the high priority areas there. And in most cases, the land that's been acquired for supportive housing sites in recent years has been in neighborhoods that have very low ratios of existing non-market housing.
Do we, recognizing that some communities have very high land values, which can in turn create a challenge, I guess the question I'm wondering is that, can you ever begin to tackle those neighborhoods? Because I see the point being raised. If we don't, I appreciate we have those tools, but are we ever going to use them in other neighborhoods, in neighborhoods where maybe we wouldn't have normally done it in the past due to higher property values? Because otherwise the worry is that it's just going to only ever happen in neighborhoods where property values are more on the average side.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to balance the considerations around trying to assure that there is 16% in all neighborhoods with the financial realities of the resources that are available to the city to advancing our affordable housing goals. And also, I would say there's another constraint, which is development. A lot of neighborhoods don't have necessarily a good redevelopment potential based on the age of the building stock or the tenure of the building stock. But that is also why surplus school sites represent an important strategic asset for the city to advance its affordable housing goals, because it is land that is already in our own inventory, and it's always been planned to have a building on it. Yeah. And so it's a way for us to leverage our financial our resources so that we can make our monetary resources available for advancing goals in other neighborhoods where the city doesn't already own land.
Yeah. I've probably pushed my luck as much as I can. Ms. Inkpen didn't grab her microphone, so I guess I'm somewhat okay. But I do see Ms. Littlefair might have do you have anything you wanted to add? It seems like you wanted to offer a additional comment.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the conversation and the discussion. Sure, it'd be great to put the affordable non-market housing in every neighborhood. I understand that there are financial realities to this. So rather even than going on that limb, while some properties are too expensive, we can't purchase there, let's just go back to there were 20 schools, surplus schools zoned, 14 of which were deemed appropriate for this type of housing. So we've talked about 2 today. The Pearl, if we take that out, there are still 12 left. And just by your own record, all the existing surplus schools have utilities built into them. They are built on bus routes or near to busing because that was the requirement. So again, why not go and look at those others, and any of those that are under 10%, have those be the next ones in line, or under 5%. You can pick the number, but I'm thinking there are ways to do it that are financially responsible and also leverage the existing assets of the city without making more purchases or digging up and putting in new infrastructure, because the infrastructure was already part of the plan when they were designated school zones, school sites.
Sure. Just to the administration too, I think to double check, you are moving forward developing every one of those sites. Some of them don't require rezoning because they were already zoned. Is that correct? Is that why we don't have 14 on the agenda? But you are moving forward on all of them.
Correct. Some of the sites have already previously been rezoned. We're looking at getting 7 rezoned today, and then that we'll be listing. There's going to be 11 that we're listing by the end of the year, and then there's one that's just kind of hung up because we're still doing some work on it.
Okay. Another time.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor
And my
Knack.
thought again is why not focus on those?
I am so sorry, Marshad.
It's okay.
Yeah, the time has concluded.
Yes.
Okay, so that concludes the questions on the new information. We are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
Mayor Sohi, I can move closure of the public hearing on items 3.12 and 3.13.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I can move first reading of item 3.13.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. You second it? Okay. All right, so we have first reading on the floor for 3.13. Anyone to speak? Councillor Knack to close? No, Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So forgive the history again for my colleagues, but just going through a little bit on this. And this one was a little more challenging than Summerlee when I started. When I first started on council, one of the first emails I got was from the La Pearl Community League president at the time, and they had referenced that they had already had one surplus school site developed into first place housing, which is actually a huge success, have been a great addition to the neighborhood, but they still had 2 other surplus school sites. So they were expected to have 3 surplus school sites. And so the community did rightfully sort of reach out and say, is that a little too much? They were using up a lot of available green space. They had one successful one. It's not that they were trying to stop housing. They fully acknowledged and they were happy with the other one, but it was a desire to say, is that the right balance? And so that's something I looked into, and in December 2013, we got confirmation that as a city we had made a decision to only develop one of the 2 remaining sites. And that was in fact the ask of the Community League at the time, and I appreciate not the ask of every community member. There were some community members who didn't want either of the 2 remaining ones to be developed. But when I got that confirmation, that's sort of what I went to the community with in April 2014. I'd gone to that AGM and said, listen, we've got confirmation, I've got it in writing, I sent it to the community, we're only going to develop on the one. But I did say we are going to develop on the one. So that is sort of how I've been approaching this since I first got onto council, which is to not try to set up false expectations for the community league, but rather to say there is going to be development. Now it's about the how, not about the if. And unlike Summerlee, there had been some high-level conversation about reciting that, for a variety of reasons, never ended up moving forward in a more significant way until fairly recently. So we had actually hosted a meeting back during the summer recess where about 150 people came out, and lots of great questions, some of the things we've talked about today. And some residents were originally thinking of going to engage residents in the other part of the community to see if the reciting would happen. Didn't end up happening until I had 2 residents who actually lived in that area go out all summer and spend about 8 weeks, and they were able to engage 2/3 of every resident in the area where they were thinking of shifting the site to. And that's what I'm holding in my hand. They sort of went and got a formal petition signed. And it wasn't to object to any affordable housing, it was to say that part of La Pearl, further east, had a lot of the affordable housing already. That's in fact most of the residents on this petition. And what they were worried about is losing what was already a bit of a smaller green space than what they had today. And so their feedback was to stay the course, to build where it had originally been planned. And one of the questions that these 2 organizers did, they didn't just ask, do you want to hold firm of the site location? They said, do you want to still have more affordable housing in the community? And the answer was overwhelmingly yes from about the 229 people they got signatures from. So that's great, but the challenge, as we know, is that the residents in the west half of Glenwood are worried about losing that green space. We've had a few of these conversations already today, and there were valid concerns raised about what that means for their green space, what that means for some of the community events they do. You know, was that going to affect their fireworks show that they want to do, which is where they do it? How's that going to affect the school population, which we've heard, and there had been substantial engagement with the school board around that site and the ability to support more. What I come back to is 2 things. One, is this land use at this location appropriate? I do believe it is. I think from the location where it's situated, it has minimal impact in terms of sun shadow, anything like that. The other piece being, is that loss of green space reasonable? And appreciating that it's always hard to lose any type of green space. But I do believe it's reasonable for this space to be transitioned into more affordable housing. Again, that's what I had said to the community when I first got elected in 2013. I tried not to provide false expectations that we were never going to develop this. It was always about the how, not about the if. That won't make it easier for those that don't want it. The 76 people who are in opposition, the 100 or so people at that town hall meeting that were more concerned about it, that won't make that any easier on them. But I do think it's important for us to advance this. I think the city showed some reasonableness around removing one of the surplus school sites to recognize the ask that I think we heard our one speaker in opposition on. So I will be supporting this, appreciating not everyone in that neighborhood's going to like that answer.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Knack. So please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 3.13.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading on item 3.13.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third reading of bylaw 20954.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And Mayor Sohi, I'll move the recommendation in item 3.12.
Okay. Councillor Stevens.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are moving along. 3.14 was dealt with already. And we are on 3.15, bylaw 20953 to allow for medium scale housing done loose. We'll go to administration for a presentation.
Thank you. This application proposes to rezone a site from the Parks and Services, or PS zone, to the medium-scale residential, or RM H16 zone, to allow for medium-scale housing. Next slide, please. The subject site is located south of Dunluce Road Northwest and west of Warwick Road Northwest in the northwest portion of the Dunluce neighborhood. The surrounding development consists of several low and medium-density residential land uses, including apartment, row, and single semi-detached housing. The overall park site encompasses several sports fields, including a baseball diamond and soccer field. Transit service is available via Dunluce Road Northwest and 161st Avenue Northwest, and active modes connections are offered via 127th Street Northwest. Next slide, please. The undeveloped surplus school sites are located throughout the city and have been directed through council in a variety of touchpoints from 2009 to 2023. Development of these sites is guided by City Policy C583A, which prioritizes access to affordable housing, increased housing choice, and the integration of housing, services, and amenities. Next slide, please. In addition to the community outreach that the Housing Action Team did prior to and during the application process, administration reached out using a mailed notice, site signage, information on the city's webpage, and an engaged Edmonton webpage, which reached over 450 people. Administration heard from 29 people, with 27 in opposition. Most concerns were related to the potential loss of green space, the decrease in property values, crime, traffic, parking, and safety concerns. Next slide, please. The city plan identifies the site as within the residential infill area, where infill is expected to accommodate 50% of new homes, allow Edmontonians to live locally, and support growth within neighborhoods. This application is in alignment with two big city moves, both to be a rebuildable city with the repurposing of a planned school building envelope for affordable multi-unit housing, and to be an inclusive and compassionate city, which aims to ensure nobody is in core housing need. This work also helps to enable more income-diverse neighborhoods across the city in alignment with the district general policy to support access to affordable housing in all districts with a target of affordable housing rate of 16% in all neighborhoods. This application falls within the Northwest District Plan, where it's designated as open space. The rezoning aligns with the West Edmonton District Plan as it includes direction regarding the surplus school site, stating, the 5.4 hectare subject site includes a 1 hectare school site that was declared surplus by local school boards in 2009. Small-scale and low-rise residential development are appropriate for the surplus school site. Thus, the proposed rezoning aligns with the policies of the Northwest District Plan. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that this application be approved as it will create diversity of housing choices, is compatible with the surrounding land uses, contributes to the city plan's big moves, and is in alignment with City Policy C583A. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor Sohi and members of council. My name is Neil Ozaduk, and I'm the Director of Land Development for the City of Edmonton. With me is Janice Lee from my team and Crystal Kajener and Stuart Carrick from the Housing Action Team. Today we're here as the applicant in support of the Dunluce surplus school site rezoning from PS to RMH 16. Next slide, please. In 2009, 20 surplus school sites were returned to the city. Since then, 14 of those sites were approved by council for the development of affordable housing through the approval of policy C583 in 2015. Between 2015 to 2023, there were challenges in developing these sites, namely securing funding and policy being overly prescriptive, which made development difficult. As a result, in the last 10 years, only 2 of those 14 sites have advanced to development approvals. In November 2023, CMHC approved the city's Housing Accelerator Fund application, which included funds for the development of these surplus school sites. In December of that same year, policy C583A was approved as an update to the 2015 policy to provide more flexibility and address housing provider feedback on the policy restrictions. The policy changes and funding made available by the Government of Canada now allows the remaining sites to move forward in a timely way. This is important as currently over 46,000 Edmonton households, including 1 in 4 renter households, are living in housing they cannot afford. 1/3 of those households includes children. In January of this year, the combined impact of these pressures and others resulted in City Council declaring a housing emergency. Prior to submitting rezoning applications for these sites, we reviewed different site configurations and locations within the park to ensure the original surplus school site location struck the best balance between development and impact to these existing uses. Next slide, please. The site is suitable for medium-density affordable housing development for several reasons, including proximity to local and rapid transit routes adjacent to medium-density developments to the north and west, and access to park and recreation opportunities. The site balances area required for development and lessens the impact to the remaining park space and trees. Neighborhood renewal work is starting in spring 2025. Part of the renewal work will include a new shared pathway along the east side of our site through the park and resizing the impacted ball diamond to the south. The neighborhood currently has a 5.5% non-market housing ratio, which is well below the 16% target identified in City Policy C601. Excluding the surplus school site, the neighborhood has municipal parks provision above the UPMP standard, or the UPMP minimum of 2 hectares per 1,000 residents. Next slide, please. Information sharing in these communities first started in 2011. A website was created in 2013 and updated in 2015, and site signage placed in that same year. In addition to planning coordination's broadened approach, we, as the applicant, had an additional 7 recent community touchpoints over the last year. In November 2023, we emailed the Dunluce Community League to inform them of the policy C583A update prior to it being discussed at Executive Committee. From April to October, we've continued keeping the Dunluce Community League informed of our intentions and milestones. We've maintained and frequently updated the webpage and mailing list for people interested in receiving project updates. We've also worked with Building Great Neighborhoods to share surplus school site development information with the community through Building Great Neighborhoods newsletter. Next slide, please. If the proposal aligns with the city plan and council approved policy in a variety of ways. It adds to the diversity of built forms and housing choices in Dunluce. It increases the supply of safe, accessible, and adequate affordable housing in the neighborhood and brings it closer to reaching the 16% target. In a fiscally constrained environment, the usage of city land to stimulate affordable housing leverages existing assets to meet strategic goals. Next slide, please. For next steps, if council approves the rezoning, we will publicly list the sites for sale before the end of the year. By Q1 2025, we'll seek Executive Committee approval to sell the sites below market value. By March 2025, buyers will be selected for the sites to develop affordable housing through a competitive listing process. All permits are anticipated to be approved by the Housing Accelerator Fund deadline of November 2026, and construction and occupancy are anticipated in 2027 and 2028 respectively. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. So, colleagues, any questions to the applicant? Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get clarity on a few things from the applicant. the site zone, that's already zoned RSM H12 in the other coordinate, is that also part of half? Will that be coming at the executive committee as well?
No. So that site is a first place program site.
And what's the first place program? What's that?
The first place program is a program that the city created in 2006, I believe. It is where the city provides land at a deferred rate. So we work with housing or builders. We sell them the land, but they don't actually pay for it at that time. They develop housing on that site, they sell it to homeowners, and then those homeowners have a 5-year deferred land value on their mortgage. So it reduces it it helps them get a lower mortgage. And there's eligibility requirements. But the Dunluce site is probably not going to be developed for that. The two builders that we've worked with on this program have both said they don't have interest in developing this site, so we are currently in the process of finding out what to do with that. We're going to be circulating it through the corporation, and then we will bring it back to council to have it removed from the first place program. It requires council approval, and then at that time we'll have a better idea of what we're going to do with it, and then we'll
That would be
decide.
coming to committee, so community members would be able to speak.
I don't know the exact routing. I know it's got to go to council for approval. Probably could go through executive committee, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. And the reason I ask is because that's, right now, both have been acting like you can see even in this, in the visual that's in the presentation from administration, you can see the baseball diamonds actually on both parcels. And I know did you mention something about, because the report wasn't clear about, that it says that overall the park encompasses several sports fields, including baseball diamonds, but it doesn't really, it kind of acknowledged it, but it didn't really talk about, if there was an actual commitment from part, and I guess on the part of the applicant is, and I can ask this question of administration, on the part of the applicant to relocate those diamonds to the green space remaining in this Herblink Park.
So generally speaking, sports fields that are located on school sites are all temporary in nature.
Okay.
So they were always installed as kind of a temporary feature that would be used to fill the space up until the time the school was developed, and then they would be removed. So they were never intended to remain permanently. There is a process in which the community can look to get their park space redesigned.
And to clarify, in the case of Dunluce, because we're slightly impacting that one baseball diamond to the south, we've committed through Building Great Neighborhoods to resize that baseball diamond, so it's not being completely lost, it'll just be a little bit smaller.
You've committed, so
we've been working with Building Great Neighborhoods.
So you would fold from your profiles into to their work, that,
Yes.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for the applicant at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any other questions to the applicant? I am seeing none. Now we'll go to members of the public who have registered to speak in opposition. I will call your name, please. Brad Day, in person or remote?
Yeah, here. Can I
remote?
ask that?
Yeah.
Can I ask that Justin goes first? He's a bit of a time crunch tonight.
Okay, no worries. We'll do that. And Justin Thomas, you're joining us, right? Justin Thomas? No. How about Rick Clooney? In person?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, is that Justin?
Yes.
Yes,
Thanks,
we
sir.
can hear you.
Yes.
I'll come back to you in a minute. Rick Clooney, in person or remotely? Yeah, I'm right here. Can you let Justin go first, please? Yeah, we will. If you don't mind, please stepping to the front here. We'll find you a chair to sit
If you
on.
could go to number 6, please.
If you go to number 6 over there. Very good, thank you. Yeah, and Janina Cernik.
Yes, we wanted Justin to go first. He's got
No
to go to
worries,
work.
no worries. I got that.
Okay, thank you, yes.
I got that very loud and loud. Thank you so much. Okay, we will go to Justin first. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for giving me an opportunity to speak. The bigger issue here is that the transparency. I live in Caplano, and in 2020, we were told that in the green space near the skate park, they will be building an affordable housing, and later it was changed to a supportive housing. And then we were told that members of the community that are recovering from drug addiction will be placed there with adequate support to be productive members of the community. And the community agreed. None of them have any objection to people that are recovering from drug addiction, and we welcome them into the community with open hearts. But in the last 2 years, the entire landscape of the neighborhood has been changed. That part and parcel to the issue I mentioned earlier, transparency. We were told one thing, but now that if you have watched the news yesterday, the CEO of Homer Trust said that was never the plan. So the issue with the community here is that the uncertainty. Many of us are worried what may happen when the city rezones certain areas. The public consultation is mostly, I personally believe, it's just done for the benefit of doing it because they don't listen to the people. Especially when I had a chance to speak with the good community members of Dunluce, they expressed the same. And when we introduce apartment complex into a neighborhood, we cannot argue the fact that it changes the landscape. It will bring in more people, more traffic, and with more people and more traffic, we cannot argue the fact that crime follows too. So that is one fact, and mostly people are worried about the uncertainty because what we are told in the beginning stages are not what happens at the end of the or when the construction ends or when the parties move in, and that is a major concern, and that's I think that's what forced me to join with the good people of Dunluce. And the second thing is that schools, like listening earlier, I heard that there are no chances in the immediate future for many decades. We may not need schools in the area, but considering the city is preparing for to have more people and planning to densify within the Henday boundaries, that may change, and that is another concern. And the third concern is that when people move into a neighborhood, for me, I moved into Capilano area because I like the neighborhood. I had the opportunity to move into a newer neighborhood because houses are big, but they didn't have the land and the roads were smaller. So the folks that opted mature neighborhoods for reasons such as bigger roads, bigger loads, green spaces, now the city is telling them that that it was just temporary. Things gonna change, and you have no say in it. So that's really concerning too. That our neighborhoods are changing right in front of our eyes, and we are helpless. And when things go bad, we complain. Our councillors say we hear you, but no concrete action has been taken for us in Capilano. So that's why I'm joining with Dunlus.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Brad Day.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for allowing myself. Oh, is there a presentation? There should be a presentation.
Did you email the copy to the clerk?
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
got it.
You got it? Okay, we're just loading it.
Okay.
Can we
slide.
start the time, please? Restart the time. Go ahead, please.
Slide 1. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for allowing myself to speak in opposition to this zoning bylaw. My name's Brad Day. I've lived in the community here in Dunluce for 39 years. Originally came from Kilkenny. So go to slide 2, please. First of all, I'd like to touch on communication. The city will proactively share information about city supportive, affordable and supportive housing developments within communities. There are several ways neighbors, businesses, and community groups may learn about new affordable and supportive housing. Letters mailed within a set radius, outreach to identify community stakeholders, and mailing lists. Information is generally shared on city websites, social media, or community newsletters. For one, I've been signed up for online updates, but seem to never receive any. As far as the bylaw goes, signage showed up 10 days before this hearing on Dunluce Road. So I'm not sure where that other sign was. Communicated earlier that they'd been there since 2013. Next slide. Communication, not everyone is on social media. And why restrict radius to 120 meters when building in a green space? There are no neighbors included in the survey. Next slide. Communication, not everyone owns a TV or is online, and not everyone speaks English. Next slide. Communication, not everyone has a mailbox or accept flyers at the door. Next slide. Mailed notice engagement radius. The neighborhood notification should have been sent to all residents of Dunluce neighborhood to ensure a fair and transparent engagement process. Generally, people find out what there's construction going on in the neighborhood when they actually see it. Next slide. But everyone in the community is impacted by decisions made by these major networks or projects. How did we get here? Next slide. The land on Herblink Park was declared surplus by Edmonton Public School Board and given to the city in 2009. The development of these sites is guided by a policy C583A that prioritizes access to affordable housing, increased housing choice, and the integration of housing services and amenities. Next slide. Why are we opposed to this project? Next slide. Privacy and security. Property next to this development, which are the townhomes 501 to 579 Dunluce Road, will have a privacy issue with an approved height of 16 meters. Will a buffer be built between the existing development and this new project, preventing pedestrians from cutting through the parking lot? As well as you're going to have people looking into the backyards of those properties as well. Next slide. Transit. 109A, 109B. Travel north and south past the proposed development at 120, 30, 162 Ave. Newcastle Center and Albany Crossing, which are major commercial properties which provide shopping options, are not accessible by Route 109 A or B. You need to walk 428 meters to catch the 112 north. Traffic study does not include walk bike to Route 112. After neighborhood renewal, intersection Dunluce Road and 161 Ave will become congested to the point where traffic lights will be required. Next slide. 124. Route 124 travel east and west past the proposed development. Newcastle Center and Albany Crossing, which are major commercial properties which provide shopping options, are not accessible by Route 124. As stated, you need to walk 428 meters to catch the 112 north.
I am sorry, Speaker Day. Sorry, 5 minutes are over.
Okay, sorry.
Yep. Next, we're going to go to Rick Clooney. Please go ahead. No. Why don't you use the one on the on your? Got it.
Hello?
No, here we go.
We're good?
Thank you.
Got it right in there, eh? Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I know Justin was in a bit of a rush. He worked shift work, and then Brad wasn't nice enough. He was here actually during the day, but things went a bit long, so he had to skip out for a bit there. So thank you. A bit of context. So I've been in Dunluce for 33 years. Brad, I think he said 39. I'm not sure about Justin and Jacina, but I'm sure they're well over 30 years as well. The majority of my cul-de-sac I live in are well over, oh, do we cut out there? Are well over 30 years plus, 30 years plus. The neighborhood profile listed in the reports and the agenda items that we have up the yin-yang in the last little while here. It looks like about 90% of our community is classified as non-movers, either from within the city last 5 years or have been there almost forever. It's quite high, so we're very well established. So this is more about the engagement process. In 2014, I became involved in this about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago, for a number of different reasons. And I started researching and researching and researching. And I found some very troubling things. In 2014, the City Council at the time came out with an initiative called the Council Initiative on Public Engagement. It boasted that more than 1,000 people took place in 440 workshops, The population of Edmonton at the time was roughly 930,000 people. That's a pitiful engagement process, if you ask me. If we were a corporation that really needed engagement to survive, this would be a non-issue, would be out of business. Looking through the presentations today, the engagement process will back what I'm saying here. In 2014, the initiative came out, and in 2017, the promise was written. This is our city. We value your input on how we maintain, grow, and build Edmonton. We believe engagement that leads to better decision-making. We are committed to reaching out to our diverse communities in thoughtful and meaningful ways. We want to understand your perspectives and build trusting relationships with you. We will show you how to help influence city decisions, share your voice with us, and shape our city. Sounds really good. Maybe we have not been shown properly, or maybe something else has changed. Fast forward to 2021, 4 years later from 2017 when that report came out, and it looks like we have a city council that updated the 2014 report. And in 2021, City Council agreed that the City Council had made significant and meaningful progress on the recommendations from the Council Initiative report, and the engagement process was concluded. As I read through each of the 5 bullet points after our city, it's apparent that the City Council and by extension City Administration no longer support these principles of community engagement to the extent of when they were written, or something else is going on. My discussion points today revolve around the engagement aspect of the proposed rezoning of the parcel in question in Dunluce, and how the conclusions being drawn by council and administration that are leading them to support this are not accurate reflection of our community as a whole. I will focus my discussion on 2 main subtopics, from the What We Heard report, traffic and community safety. bear in mind that at the same time we're facing the rezoning of the parcel of land in question, we're also looking at a neighborhood renewal at the exact same time. So there are cross implications across multiple of the headings in both what we heard reports, and they are common to both. Aaron, Councilor Rutherford, I'm sure you're aware of all that as well. So well, like I said, sorry, just give me a quick second here. Oh, a minute left. Are you kidding me? There should have been a presentation up there too. I do have a list of the 10 previous affordable housing projects allocated by the city, along with the cross-referencing crime or community safety maps on there. You'll see the areas that were allocated and completed. They all have roughly 3 to 4 times the surrounding incidents of the areas prior to the application of the housing development in question. Granted, I don't have an in-depth knowledge of the data being shown. It could very well be skewed to a certain extent because of just the increased population. I get that. But my whole take on this is you had 30 people respond back out of 400 hits to the website. The website didn't track duplicate IP, so if I went back 4 times to have a look, I was tracked as 4 separate hits. 29 or 30 responses with only 2 positives is a 93% rate against. And by and far, we have 1,800 households, only 400 people. Thank you, I see that. We only have 400 people. That's a terrible response rate, yet all that data is being skewed to say we're going ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. Next, we will go to Janina Cernick.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Good evening. Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Good. I'm the chairperson of the Stop the Destruction of Dunluce Committee, which is also fighting our neighborhood renewal. And right now, Dunluce is feeling at its lowest, and they're feeling as though the city has failed us. When it comes to everything, it seems to be everything in Dunluce. Right now, currently, we're getting gas lines replaced, so the roads are being ripped up for that. And then next year, the proposal is supposed to be for the renewal, and now this is being thrown at us. And just going around, we actually did more educating than the city's probably ever done. Our committee has gone to probably over 600 houses now. And we've educated them on what's going on in regards to renewal. People were not aware. And a lot of people were asking about this housing. The people in the condos there were actually crying because they are not only going to be losing their parking on the street, but now they're going to be getting this high density supportive housing next to them. And my question is there going to be parking for this new facility that you plan on building? Because there won't be any parking on the streets according to the renewal. And one of the concerns that we've brought up over and over is the loss of parking. So if there's going to be the loss of parking and there won't be any parking for this thing, people are going to be now crossing the road constantly back and forth, parking in the neighborhood because they won't have any street parking. There's going to be a higher chance of someone being hit. And that's going to happen if this parking is removed and if there is no parking at this facility, to which we don't know whether there is or not. So I'd like that question answered. My next thing that I find by listening today was about the school board space and all that, and that the concession was that there was a lot of spaces left in the inner city, meaning not outside the Anthony Henday. But I think what the city's forgetting now is that the schools that they're going to be building are super schools. And that is going to be happening here. The school board is supposed to be closing down St. Lucy's, and they want to build a super school on 167th, to which nobody in the planning department knew that until we told them at the meeting in June. Aaron will remember that St. Lucy's apparently will be gone, and this is now going to be fast-tracked. But my concern is, being that the city now needs land for super schools, they need more land. And I know of a super school where my daughter teaches at, and there's barely any land for that because those super schools are getting filled. They need more land, and there isn't even enough land. There's not enough parking. So you better be very careful when you're doing your math around the fact that there is going to be enough land to build schools in the future. So bottom line is, residents are really frustrated here. People are already complaining they're having problems selling their homes now that that sign finally went up. There's a few people there that had their houses up for sale and the deals fell through once they've seen that this project is coming up. They've now found out that we're going to be having, you know, like the renewal done. So they're very, very frustrated and they want more accountability from City Hall in regards to this. And I only have one last question too, is why does the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, how are they allowed an opinion on what's happening in communities? From my understanding, when Alan Bolstad developed this way back, I don't know, it was the 80s or 90s, this Edmonton Federation, they were there to support communities and their frustrations and in their concerns. And they should be neutral and not taking a stance. So I'm very concerned with this direction that they've gone in, because that's not what they were intended for. So anyways, I'm wondering about that. So that's all I've got to say. And I would like those questions answered. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll see council colleagues may have questions to you. Okay, here we go. Councillor Knack. Oh, here you go, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just to Brad, I know you didn't get through, the 5 minutes can go really fast. Did you want to just quickly summarize some of the slides you didn't get to on your presentation?
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it. I had one slide touching on the St. Lucie School where it's 100% capacity, Dunluce School 100% capacity. And then, you know, if folks can't get into those schools and they're living in this this complex, there's no car, lack of transit, too far to walk. She also touched, or Rick also touched on the opposition and the responses being 29 applicants and 29 were against it. I wanted to touch on the tree canopy. The city's tree canopy is approximately 13% of the existing land use. And you want to get to a goal by 20% by 2071. We need to protect the trees we already have. And I know there's a bunch of trees over in that area where you want to build. And we certainly would like to keep those there. Exactly. Tree canopy. What else do I have? Traffic study. One slide up, please. Yeah, traffic study was completed in March 20 to 22 for 3 days. The previous study was done back in 2016. It failed to address the cutting through the community to get from 153rd Ave up 121 Street and over to 161. That would cut out the route that goes all the way from 153rd Ave to 127th and then up. So there's a fair amount of cutting through that that neighborhood. So I'm thinking, you know, as traffic increases, there's going to be traffic lights probably needed at that intersection. And one other last thing I have, Aaron, is the, I only got a summary here. We want to keep our trees. We want to keep our green space. Loss of this space will result in less space for recreational activities. Increased traffic congestion, demand for on-street parking, safety issues, narrowing of Dunluce Road. The First Place program, which you folks touched on, which is not an issue right now. Proposed development will increase criminal activity. And just because crime stats may or may not be low doesn't mean it's not happening. It's just not reported. So that's about all I have.
Okay. Just one quick because I know there's a lot of intersection, and it's mentioned even in the report about neighborhood renewal. I know there's a real push in Dunluce, and I've been very clear that like for like isn't possible, but I know there's a push for like, but then I'm hearing even in a few of the speakers' presentations today, including you, about, concerns about traffic cutting and increased traffic. Do you not see that the neighborhood renewal would take into account this development and add enhancements that might mitigate that? To Brad? To Mr. Day?
Yeah, I honestly, I don't think that it's going to deter the cutting through the neighborhood, because frankly, to go down 153rd and then go up 127th Street, it's probably going to take longer than cutting through the neighborhood, even after the traffic calming measures are in place. That's just my opinion.
No, that's fair. I appreciate you sharing your opinion with me. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thanks everyone for coming. Mr. Colonna, you had been, I know you had a lot you were covering. Maybe you had two topics you were covering, and so the first
You saw that, eh?
Yeah, you were going through a lot. So on the crime one, I wanted to ask, because I got your slide presentation, I had a chance to go through it. Did you ever get a chance to see the study from Alberta Health Services about Ambrose Place at all?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Like I said, I've been scrambling, just trying to. I've been so many rabbit trails, just trying to get up to speed on the neighborhood renewal. So my take on this, just as an aside, I'm as much to blame as this mess as anybody else. I had two boys in soccer for 15 years. Both parents going both ways for 15 years. We've all been there. We know what it's like. And my whole point of what I was trying to say is, please, council, do not take the silence and lack of responses to your methodology to be an assent for what you're doing. It simply means people are bloody busy.
Yes.
I've been door knocking for the neighborhood renewal. Councillor Rutherford, I appreciate what you're saying there. We feel very strongly, but what I'm coming across, I was not involved until 2 months ago. Easily 70% of the people I knock on doors, if they get to talk to me, which they normally do, actually, believe it or not, they don't know. All they know is we're getting new infrastructure, yay. But they don't know, they knew the very, very little. And when we start doing the educating, like Brad said, it's amazing. So my challenge to the council is we need to start meeting people where they are. I took a day off work to be here. I've been here since 7:30 this morning. I took a day off. Not a lot of people have that luxury. They're both working jobs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So no, the answer to your question was no, I didn't see that study.
Yep.
I'm for affordable housing, don't get me wrong.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I got that.
I just think there's a better way, if we involve 1,800 communities or 1,800 households in our community, get input, get 150 people giving you input about how to maybe do it differently.
Yeah.
If we can involve them from the front end, then the pushback won't be as great when things do start to go off the rails, because they will. But I'm a firm believer that when the city goes into your neighborhood to do an improvement, you should never be worse off, either long-term or short-term. Maybe short-term, okay.
Yeah.
But long-term, you should be never worse off than when you started the process 4 years before. And I do not see that concern being shared in any of the stuff I'm looking at yet.
No, I appreciate that. And so a few thoughts, and then I'll ask a little bit more about the engagement piece. So I won't rehash the study results now, but if you are interested, AHS did a study of the individuals that moved into Ambrose Place the 2 years before and then the 2 years after. And what they found was a very measurable reduction in community disorder, because a lot of times in the past, those folks who, in this case, in Ambrose Place, was for some of the hardest to house individuals, they were often interacting with police because police were the first call for somebody dealing with a mental health challenge. Many of it wasn't criminal, but the police were the first response. And so it's a really fascinating study to show, because that was the first sort of supportive housing development built. And so I'll flag that, and I'm sure, Councillor, you can touch base with your councillor on that.
I would appreciate that, for sure. Thank you.
So on the engagement piece, and you're right, I think it's a very fair point about, everyone is busy with life. There's a million things going on, so silence shouldn't necessarily be taken as agreement. And I think that's why, I know your councillor goes out door knocking on a regular basis. I think she door knocks more than me now, which I'm a little embarrassed about. I have to get out more. But part of the question that I would have is, what does that look like to you in terms of like that thoughtful engagement. And the reason I ask that question is that I think sometimes the challenge we run up against is, for some people, good engagement might mean them getting the answer they want, which isn't always going to be the case. And land use is a really good example of that, because we have this tension of, in some cases, we get asked not to keep expanding out and out and out, and then when we potentially approve something in a neighborhood, those can conflict with one another. And so wouldn't mind your thoughts on sort of what you would like to see in that.
When you sell something, you need to have a pretty firm picture of what the end result is going to be to your client. You need to be able to present that in a way that makes them want to spend their money. The city is not selling these affordable housing developments to any of these communities in any meaningful fashion that makes us want to spend our money. Because don't get us wrong, every impact we're talking about, when you see the little numbers on the dots, that is a possible insurance claim, whether it be people speeding down Dunluce Road because the traffic's too fast, traffic calming measures, whatever the case may be. I mean, it's a multifaceted animal we're looking at here. Bad drivers cost us all insurance money. We all know about insurance. These numbers on the maps for the crime heats, you know, that might be a property claim this year, and it might be a second claim 3 years later for the same household. Well, guess what that person's doing for their insurance rates? They've probably just gone up 40, 50% for the next 6 years. So having said all that, there's a cost implication. If we're talking about affordable housing and people are one thing away from, Jacqueline was sitting here, I think she made the point earlier, people are one thing away from going wrong to becoming a very serious statistic. And, you know, just because people own houses doesn't mean they're in the same straits as anybody else. They could be maxed out on their credit cards. Yep. One major hit, and they could be in the same situation. So
yeah, sorry, it's my apologies. I'm not a
Thank you.
You started it.
Yeah. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. So thank you so much for joining us. I want to go to Speaker Brad Day. One thing you wanted to know whether there'll be a buffer between the proposed development, if it's approved, and the existing condominiums or apartment buildings on
Townhouses.
Townhouses right beside it. That's one of the questions. We can definitely ask that question to administration on the renewal, neighborhood renewal. No, Councillor Rutherford has kept at my office in the loop most of the time around what she is hearing from the community, right? So I'm well aware of some of the challenges that you are facing because of that communication Councillor Rutherford is having with you. So we'll, pretty sure she'll follow up on that. We'll ask that. It's lack of kind of coordination that's happening. So much happening in the neighborhood and not being coordinated is a challenge. And I'll definitely ask about on the buffer. Anything else that you missed that you want to in 30 seconds identify that we should be asking the applicant and the administration?
Just I touched on the transit.
Uh-huh.
So these folks are the 109 and the 124. They don't go north. So you got Albany Crossing, and you got Newcastle Center, where there's Walmart and Sobeys. So I just think that putting that project there, you have to do one thing. If you put it there, you have to change the transit routes.
We will definitely ask that. I haven't driven, I used to drive my bus in Dunluce quite a bit when I was working out of Westwood, but it's been a long time, so I don't remember all the routes. But we will definitely ask that question to administration. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that concludes. I'll move the.
No, I'm on for administration.
Okay. All right. So that concludes the questions to community members in opposition. Now we'll go to questions to city staff. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just confirm. I know you mentioned that it's over the 2 hectare per 1,000, but what is that ratio in Dunluce?
8.74 per thousand.
8.74 per thousand. So it's quite high in terms of compared to other neighborhoods.
It's a well-serviced neighborhood.
Well-serviced neighborhood, okay, around green space, and I'd agree, because there's the whole yeah, we won't go into that. And what, after this rezoning, you said it's 5.5 right now for what is the percentage of the population that's in affordable housing, but after this is approved, what's sort of the high and low estimate of that?
For Dunluce, the high and low estimate would be 7.4 and 9.3 approximately, again, understanding that we don't.
Yeah, so, but somewhere in between those percentages, between 7.4 and 9.3. Okay. And other ones that we've approved already today would be at a higher percentage than that?
There's quite a wide variety of
Okay.
percentages here.
Fair. I did want to ask specifically about the signage. I did get emails to my office about concerns about the sign falling down, and I think that's what was referenced, that 10 days ago it was put back up. I don't know how long it had fallen for, but then I also found out that it also had re-fallen in the recent windstorm. So I guess just a question on, and maybe this is to legal, what is the requirement around the site signage if there have been issues of it actually staying up where people can visibly see it?
So are you asking what the requirements are under the zoning bylaw for the site signage?
The requirements under legislation for informing, so if we put up a sign publicly,
Yep.
we have a certain time period, we place that sign saying that this site is up for rezoning.
Yep.
If it's fallen down and nobody's been able to see it,
I think we have to act reasonably. So it's not a legislation issue, it's not an MGA issue. This is a rule that the city places on itself vis-a-vis the zoning bylaw. So we're required to meet that rule. Just because we made it ourselves doesn't mean it's not in fact a rule.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
But I think that if I was looking at that from my perspective on the legal side of things, I think we would want to be acting reasonably. Sometimes windstorms happen, sometimes signs fall down. I don't think that necessarily negates the whole,
I just wanted to know
process
how
of
much I
putting
should,
it.
if I should take that into consideration or not, or?
You can certainly take it,
Because
I think it's a
engagement is
fair,
coming up in general as a conversation. with the
engagement is a
speakers.
fair consideration to take into account, counselor. If that's sort of the crux, then yes,
Okay,
you're able
okay.
to.
I would just follow up and say that the entire point of the engagement and the advertising and the signage and all the different modes that we reach out to people is to make sure that there's significant awareness of the public hearing and to get people aware enough to come to public hearing, to have their voices heard.
Or to submit, because not
Or
everybody
to submit
comes.
comments, or to interact with the process. And even the Engaged Edmonton webpage alone, there were 450 unique visits to that site. So like, I just don't want to suggest that this was not a known.
Did you say unique visits?
Yeah, so it was 450 people that clicked on
Unique
that.
IP addresses?
That is my understanding of
Okay.
the count, yes.
Okay, and then, what is the current population of Dunluce, and have we seen a decline in population? Like, what's that population trajectory from when it initially built out in the 80s?
Sorry, just give me a second to pull up the correct statistics. Oh, I don't have it here. Demographic for family size, I have building types. I'm sorry, I don't have the current
Okay, I
population.
might circle back for that if you could find that answer, because I do hear a lot about the infrastructure and the capacity and this community's at capacity, so I want to get those numbers for the residents. Okay, one question I did have is right now neighborhood renewal is under the mobility section of this report. It talks, we know neighborhood renewal hasn't actually submitted or completed their final design. Many of the concerns that we've heard today are things that I've been talking about with the project team. But I was confused as to how the report could say that the traffic impact assessment confirms that the mobility network will be improved with neighborhood renewal to accommodate the proposed development. What specific improvements have you confirmed with that project team?
So, yes, the final design is underway, but there has been draft designs that are already shared with the community and posted online as well. So that information is available. Looking at those draft designs, Dunluce Road next to this site has got significant improvements to active modes connectivity. The park itself has got additional shared pathways, a lot of
I think I'm just going to come back because I'm out of
Yeah,
time and
please.
I
Yeah.
have follow-up questions.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. I just want to follow up on a few of the questions that were raised by the speakers, just in terms of the the buffer from existing properties, what would the setback along that property line be?
Sorry, just give me 1 second, Counselor. RM. Apologies, I have too many tabs open.
No, that's okay. I
The
think
minimum setback is 3 meters.
3 meters, yeah. Okay, okay, that's great. So we have, so that will sort of be provided as a buffer. And then just in terms of concerns of the cut through of, from the adjacent parking lot, would that be possible, or would the access be off of Dunluce Road?
So access will be off Dunluce Road.
Okay, and there wouldn't, like, I'm just trying to think of, would we anticipate, because it doesn't seem like there would be a roadway that would connect the sites from the existing row house complex, is that correct? Like, would we ever provide access along there? From the
I'm
adjacent
sorry,
parcel?
like through the adjacent row housing?
Yeah, I think that's what I heard. There was concern that they would come through the existing parking lot of the row housing.
My understanding is we wouldn't approve anything formally through there. I mean, whether or not if there's, because there doesn't appear to be fences and things like that, there could be, again, people that walk through it, just like they do now, to the park space. But in terms of vehicle access, that's not my understanding.
Yeah, okay, that's great. I just wanted to clarify those 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on a few questions related to engagement and input. So I understand that primarily we're hearing questions from speakers or concerns from speakers related to so the specific engagement process that took part as part of this application, and that's of course important input for decision making in a land use public hearing context. But I'm also thinking, you know, additional engagement efforts and how much weight they can be given. Obviously, things like city plan, district planning, even Connect Edmonton, like, are those all also valid to consider as part of engagement?
They're also valid in that they have informed the previous decisions that have led to the direction that we're using. One of the things that when we're considering engagement on a particular rezoning is what kind of direction is existing. So for this example, it's been designated or identified as a site for quite some time. It's also a standard zone, so there's not a lot of individual variability that we can build into a zone like that. And so there's a variety of factors that can be included. But absolutely, I would say you could consider that as part of your general understanding of, has the community been brought along over the 15 years?
For sure. Okay. What about the updated housing needs assessment, the affordable housing strategy? Is that also an input for a conversation like this? Again, just trying to understand that line as it relates to land use.
That wouldn't be specifically something I would consider in terms of my compatibility. However, it is something I would defer to the applicants in terms of whether or not it would help inform the decision on whether to move forward with a particular parcel. Again, this one having been determined quite some time ago, one of the things that I would suggest is you can see a pattern of continually reestablishing the need for it through a variety of touch points through those years.
Got it. Okay, that's really helpful. I appreciate your answers to that. I also just wanted to ask about, RM16 and, you know, just looking at the surrounding context, and it looks like there are already a number of properties that are zoned RM16. Is that, first of all, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And they're sort of directly adjacent to park space, so it isn't really out of scale or character given the existing zoning.
No, and again, the school site would have also been 16 meters, so, or potentially up to 16 meters.
Okay, great. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Wright. I wanted to follow up on the zoning, the RSM H12 zoning that's to the northeast of the area we're speaking of today. Is that area owned by someone else, or is it owned by the city?
That is also owned by the city.
That parcel of property is owned by the city.
It's part of the, it was discussed a little bit earlier, sorry, and I won't have the details on it, but
Right.
it's part of that first place program.
Okay, right. Part of the first place program, but that, and I just wanted to clarify that it's owned by the city.
That's correct.
Okay, okay, so the intention is to, can you explain to me again what the intention is with that parcel of property?
I think originally it was part of the First Place program. I believe those questions in terms of how that may be shifting might be better directed to the applicant, as they're part of the ongoing shifts and needs and how they would bring that forward to council for further direction.
Councillor, through our review of the application, we would have considered the proposed zoning for RSM H12 in terms of the land use compatibility of the proposed zoning that's in front of us today.
Okay, sorry, can you explain that to me? I didn't quite understand what you...
So through our review of this application and its compatibility with the surrounding development and anticipated development, we would have reviewed that as an RSM H12 as it is, that's its current zoning. So what I'm saying is that it's compatible with the proposed zoning.
So now we are intending to keep that zoning RSM H12.
We don't currently have further direction on that, so the land use assessment that we would do would consider it as is, and further direction on that would be brought forward to council should that be anticipated to change. But I think when you're given the opportunity for additional information or clarifying questions, the applicant would possibly have better, more knowledge on how they intend to proceed or bring it to council. But as of right now, it's still to be determined.
So the applicant for the RSM H12 is the same applicant of the property we're speaking of today?
That's correct. There is no application currently pending on the RMH12, but it is the real estate department of the city who is the applicant for this. I'm sorry if that's confusing.
It is a little bit, but the RSM H12 is also city real estate, correct?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. A request to Speaker Cernik, please do not raise your hand. If people have questions to you, the council members will come to you when we ask for new information. Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I know the question about the buffer between two developments is asked. I want to know about the transit. Like, if our goal is to make living more affordable, housing is a major cost driver, transportation is another major cost driver. So if we are building affordable housing where there's no good access to public transit, then we are defeating the purpose, right? So want to know, does this site have a good access to public transit?
Yes, it does. It has a bus stop 50 meters away from the site, which does serve 4 routes. One is Express, 109, 613, 683. In addition to that, 127th Street that runs a number of buses that is about 500 meters from the site.
Oh, I see. So, and they're obviously peak hour service, non-peak hour service, weekend service?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you so much. That's I needed to know. I think that's one of the questions was raised. I will move the second round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We're waiting on 4 votes. Councillor Hamilton, are you with us? I didn't see her in the back. We'll show Councillor Hamilton as absent, and we have 12 votes.
Thank you very much. Display the votes. And that is carried, and I will return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just quickly to Ms. Huizinga, do you have those numbers?
Yes, I do, Councillor. I'm sorry, I, for some reason, couldn't add together. So in 81, it was 4,755. It's peaked in 1991 at 7,500 approximately, and it's currently sitting as of 2021 at just over 6,000.
It's over 6,000. So technically, it's like a 15,000 person delta from the peak to now.
Approximately, yep.
Okay. Okay, and I want to go back to the transportation impact assessment because you mentioned a lot of things, but those are not 100% confirmed yet. And in fact, I know I've been working on some of the active mode stuff on Dunluce Road and those things with the project team. So what are you certain are the improvements that are going to be made with neighborhood renewal as a result of this development? Are there any specific to this development and consideration of this development?
So specific to this development, a shared pathway along Dunluce Road with some mitigation measures for like curb bulb outs for traffic calming measures, raised crossings. Those are the elements identified through the draft design. The final design will be released mid of November this year. In terms of Dunluce Road, which is next to this site, that's what we can share at the moment.
Well, I'd like to let administration know that I'd like to see the final design at some point before it's released to the public. So that seems like it's coming up pretty soon for that. What do you mean when you say under urban forestry potentially include tree protection permit, an arborist report and protection plan? Like, there's a lot of soft language here. Potentially is just potentially. What things will factor into whether you actually do that or not? Would you need a subsequent to actually direct that to be done?
I mean, the trees within the school site were always within the school site, so there is some element of them being planted as a temporary asset until the final building was built there. I'm not sure in this case that all of the trees would be able to be saved. I think a significant number of them are located within the building pocket itself.
So why, though, in the report does it say the developer must adhere to several conditions before future development can commence, including tree protection permit, arborist report, and tree protection plan? And it even talks about how if they remove trees, they have to compensate the city for the value of the trees.
That's typical. It's quite typical for trees that are removed to have a value attached to them and that they need to be, the value is in exchange for cutting down the tree and can then be used to plant more trees
But if we're, okay, that's.
Councillor, the tree protection permit also applies to the boulevard trees that would have to be protected during construction.
Okay.
So there are about 44 trees on the site. The city doesn't intend to remove any of them prior to the sale. And the amount of trees that would be required to be removed would be determined as site design is developed. And the trees currently have been valued. They do have a value placed upon them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I is still displaying this, so I can't see my tie. I have no concept of time.
We're just going to refresh. You have a minute 10.
Okay, so one of my last questions is, again, it says, there's some of these language in here that is very interesting. Under utilities, it says, this subject site is reasonably compliant with municipal standards for firefighting water. What does that mean, reasonably compliant?
I'm going to pass that to Jatinder Twana.
Councillor, we would be assessing it again at the time of development permit based on the building characteristics. It has, when this terminology is used, it has fire protection over there, but the exact extent or if there's a shortfall would be identified once we know what building is going to come at that point in time.
So if I'm understanding that correct in like plain language, there is fire protection now. It's all dependent on how many units actually end up getting built, or if it's 4-story, 3-story, whatever.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarity, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Before I go to Councillor Knack, I want to go to Clerk. Obviously, we would not be able to finish the agenda today, and we have 2 big items still remaining. What would you suggest that we, how we carry on with the public hearing?
Yeah, so one option that you council may wish to consider is that whatever items you don't finish tonight could be referred over to the November 4th regular city council meeting. Right now that meeting
Public
is,
hearing.
public hearing.
Yeah.
Right now that meeting is scheduled from 9:30 to 5. You could look at extending orders of the day. You can't adjust that agenda now, but at the start of that meeting you could have a look at the number of speakers, and if you have large items, you could move some of those items forward.
Okay, so what we can do is then give indication to the folks who are here that we will carry on with we will try to finish as much as we can today.
Yep.
If we don't, then we will start with these items that are remaining first thing in the morning on November 4th.
So that agenda's already out, so you can't change orders of.
But we can do that as we did today when we started the meeting on the 4th.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So if you would like to communicate in law, will tell me if this is not appropriate, but it's very unlikely that you're going to get to items 317 and 318.
No, we would not.
So if you want, if that's okay, you could just postpone those items right now, and that provides certainty that council will not start those items tonight, and that way those who are waiting know that they can come back on November 4th.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I'll move postponement of item 317 and 318 to the November 4th public hearing agenda.
Okay, thank you. So please vote.
We're just going to send the vote out now. Could you just say who seconded that? Sorry, Councillor.
Councillor Rutherford did. I know we cannot decide on the prioritization on the 4th, but
you can at the morning of the 4th.
yeah,
though.
but as the practice has been over the last couple of meetings, we would, I think council will be amenable to changing the agenda. Okay.
So the vote is now live. We're just waiting on a couple more votes. And again, this is just to post. We have all the votes. We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. Okay, so to the folks who are here for Wedgwood, what we have done, we have postponed your item to the next meeting, which is November 4th. The agenda is already out, but as practice has been, council will, when we convene on November 4th, we will ask that council consider making your item be the first item on the agenda on November 4th, unless we have one of the remaining items from today that might also be referred back to November 4th, right? So that's what we are doing. So thank you so much. We know it's been frustrating. It's just this how the process goes, right? No, so good. Okay, yeah, yes, yeah, yeah, good. Well, you can stay till 9 if you want to. Okay, good. Yeah, we want the kids. Those kids can go home and yeah. Okay, great. Okay, all right. Okay, good. Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
I was on the board for agenda management. Which you
Oh, I
solved.
see. Okay, got it. Okay, I read your mind. My God, first time. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that concludes the questions to administration. I will ask now if council members have any questions to administration, to the applicant and members in opposition on any new information arising out of the previous conversation. I am seeing none. So can someone move closing the public hearing, please? No, I'm sorry. That's not how the process works.
So moved.
No.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Councillor, is Councillor Rutherford going to?
Yeah, I'm happy to move closure of the public hearing.
You can, Councillor Jans can
Second.
second. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move first reading on bylaw 3.15.
Second, Councillor Jans?
Second.
Okay. All right, we have first reading on the floor. Now to speak, Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to take a few brief moments to thank our speakers today. I think there was some good conversation about some of the different considerations. When I heard the answers from administration, I felt a lot of confidence in terms of the approaches that are being taken, the opportunity to address some of the chronic challenges that exist in the neighborhood already around traffic. So it seems like a good confluence of events in terms of this project happening as neighborhood renewal is also happening, so that there can be some win-wins there. I appreciate the opportunity to add more housing and more housing options in this area, and certainly look forward to supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. Just wanted to share a few thoughts and reflections. So from a land use perspective, very clear that this proposed rezoning is in alignment with city plan. It is in alignment with policies of the Northwest District Plan and the District General Policy. And understanding that the community currently has, I believe it was a 5.5% non-market housing ratio. That is well below the 16% target. So definitely makes a lot of sense in this context. The site has good access to transit and amenities, including access to green space. Generally speaking, I see this as a relatively modest rezoning application given the scale and density being proposed and the surrounding context. Just thinking about the importance of affordable housing and the urgency that we're seeing in our communities, I did want to touch on that. So very pleased to see that this land's being made available for development and those purposes. We talk about it over and over, that affordable housing is critical social infrastructure that plays a foundational role in fostering safe, healthy, and inclusive communities. And it's fundamental to human dignity. I was reflecting on the housing needs assessment, which has been referenced, I think, a few times today, but it highlights that there's currently more than 46,000 households in Edmonton experiencing core housing need, and more than 56,000 households are anticipated to be in core housing need by 2031. So those numbers are deeply alarming and deeply troubling, and they demand action. We also know that our population is growing rapidly, and our affordable housing supply is already oversubscribed and strained. We're seeing tightening vacancy rates and increasing rents, and the inflow of people into homelessness is outpacing the resources available to address the need. And we know that if we don't keep pace, we will see even more people falling into homelessness. We'll see more encampments in our communities, and we'll see more people struggling in public spaces across the city. So with that in mind, we also know that being able to develop city land assets like surplus school sites provides a valuable opportunity for increasing Edmontonians' access to affordable housing while utilizing existing infrastructure in established neighborhoods and capitalizing on amenity-rich areas. It's been identified that shovel-ready land is one of the biggest barriers to affordable housing in our city, and we do have an opportunity in front of us to help remove that barrier. So again, all that being said, based on the land use considerations I mentioned earlier, I would agree with administration that this rezoning application is definitely in alignment with our broader housing and city plan goals, so I will be supporting it and would encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I want to thank again the speakers for coming forward and my colleagues for a very rich discussion today. I don't want to repeat all of the points that were said. I think a very good one that we just have to think about is, the sense of how we're all in this together. And I have a supportive housing site being built just, only a few blocks from my home here in Garneau, and it can bring challenges, but it can also bring opportunities. And it's important to think about how we are all in this together, that no one neighborhood gets a veto over the city, that we are a democracy, but we're not a direct democracy. We talk about this when we talk to students in grade 6 at City Hall School, how you vote for a mayor and you vote for a city councilor, but you don't get to have a referendum on, say, the $1 billion Yellowhead. You don't get to have a referendum on the Lewis Farms Rec Center. You get to vote for councillors to make decisions best they can, serving all constituents, not just one neighborhood. And sometimes we see these situations where one group of neighbors in one particular community may not particularly like something. However, on balance, the million people of the city have said this is the kind of thing that we need to see more of, be it transit-oriented development, or be it affordable housing, or surplus school sites. So I think hearing the comments today about the tension between engagement and representation, and to me, it really flagged some concerns around expectations management and what we will grind to a halt as a city and as a society if before we can do certain decisions that we are not going to be able to serve the most vulnerable in the most time of need if we allow all of us to have a veto over one another in different circumstances. I think it's important here to think about the 1.1 million Edmontonians as an aggregate who have thoughts and desires, and notwithstanding the future generations of Edmontonians, that when we do an initiative such as building this housing, it's not just for one family for 1 year. It could be for multiple families for multiple centuries. And I think it's important that we really take the long view into these conversations and think about how important democracy is. And democracy is about having a system of government where we trust people to put together the best plans for the whole of the country, not just for one group and not just for one point in time. So I think I take a lot of the feedback from those who shared today, but it makes me think we need to go back and look at some of these public engagement commitments and these other pieces, and to really reaffirm where the points of entry are and where the points of expectation are, and thinking about who's not in the room in these conversations too. Who is speaking up for the future residents who are going to be needing affordable housing? Where are the 49,000 people who are on the wait list? Have we notified them on the wait list that there's opportunities, and what choices would they like to see made by City Council? So again, I thank everyone for their participation today, but come looking at this specific site, this specific area, just a quick walk over to the Lake District and seeing so much beauty in the community. The test I always like to say is, if I were a family, is this an area where I would want to live? Is this a building I would like to live in? Is this a development site where I would want my children to grow up? And absolutely, yes, it is. So I will be fully supporting the recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. To close, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you very much for this conversation and for everybody that spoke before me. When we're making these decisions, absolutely, as mentioned, we're representative of all of the voices that we hear, and my inbox received support for all of the applications today and the need for housing urgency, as well as some from residents in Dunluce as well as hearing from people that are opposed. And yes, maybe the people that vocally spoke out are a higher percentage opposed, but there's other factors that we have to take into account. And I think what I find extremely challenging to convey to residents that I represent, and also when sitting in these chairs, is the limited scope that is a public hearing process. We absolutely can hear, and when it comes to neighborhood renewal, there's a lot of space where we can have those conversations. But in this space, it's really about, is a 4-story building on this parcel an appropriate use of land? And so some of the data points that I asked about to administration specifically were, well, how much park space is the ratio? And so right now, Dunluce is at 8.74. When we compare that to Delton, which we just approved also today, they were only at 2.57, right? So this is a significant amount. And so losing, and that's after this, if this rezoning went through. We also heard concerns about infrastructure capacity and how we can't keep adding more people to Dunluce. But what we learned tonight with data is that there's a delta of about 1,500 people from when Dunluce was at its peak neighborhood. And so the welcoming of 50 to 100 people per this parcel is definitely helping to get back to that peak, but it doesn't even get us to that, close to that peak. And lastly, we heard, I heard a lot of concerns, even, they weren't really mentioned by the speakers leading up to the conversation today, but I heard it from conversations and feedback prior to the public hearing today about, all of the disproportionate low-income housing going to certain neighborhoods. And so I specifically asked about, what is the ratio for Dunluce? And Dunluce was at 5.5, and then at a we think about max build-out of the potential of this parcel, that would bring the ratio to 9.3. We also saw that there are many parcels across the city that were approved previous to this item today, and many more that didn't have to come to rezoning, but will also be coming to the executive committee meeting in the new year. I wanted to highlight to the residents that the invitation for me is always open, as it always has been. I've responded to and answered every question about neighborhood renewal and about this rezoning. I could not answer about my position because, again, this is a quasi-judicial process and I am not allowed to state my position. I have to come in without the perception of not being open to persuade either for or against an item, so I cannot have a position statement. But other than that, I've provided that information. I've heard the concerns around parking. I've heard the concerns around traffic safety. I've heard all of those concerns. And so that invitation to continue to engage in dialogue with me going forward is still there and is welcome. However, when people email me and I provide information, I can't control how or what or if that information is relayed to other community members. I do have a lot of my own platforms that I put out information on as well, and if you ever feel like there's something lacking that you think I should put out more broadly on my website, I'm also open to that feedback as well. I also want to say thank you to Mr. Day for highlighting about transit, because I have been talking endlessly to my colleagues about the underservice of transit in the north side. And I think we can say we have a transit route, but that doesn't mean it's a good transit route. And so thank you, Mr. Day, for highlighting that and reinforcing what I've been saying to my colleagues. I truly appreciate that, and we'll keep advocating for better transit service on the north side that actually is viable to getting people where they need to and want to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading of item 3.15.
Second by Councillor Jans. Okay.
Yes, second.
Okay, got it. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading of item 3.15.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third reading of bylaw 20953 to allow medium-scale housing Dunluce.
Second.
So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Before we go into our next item, Madam Clerk, will be at this time we can deal with another housekeeping for
Yeah, that would be
fourth.
really
Yeah.
helpful. It would just set some clarity for
Yeah.
those who are watching online.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll move that the orders of the day for the November 4th public hearing be adjusted.
We're just going to refresh the screen so that you can see the vote or see the motion.
As follows, that orders of the day be extended from 9:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. With a break recess between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. if required.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. No. We are just combining two meetings into one because we already have time set aside for both, right? Yeah, we canceling one, extending the other. That's what it is.
The 20, yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Trust
so it's
the, yeah.
cancellation of the continuation and an extension of the orders for November 4th. That's what's happening. That's
It's
the-
going to get you to the same place.
Yeah.
Yes.
Procedurally correct.
Ultimately, what we're doing is that
Promise.
for November 4th, we will start at 9:30 and we go till 9 p.m. to finish the agenda on that day, hopefully. Okay, now please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Speaker Janina
Hello.
Cernick, please do not raise your hand. Please do not. That disturbs the proceedings here. Thank you. Okay, now we are going into item 3.16. I'll go to administration for a presentation.
Good evening. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Lymburn neighborhood from future urban development, or FD zone, to the Parks and Services zone and the medium-scale residential, or RMH16 zone, to allow for larger-scale parks and amenities and medium-scale housing. Next slide, please. The application area is located on a corner site north of 72nd Avenue Northwest and west of 184th Street Northwest in the central portion of the Lymburn neighborhood. The Lymburn School and Community League building is located west of the subject site, while the remaining surrounding